Chapter 1776 Give to You. Chapter 1776 Give to You. Tigerheart suddenly trembled. His figure suddenly shot out explosively. Breaking through to late-stage rank 4, Tigerheart's speed increased explosively, arriving at Yi Yuan's side in a blink of an eye. He directly hauled Yi Yuan up and left. Getting hit by only a single move, Yi Yuan's insides were in upheaval, already sustaining serious injuries. But at this time, Ning Qianping fell into heavy encirclement and found it very hard to break free. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his injuries. Waving his hand, it was a dozen over rays of sword light, directly hacking those fierce beasts into pieces. Go! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, pulling Ning Qianping and getting on the tiger back together. Behind them, a group of fierce beasts was in hot pursuit. Fortunately, Tigerheart's speed was extremely fast. Those fierce beasts could not catch up for the time being. Are you all right, Your Excellency? Ning Qianping asked with a concerned look. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm fine. I'll recover from my injuries first. As he said, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill and immediately started recuperating from his injuries on Tigerheart's back. That blow from the Sky Thunder Raging Ox Beast was extremely heavy. If it were an ordinary Fifth Firmament Divine Lord, they would have long been slaughtered. This heavenly Dao tattoo is indeed powerful. Otherwise, even if I have the 9 transformations golden body, I probably couldn't withstand this blow either, right? Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Entering the Heavenspan Mountains realm fog that time and obtaining this Heavenspan Mountain tattoo, he truly benefited endlessly. After a short while, Yi Yuan's complexion gradually became rosy. Your Excellency, that bunch of fierce beasts are like crazy, chasing us all the way and not letting us go, Tigerheart said. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly and he said, These fierce beasts seem to want to force us to a certain place. I feel that they seem to be controlled by something. From the beginning, Yi Yuan felt that the states of these fierce beasts were not right. The moment these words came out, Tigerheart and Ning Qianping's expressions both changed drastically. Then what should we do? Ning Qianping said worriedly. Yi Yuan mused for a moment, his eyes revealing a firm look as he said, Since someone wants to meet us, then let's make a trip. Ning Qianping and Tigerheart were naturally very worried. But since Yi Yuan made a decision, they still carried it out firmly. Yi Yuan naturally did not want to go through dangers. But if white light was thrown in, then he very likely encountered danger too. Since that was the case, he had to take this risk. Just as they were running, a gloomy and dark cave entrance appeared ahead. Before approaching yet, a gust of yin wind directly blew over, making the 3 people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Your Excellency, what a terrifying yin wind. There's likely an extremely powerful existence inside here. Ning Qianping said. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said, Go in. Tigerheart did not hesitate in the slightest. With a few lunges, he dashed straight in. Your Excellency, those fierce beasts didn't seem to have chased in, Tigerheart said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Looks like it was someone who wanted us to enter this place. Come, let's go in. I want to take a look and what the hell this place has. After Yi Yuan 3 people's figures disappeared, 4 to 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. These few people were each riding a mount. That rank 5 evil spirit inside, we were just vexed over being unable to deal with it. I didn't expect that there were 2 suckers who delivered themselves to the doorstep, said one of the grey-robed men. The grey-robed man rode a white tiger, his aura seemingly very powerful. It's still eldest senior brother who is brilliant. Evil spirits like to possess humans the most. Once it seizes possession of those 2 scapegoats, it will definitely be in a period of weakness. At that time, we'll be able to sit down and reap the spoils without lifting a finger. The Yin Spirit Stone and the 9 Yin Soul Devouring Gra's inside this black spirit cave will be ours. Beside the grey-robed man, a girl dressed in a fiery red long skirt said. Haha, as long as we get these 2 items, our spirit controlling sect will definitely take first place in this trial. Another person said. The grey-robed man continued saying, Speaking of which, that 5th Firmament Divine Lord Guy has such powerful strength. Under the encirclement and assault of hundreds of fierce beasts, he could actually make a full retreat. If his realm was a little higher, I'm afraid we won't even be his match. Speaking of this, the other few people's faces turned slightly apprehensive. Yi Yuan three people's actions had actually always been under their surveillance. But the combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited made each and every one of them extremely shocked. A fifth firmament divine lord was actually still able to make a full retreat under the encirclement and suppression of a group of late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. What was even more frightening was that there was even a peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast inside. At first, they only wanted to scare Yi Yuan and force Yi Yuan away. As for Tigerheart's life or death, they did not care at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually did not escape and instead rushed into the beast horde alone? Fortunately, that peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast strength was quite powerful and could still suppress Yi Yuan. Otherwise, it would really be tough for them to operate. Even so, they were also startled by the combat power Yi Yuan displayed. The face of the woman in red clothes also revealed a look of surprise and said, "The cultivation method that this guy cultivates is different from ours. He likely came in from the Heavenspan world. Could it be that the Heavenspan world's martial artists are all so powerful?" The grey-robed man shook his head and said, "Impossible. That kid is definitely a top prodigy in the Heavenspan world. Sword Dao law fused with third firmament spatial law, such talent is rare in the world. Even in the Heavenspan world, it's absolutely impossible for him to be an unknown person too. He must be a major faction's top disciple. However, this has nothing to do with us. Either way, he's dead for sure. Let's go in. I reckon that kid had already been taken possession of right now. Dragging it on won't be good for us." Finished talking, the few people entered inside the cave together. This cave was very similar to the Yin Wind Den that Yi Yuan entered back then. But the evil spirits inside were clearly much more powerful compared to the Yin Wind Den. However, the strengths of the spirit-controlling sex people were also extremely strong. Especially the grey-robed man, his strength already reached half-step celestial deity realm, the strongest existence among the party. Ordinary evil spirits could not approach him at all. The party gradually went deep in and also became especially careful. Suddenly, two figures appeared ahead. The grey-robed man focused his eyes and looked. Who was it if not Yi Yuan and Ning Qianping? The grey-robed man swept a glance around the cave and discovered that there was indeed no longer that rank 5 evil spirit, and was immediately overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, you two fools, indeed seized possession of these two humans. Now, I'll send you guys on your way. The Yin Spirit Stone and the 9 Yin Soul Devouring Gra. SSRR spirit-controlling sects," said the grey-robed man as he laughed loudly. Right at this time, an ice-cold aura came out from Yi Yuan's body. He suddenly opened his mouth, looked at the grey-robed man, and said, "You deserve death." The grey-robed man was indifferent and said coolly, "I deserve death. Ha ha ha, if you were at your prime, I'd be somewhat scared of you. This appearance right now, best forget about this kind of threatening." Yi Yuan's gaze was ice-cold, his body emitting waves of gloomy and cold aura. A terrifying figure drifted out of Yi Yuan's body. The grey-robed man's expression changed drastically and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? You weren't possessed." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Like to be possessed so much? Then, I'll give him to you. 1, I don't know why 2 instead of 3, maybe Tigerheart wasn't considered since they were riding on his back." Chapter 1777 Big Brother is here to pick you up. 1777 Big Brother is here to pick you up. The grey-robed man revealed a look of shock. He was seriously unable to imagine how a fifth firmament divine lord escaped the fate of being possessed. Furthermore, looking at this appearance, this evil spirit was actually even being used by Yi Yuan currently. "A little brother, actually, this was all a misunderstanding," the grey-robed man said with an ugly expression. He never would have thought that the scheme he designed meticulously actually buried him alive currently. Not only was this kid not possessed, he actually even used this evil spirit to deal with him instead. One should not look at how he was currently a half-step celestial deity. Because in front of a rank 5 evil spirit, it was still not enough to look at. That was an existence that could rival celestial deity realm. Misunderstanding? Those fierce beasts outside were all controlled by you, right? Driving us in was in order to have this rank 5 evil spirit seize possession. Don't tell me that this wasn't your doing, Yi Yuan said coldly. The grey-robed man's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually even guessed this. Little brother, you guys should be both from the Heavenspan world, right? Bamboo Groove Void Realm doesn't allow the appearance of the Heavenspan world's humans. We're all the spirit-controlling sect's disciples, having a trial in this sundered boundary. In order to seize the Yin Spirit Stone and 9 Yin soul-devouring Gra. SS inside this cave, that's why we made this decision. Our spirit-controlling sect status inside the Bamboo Groove Void Realm is very high. As long as little brother you let us off, our spirit-controlling sect will definitely keep you safe. The grey-robed man's eyes swiveled as he blurted out more information. He was certain that Yi Yuan was a genius who was inexperienced in the affairs of the world. This time, he likely came out to train, that was why he strayed into the sundered boundary. This kind of people, intimidating with threats and beguiling with benefits a little, it was very easy to fall for it. Either way, Yi Yuan was completely clueless about the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's affairs. Sure enough, when Yi Yuan heard the grey-robed man's words, his expression changed slightly and he said, "Want me to let you all off, also can. But you have to promise me a condition." The moment the grey-robed man heard, he could not help being wildly elated in his heart, secretly thinking that this punk was indeed easy to hoodwink. He hurriedly said, "Whatever condition little brother has, feel free to speak up. Just take it as we offended little brother and making an apology to you." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Your mount is pretty good, I want it." The grey-robed man's expression changed, his face revealing a look of reluctance. When Yi Yuan saw his expression, he immediately turned cold and said, "Why? Can't bear to part with it." The grey-robed man had an awkward look. This white tiger's bloodline was extremely pure. There was a lot of room for future development, not like his other mounts. For this, he expended considerable effort. The grey-robed man thought, "This kid knows good stuff, to actually want my white tiger the moment he opened his mouth. Forget it, hold him steady first before talking. As long as I trick him back to the sect, wouldn't this white tiger still be mine? Haha, not hiding from little brother, but I really can't quite bear to part with it. But just now, it was indeed our fault. Then I'll bear the pain and give it to little brother." The grey-robed man had a reluctant look as well, lightly patting the white tiger. The white tiger came to Yi Yuan's side very obediently. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's heart was full of monstrous killing intent. It was just that he did not reveal a single trace of it. That was right, this white tiger was none other than precisely white light. The reason why he did not take action for so long was also precisely because of white light. Yi Yuan recognized him the moment he laid eyes on him. But very clearly, white light did not recognize him. Or should he say, he was unable to recognize Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan did not understand this spirit-controlling sect's methods and did not dare to easily show it. The current white light was like a docile kitten. If the grey-robed man made him go east, he absolutely would not head west. Without a doubt, he was controlled by this spirit-controlling sect's disciple with some kind of method. At the thought that his brother was actually at the mercy of others like so, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart was practically about to burst his body. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest clue about the Bamboo Groove Void Realm. If this spirit-controlling sect's method had some unique aspects, a moment of impulsiveness would harm white light instead. Although Yi Yuan was confident, it was not to the point of arrogance yet. He did not have confidence that he could get rid of this beast-controlling method. Yi Yuan lightly stroked white light's fur, revealing a very pleased expression. "Amen, indeed pretty good. What you should do, don't need me to teach you, right?" Yi Yuan frowned and said. The grey-robed man chuckled and said, "Little brother, don't blame, this beast is a transformed demonic beast and doesn't listen to taming. That's why I used the Dark Soul Pearl to suppress his beast soul. Originally, I planned on bringing him to the spirit-controlling sect to tame him properly and make him form a spirit-beast contract with me. Since little brother likes him, Then I'll give the Dark Soul Pearl together to little brother. The grey-robed man had a smile on his face, as if very sincere. When doing a favor, go all the way. Either way, this Dark Soul Pearl would still return to his hands in the end. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help saying with great interest, "Oh? Your spirit-controlling sect is indeed a little interesting. This kind of means isn't commonly seen in the Heavenspan world. I wonder how you plan on taming him?" The grey-robed man chortled loudly and said, "These demonic beasts are all inherently lowly beings. Want to tame him, one naturally has to teach him a good lesson, then continuously suppress his beast soul with my spirit-controlling sect's secret art. Even if he's the reincarnation of Buddha's warrior attendant, he'll also have no choice but to submit in the end." The moment Yi Yuan heard, flames of fury flared up in his heart all at once. He virtually used all of his strength before controlling his anger. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then what's that Dark Soul Pearl? How to use it?" Yi Yuan was like a curious baby at this time, continuously inquiring about the spirit-controlling sect's methods. The grey-robed man was patient, silently chanting the spell. A surge of boundless soul force gushed out, entering straight into White Light's sea of consciousness. Then, Yi Yuan saw a dark black pearl slowly fly out. And right at this time, White Light's eyes finally turned from turbid to clear. When he saw Yi Yuan, his entire body could not help trembling, tears bursting out. "Be big brother." Yi Yuan's face finally revealed a radiant smile. Lighting stroking that soft fur of White Light, he revealed a trace of a tender smile and said, "All right, everything is over, Big Brother is here to pick you up." When the spirit-controlling sect's people saw this scene, their countenance could not help changing. Especially the grey-robed man, his expression became extremely ugly. "Punk, turns out that you guys know each other. You tricked me." At this point, how did the grey-robed man still not know what Yi Yuan's goal was? It was just that he never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually knew this white tiger. Now only did he know that this kid was clearly aiming for the white tiger. He thought that he deceived Yi Yuan, but he did not know that he had been led by the nose by Yi Yuan all along. He regretted in his heart. It turned out that he had a trump card in his hands, but he gave it to the other party for free. "Big brother, along the way, White Light had suffered no idea how much hearts. Hi+P. Being overcome by sorrow at this time, he could not control anymore and dug into Yi Yuan's embrace like a child, bursting into tears. Yi Yuan hugged White Light's head and said, "Big brother knows that you suffered a lot of hearts. Hi+PS. You rest assured, Big brother will help you square the accounts one by one. Now, start squaring it from here." Chapter 1778 Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. Chapter 1778 Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. You just said earlier that demon races are inherently lowly beings? Yi Yuan's eyes turned sharp, his gaze looking at the grey-robed man was icy-cold. The grey-robed man's expression changed and he said in a cold voice, "So what? If you dare to kill me, it's absolutely impossible to escape out of the sundered boundary. I, Sikong Xiu, am the spirit-controlling sect's core disciple. If you dare kill me, the spirit-controlling sect won't let you off." At this time, the grey-robed man could only rest his hopes on that the spirit-controlling sect's prestige could suppress Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said coldly, "Who cares who the HELLU are? If you dare to humiliate my brother, there's only one outcome, and that's death." While talking, Yi Yuan's thought stirred, that evil spirit's aura suddenly erupted. A chill that penetrated to the bones instantly made the temperature in the cave plummet to freezing point. "Kid, do you really think that we're lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Our spirit-controlling sect is far stronger than you imagine." Sikong Xiu gave a cold laugh, powerful soul force spewing out. When his fellow disciples saw the situation, their expressions became incomparably ugly. "Senior apprentice brother Sikong, we really have to use this move." "Yeah, Senior apprentice brother Sikong. Using this move, we'll fall back several minor realms." Clearly, the side effect of this move was immense. Otherwise, Sikong Xiu also would not wait until now before using it. Sikong Xiu gave a cold laugh and said, "If cultivation realm is gone, it can be cultivated again. Losing your lives, can you all still revive?" At this point, do we still have a choice? It was not that the rest did not understand this logic. It was just that their own strength was cultivated bitterly. Once it fell, wanting to cultivate it back would have to expend countless times again. This undoubtedly needed immense courage for them. But at this time, they clearly had no options already. The group of spirit-controlling sect disciples' soul forces virtually burst forth at the same time. These soul forces actually produced a strong resonance. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with a cold face and said coolly, "Kill." The evil spirit emitted a shrill screech, pouncing over toward the spirit-controlling sect disciples. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Sikong Xiu's mouth and he said, "How can the might of my spirit-controlling sect be what an ant-like you can imagine? A measly evil spirit, do you really think that you can take down us? O guardian of the sect, spirit-controlling sect disciple, Sikong Xiu, offers a sacrifice with soul force and divine essence, to summon the guardian sacred beast." The other disciples and Sikong Xiu were the same, chanting away. Those divine souls dispersed in the air underwent a bizarre change at this time. An enormous claw that seemingly came from great antiquity probed out of the void. This enormous claw gave off a powerful aura. It was actually a level stronger than even the evil spirit. Rumble. Two mighty rank 5 powerhouses directly collided together. But that enormous claw was clearly a notch greater, directly smacking the rank 5 evil spirit flying with one claw. That evil spirit's aura immediately withered significantly. Then, an enormous beast covered in silver scales all over slowly stepped out of the void. The behemoth's body gave off an unfathomable aura. Ning Tianping's face changed and he said, This is the beast soul of a silver scale single-horned beast. What a powerful beast soul. The auras of Sikong Xiu and the rest immediately wilted considerably after this behemoth appeared. But Sikong Xiu was incomparably excited and said with a big laugh, "Punk, you forced me. This silver-scale single-horned beast is our sect's guardian sacred beast, a former rank 7 powerful existence. Now, suffer his wrath well." Tigerheart actually started shuddering in front of this silver-scale single-horned beast's beast soul. Even white light was also deathly pale, akin to facing a great enemy. "Your Excellency, this silver-scale single-horned beast is too powerful, it's not what we can rival at all," Tigerheart said tremblingly. Yi Yuan looked at that beast soul and said with a cold smile, "Guardian sacred beast. A rank 7 powerful existence, but you guys actually wiped away the consciousness of his beast soul and imprisoned him inside the sect, making him unable to reincarnate for all of eternity, guarding the sect generation after generation. This kind of sect, how vicious." Dustless saw through with one glance that this beast soul was merely a small portion of the main body. Clearly, with the strength of these people in front of them, summon at this kind of power was already the limit. However, the baleful aura on this beast soul was very strong. It did not willingly defend the sect, but it was the spirit-controlling sect that imprisoned it in a certain place with a special method, offering it up for the sect disciples to control. This kind of method was extremely cruel. The beast soul would never reincarnate for all of eternity. Rank 7 divine beast, that was a powerful existence comparable to heavenly Empyreans. Each one was an incomparably proud existence, to actually be controlled by a bunch of trash. This was simply the trampling of dignity to a rank 7 divine beast. Sikong Xiu gave a cold laugh and said, "So what? In the eyes of our spirit-controlling sect, fierce beasts and divine beasts are merely slaves provided for martial artists to control. They only need to obey our orders and do things. So what if a rank 7 divine beast, isn't it still a brutish animal?" Sikong Xiu was not ashamed in the slightest but took pride in it instead. A rank 7 divine beast, what kind of proud existence was it? It actually became a brutish animal out of his mouth. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of a chill, and he said in a cold voice, "Survival of the fittest in natural selection, this in itself has no cause for much criticism. But your spirit-controlling sect's conduct is too cruel, going against nature and reason, being worse than even animals. You deserve death." Sikong Xiu burst into laughter when he heard it and said, "It's just too bad that you can't kill me. That evil spirit of yours is too weak." Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said with disdain, "Although this divine beast is strong, It's just a pity that you guys are too weak. The beast soul summoned is merely just initial stage rank 5. Sikong Shio smiled and said, "Heh, dealing with that trash evil spirit of yours, it's enough. Guardian sacred best, tear that punk into pieces for me." Roar. An earth-shaking roar echoed out. That silver-scale single-horned beast raised its enormous claw and smack over towards Yi Yuan. This claw carried a realm suppress that shocked the soul, powerful to the extreme. Even though it was just initial stage rank 5, he was once a rank 7 powerful existence after all. That kind of pressure that came from the depths of the soul made people shudder. Even first firmament celestial deity martial artists absolutely could not survive by a fluke under this claw. In comparison, Yi Yuan's evil spirit was much weaker. Ha ha ha, go to hell. A fool who overestimates his ability. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, his face not having the slightest change in countenance. Right at this time, an even more powerful soul force than the silver-scale single-horned beast suddenly burst forth. Ghost Dao 100 Runes, 21st Dao, Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. That evil spirit's body suddenly expanded more than 10 times, raised a ghost claw, and smashed over toward the silver-scale single-horned beast. Bang! Sikong Shio's expression changed drastically, looking at this scene in disbelief. Only to see the guardian sacred beast that they took great pains to summon dissipate with a loud bang under this punch. This evil spirit was suddenly more than 10 times stronger than before. Pew, pew, pew. With the guardian sacred beast being defeated, these spirit-controlling sect disciples suffered great damage to their minds, all spurting fresh blood wildly, bodies flying out backward. Sikong Shio's expression was struck dumb with amazement as he looked at this scene and said, This is impossible. How can this evil spirit be so strong?" Chapter 1779 Humiliation. Chapter 1779 Humiliation. The guardian sacred beast was actually defeated. Blasting away an initial stage rank 5 beast soul with one punch, this kind of strength simply made people shocked. One had to know, this rank 5 evil spirit was not considered powerful. Even human first firmament celestial deities could defeat him. But the guardian sacred beast was actually directly killed in one shot. This is your greatest reliance. What laughable pride. Yi Yuan's words were full of contempt. This beast soul was indeed powerful, but in front of the present Dustless, it was still not enough to look at. Following Yi Yuan's strength gradually becoming stronger, the soul-suppressing pearl also recovered a lot of power. Although this rank 5 evil spirit was powerful, it did not unlock intelligence. After Dustless appeared, he directly subdued the evil spirit. Previously, it was all the evil spirit fighting instinctively. But just now, Dustless controlled the evil spirit's actions through the soul-suppressing pearl. With his ghost Dao attainments, the power of this punch, even a second firmament celestial deity would also find it hard to resist, let alone the beast soul that Sikong Shio summoned. The faces of the spirit-controlling sect's people revealed despair. Only at this time did they deeply experience Yi Yuan's might. Sikong Shio's face was ashen. Right now, they used their final trump card. Not only did they could not kill Yi Yuan, but their cultivation realms were also greatly damaged instead. The current Sikong Shio, his realm already fell to 7th firmament divine lord. Even without borrowing the evil spirit's strength, Yi Yuan could easily kill him too. White Light, I'll leave this guy to you. The humiliation that he gave you, get it back 1,000 times over. Yi Yuan turned around and said to White Light with a smile. The current White Light already recovered to human form. He looked at Sikong Shio, eyes spewing fire. Walking out of the immortal Grove world, he had yet to suffer such unprecedented humiliation before. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he gritted his teeth and said, Thanks, big brother. This guy's life, I'm taking it. Sikong Shio was aware that he would not get away. Hearing that, he laughed wildly and said, Lowly animal. Turning into a human form also can't change the fact that you're lowly. Just the likes of you also want to take my life. Rage was written all over White Light's face as he said in a solemn voice, Big brother has done it to this extent for me. If I still can't kill you, I'm also not fit to be his brother anymore. Scoundrel Sikong, prepare to die. On White Light's body, The white tiger pressure virtually turned corporeal. It was only to see him turned into an afterimage, shooting over towards Sikong Xiu. Sikong Xiu gave a cold laugh and directly brought out the Dark Soul Pearl and said, "Reckless and blind fool, don't you forget, the Dark Soul Pearl is still in my hands." Woos. H. Plus his voice had yet to fade when a beam of sword light Pares said through the void, "Slas. Hi plusing directly on the Dark Soul Pearl." Clank. The strength of this sword was tremendous, directly hacking the Dark Soul Pearl flying, breaking free of Sikong Xiu's grasp. Right at this moment, White Light's figure already arrived. Bang! White Light's punch smashed solidly on the right side of Sikong Xiu's face, directly knocking him to the ground. Half of his face became distorted. The current White Light already reached the level of late-stage rank 4 as well. This punch was thrown in anger. How great was its power? Sikong Xiu's eyes rolled back, clearly being smashed dizzy. White Light naturally knew that the Dark Soul Pearl was in Sikong Xiu's hands, but he likewise knew that Yi Yuan would not let Sikong Xiu have an opportunity to attack. White Light's trust in Yi Yuan was unconditional. Leaving his back to Yi Yuan, he was too at ease. White Light did not stop, following up with his victorious pursuit, pummeling Sikong Xiu. Taking advantage of the initiative, how could Sikong Xiu, who originally had strength matching White Light's, still have any power to resist at this time? Yi Yuan just wanted to let White Light vent the grievances in his heart. He naturally would not give Sikong Xiu any chance for a fair fight. Yi Yuan picked up the Dark Soul Pearl and could not resist sizing it up. "Senior, this thing also seems to be a soul-type Divine Lord mystic treasure. It's quite mysterious." Yi Yuan communicated with Yi Yuan in his consciousness. Dustless nodded and said, "This object is refined specifically to target beast souls. It possesses extremely strong suppression effects, able to make the demon race's beast souls produce the thought of submitting uncontrollably." Yi Yuan played with it for a while and suddenly said, "Senior, this thing is a soul-type Divine Lord mystic treasure, then can you alter it?" The moment Dustless heard, he immediately understood Yi Yuan's meaning and smiled as he said with a nod, "Although beast souls and divine souls are two different forms, they are essentially the same. This old man just has to slightly add something extra and it can naturally work." The moment Yi Yuan heard, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. "White Light, all right." Hearing Yi Yuan's yell, only then did White Light stop and spat fiercely. "Big brother." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Vented your anger yet?" White Light grinned and said, "Feels much better." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Let you watch a show, it will feel even better." White Light's eyes lit up, faintly revealing a look of antic. 1p Asian. Yi Yuan came to the half-dead Sikong Xiu's side. Lifting his hand, he drove the Dark Soul Pearl into his divine soul. At the same time, a mysterious power also entered his divine soul along with it. Immediately, Sikong Xiu's eyes became hollow. When his fellow disciples saw this scene, their faces could not help changing drastically. That red-clothed girl said, How is this possible? The Dark Soul Pearl's effect on humans is extremely weak. Senior apprentice Brother Sikong has peak Divine Lord Realm Divine Soul, so how can the Dark Soul Pearl be effective? How could she know that the level of the soul-suppressing pearl was much higher than this Dark Soul Pearl? With Dustless's means, adding extra stuff was too easy. Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Lie down." Sikong Xiu seemed to have forgotten his pain, immediately laying on the ground like a dog. "Go, lick White Light's shoes properly, lick until it's clean," Yi Yuan ordered. The current Sikong Xiu was exactly the same as the White Light before, obeying Yi Yuan's orders involuntarily. Furthermore, this Dark Soul Pearl only suppressed the divine soul. Hence, what he was doing, he was perfectly aware. Otherwise, White Light also would not have such a strong sense of humiliation after recovering his freedom. Sikong Xiu crawled to White Light's side like a dog and really started licking White Light's shoes. Very soon, White Light's shoes were licked very clean. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The Dark Soul Pearl returned to his hand. Sikong Xiu's eyes also recovered clarity. He looked at Yi Yuan, eyes bloodshot from anger as he said, "Punk, you dare to humiliate me like this? I'll fight it out with you." White Light raised his feet and directly kicked him flying. Yi Yuan looked at him coldly and opened his mouth to say, "Now, feel humiliated? Do you feel what my brother experienced?" Sikong Xiu clutched his chest and gritted his teeth and said, "Pooh, how can he, a lowly brutish animal, be mentioned in the same breath with me?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so? What difference was there between you and an animal just now? As long as I'm willing, I can make you be an animal for life. Do you want to try it?" Sikong Xiu's face changed, eyes revealing a look of fear. This guy in front of him was simply a devil. Seeing Sikong Xiu keep mum, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You relax, I feel it utterly beneath my dignity to use an animal like you. Doing these is purely in order to humiliate you. I'll let you know that the outcome of bullying my brother is very serious. Now, you're useless. So tell me everything you know about the Bamboo Groove Void Realm situation." Chapter 1780 Heart of the Void Realm. 1780 Heart of the Void Realm tell you? Hehe, dream on. Even if I die, I won't tell you anything. The current Sikong Xiu was already close to going mad, his dignity was already utterly ravaged. His hatred toward Yi Yuan also reached the peak. But Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "You misunderstood. I didn't have the intention of listening to you speak. What you say, I won't believe it either. So, I'll see for myself." Sikong Xiu froze when he heard that and laughed wildly as he said, "You want to soul search? Ha ha ha, my spirit controlling sect is most proficient in the divine soul path. My realm is also a lot higher than yours. You actually said to me that you want to soul search? Ignorant fool." Yi Yuan looked at Sikong Xiu very calmly and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so?" Bang! Yi Yuan directly stomped Sikong Xiu to the ground with a foot, divine soul pouring into his sea of consciousness frenziedly. Sikong Xiu's realm fell greatly, but his divine soul was still very powerful. Logically speaking, it was totally impossible for Yi Yuan to want to soul search. Sikong Xiu naturally thought so as well. His soul force also poured out frenziedly, wanting to directly extinguish Yi Yuan's divine soul. But right at this time, a mysterious energy was directly pumped into his sea of consciousness. His divine soul seemed to be instantly frozen, unable to move at all. That sort of feeling was like having his hands and feet bound up. He could only passively watch Yi Yuan's divine soul searching willfully in his sea of consciousness. Sikong Xiu was overwhelmed with shame and anger. All of his secrets were displayed in front of Yi Yuan unreservedly. When the spirit-controlling sect disciples saw this scene, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. Yi Yuan really succeeded. This young man in front of them was too scary. Who on earth was he? After a slight while, Yi Yuan's divine sense withdrew, his eyes revealing a ruminating expression. "Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Sikong Xiu pounced over toward Yi Yuan with a roar. Ning Qianping flashed, directly sending him flying with a slap. The current Sikong Xiu was already an arrow at the end of its flight. With Ning Qianping's current skills, dealing with him was easily accomplished. "A trash like you wants to kill His Excellency?" Ning Qianping said disdainfully. Yi Yuan looked at Sikong Xiu and said with a cold smile, "Your spirit-controlling sect is really worse than animals. White Light, Qianping, Tiger Heart, kill all of them, spare none." This spirit-controlling sect committed many evils and had utterly no humanity to speak of. This Sikong Xiu was even more wicked, raping and looting, committing all kinds of atrocities. This kind of person, if Yi Yuan did not run into him, then forget it since he provoked him, Yi Yuan naturally would not be soft-hearted. These spirit-controlling sect disciples were all in very sluggish states currently because of summoning the guardian sacred beast. White Light 3 people disposed of those few like chopping vegetables. "Big brother, I really didn't think that you could actually search for me until here. If not for you, I probably," White Light's expression dimmed. Thinking of that life worse than pigs and dogs from henceforth, he could not help feeling lingering fear. Ning Qianping could not resist saying, "Brother White Light, you don't know how great a price His Excellency expended in order to find you." Yi Yuan glared fiercely and said angrily, "You talk too much." Ning Qianping stuck out his tongue and sensibly shut up. White Light was moved inwardly. With Ning Qianping saying so, how could he still not understand in his heart? Alright, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. It's good that you're alright. Yi Yuan patted White Light's shoulder and said. White Light nodded his head and said no more. Between him and Yi Yuan already did not need to say too many feeble words to thank. If Yi Yuan was in trouble, he would likewise throw caution to the winds and go save him. Only after a bout of small talk did Yi Yuan know that White Light did not want to come to the Demon Divine region on his own initiative, but he was compelled against his will. Back then, after he left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he accidentally stumbled into a grotto. White Light obtained the Tiger Clan's legacy inside the grotto and was also trapped there for as long as several hundred years. Later, White Light's strength advanced a lot, and he could finally walk out of the cave. Who knew that walking out from there, he already arrived at the Demon Divine region. Then later on, Yi Yuan knew about it. When he knew the whole story, his entire person was stunned there. He did not think that he treated Black Pupil as a brother, but Black Pupil took him to be a fool. But after hearing the Black Pupil was tortured to death by the Heavenly Tiger King, White Light also felt at ease. No matter what, Big Brother already avenged him. Big Brother, what should we do now? Did you find any useful clues from that Sikong Xiu? White Light asked. The urgent matter on hand was for the few people to find a way out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Bamboo Groove Void Realm has a Void Realm Heart. Void Realm Hearts are a singularity that connects the Heavenspan world and Void Realms. It can continuously draw energy from the Heavenspan world without ceasing, maintaining the Void Realm's consumption. As long as one can find the Void Realm Heart, they will be able to find a way back. White Light frowned when he heard that and said, this Void Realm Heart is so important. So it definitely isn't that easy to find, right? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, this Bamboo Groove Void Realm is an Empyrean-level Void Realm. Many major sects also have true God realm powerhouses holding down the fort. Wanting to barge into the place where the Void Realm Heart is at is simply nothing more than wishful thinking. The three people could not help drawing a cold breath when they heard. This Void Realm Heart was so important, it was definitely held in the hands of the most powerful characters. Empyrean-level powerhouses, blowing a breath could turn the few of them into dust. Wanting to barge into the place where the Void Realm Heart was at was simply an impossible mission. Your Excellency, could it be that we have to keep on waiting here? Ning Qianping's expression changed slightly as he said. Yi Yuan said, not necessarily so as well. The faction in charge of the Void Realm Heart is called Bamboo Groove Holy Temple. Under the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple, there are more than 10 true God-level sect forces. Every 1,000 years, these true God-level sect forces would undergo the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, and the top 5 of the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave will have the qualifications to become the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple's disciple. And these 5 people will also obtain the qualifications to enter the Void Heart Realm to gain enlightenment on Tao. Inside the Void Realm Heart, there were the lifetime comprehensions of the major power who created this Void Realm left behind. So it was not only an important treasure for maintaining the operation of the Void Realm, it was also an excellent place for comprehending Tao. Big Brother, your meaning is that we have to join these sects, then take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave? White Light said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not us, it's me. This Bamboo Groove Void Realm martial artists' legacies are extremely ancient. The divine essence that they cultivate is also different from the Heavenspan world. When you guys arrive at the sects, as long as you utilize divine essence, you'll immediately be found out. So, the few of you wait in the Purple Extreme Hall and cultivate well. I'll bring you all back to the Heavenspan world. White Light shrugged and said, all right. Big Brother, your cultivation method is too freakish. So it is better to leave this kind of thing for you to do. He knew that Yi Yuan's cultivation method could even simulate the fiend race's fiend essence, let alone this Bamboo Groove Void Realm's divine essence. Yi Yuan carried out soul search on Sikong Xiu and naturally knew the exit of the sundered boundary. He let White Light and the rest enter the Purple Extreme Hall. He then headed toward the exit that led to the Bamboo Groove Void Realm himself. Chapter 1781 Two Choices. 1781. Two choices on a broad avenue. Yi Yuan was currently walking forward slowly. On the streets, many martial artists were in groups or walking alone. The auras on these people were not weak, they were actually all Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan knew that they were going to the Shadow Moon sect to take part in the sect assessment. He was also the same. Yi Yuan learned from Sikong Xiu's Sea of Consciousness that among true God level sects, only the Shadow Moon sect was currently recruiting new disciples. There were still roughly 200 years until the next Bamboo Groove martial conclave. Yi Yuan needed to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible within these 200 years. Those taking part in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave must be at the celestial deity realm. And Yi Yuan seemed to still have a very long way to go to the celestial deity realm. In the previous few years, Yi Yuan had been immersed in alchemy Dao all along, and his martial Dao did not progress much. Over these 200 years, Yi Yuan planned to cultivate with all his might, and strive to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible. Hey, little brother, which sect are you from? You seem like a new face here. Perhaps a burly man felt bored and moved close to Yi Yuan's side and walked alongside him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I came from a Divine Lord level small sect. It doesn't have much reputation. The burly man smiled and said, so that's how it is. No wonder your strength is so weak. With your strength, it's probably very difficult to pass the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination. Yi Yuan secretly smiled in his heart. This guy's personality was very straightforward. But he could also tell that this man was a straightforward character. Whatever he had, he would say, without going through his brain at all. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, I'm just here to give it try. After all, my original sect already doesn't have anything that I can continue to learn about. The burly man said, makes sense, for you to be able to cultivate to your current realm at a Divine Lord level small sect, it's indeed very not easy already. However, the geniuses capable of entering the Shadow Moon sect are all 1 in a million. If you want to pass the entrance examination, you'll probably have to take several hundred more years. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Amen, if it doesn't work out, I'll do miscellaneous work in the Shadow Moon sect. When my strength is sufficient, I'll come and take part in the entrance examination again. The Bamboo Groove Void Realm's territory was vast, sects standing in great numbers. These dozen over true God level sects were Leviathans. But there were still many celestial deity level sects and Divine Lord level sects. After these sects' geniuses had some accomplishments, many people would choose to enter higher level sects. Firstly, their own sect already did not have much room for development for them anymore. Staying would only waste time. Secondly, after these disciples entered true God level sects, once they learned something, they would take better care of their own sect. Hence, those going to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's examination were mostly true God level disciples. Of course, there were also some small sects disciples who were mostly unknown and were also not too likely to pass the assessment. The burly man's words were not without basis. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan's combat power was far from comparable to same-rank martial artists. The burly man smiled and said, Haha, I came from the Thundercloud sect. I'm called Han Yong. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, give me their names. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks, Brother Han. I'm Yi Yuan. The two people were currently chatting when a burst of ridicule suddenly came from the side. Ha ha ha, Han Yong, you also don't take a piss and look in the reflection yourself, just the likes of you also dare to take care of people. I'm bullying him now, so do you dare to cover him? Yi Yuan looked sideways and saw 3 youths in bright clothing looking at Han Yong with a smile that was not a smile, having a look of ridicule on their faces. These 3 people were very similar between the eyebrows. One look and they were 3 brothers. When Han Yong saw these 3 people, his expression could not help changing. He said in a solemn voice, Jiaoshi, what are you being COC Kai for? If you have the ability, come over by yourself. I guarantee that I won't beat you to death. Han Yong turned around and whispered to Yi Yuan, this is Jiao Jiao, Jiao Shu, and Jiao Shi, 3 brothers, originating from Devil Elephant sect. They are sworn enemies of our Thundercloud sect. The moment Yi Yuan heard, He immediately understood in his heart. Zhao Shi said with disdain when he heard this, "You're merely a hair stronger than me. You aren't even a match for my second brother. Yet, you still dare to be insolent in front of us three brothers? Your Thundercloud sect is really trash, just sending a good-for-nothing like you out. You can only put on a front in front of some small sects." The words angered Han Yong until his expression turned livid. Zhao Shi three brothers were extremely talented. The three people's strength had always advanced at the same rate. Zhao Shi was slightly weaker, also peak 7th Firmament Divine Lord. The other two were 8th Firmament Divine Lords. Han Yong's talent was actually really good. He just recently became an 8th Firmament Divine Lord. It was just that in front of these three brothers, it was still a little worse. "Zhao Shi, you dare to insult my Thundercloud sect? If you have the balls, fight one-on-one with me." Han Yong did not dare to challenge the three of them and could only use words to go at Zhao Shi. But Zhao Shi only smiled and said, "After entering the Shadow Moon sect, there's plenty of time to fight one-on-one. But right now, heh, didn't you say that you're covering for this kid? Now, I'm going to bully him. I want to see what you use to SHI+ELD him with. I'm going to let everybody take a look at how trashy your Thundercloud sect is. What kind of strength you have, you don't have any idea yourself. Haven't even entered the sect and you dare to cover people." Han Yong's expression changed and he said to Yi Yuan, "I was the one who harmed you. You quickly go. I'll block him." But Zhao Shu laughed and said, "Isn't it too late to leave now? Your opponent is me." Zhao Shu's figure moved, directly facing off with Han Yong. Han Yong's strength was a notch weaker than Zhao Shu's. With his match up, he could only accept the challenge passively. If he wanted to run, he could naturally escape. But if he ran, Yi Yuan facing the Zhao trio brothers by himself, then the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Zhao Shi slowly walked to Yi Yuan and said with an amused look, "Kid, you're actually not running away. Are you scared, silly? Heh, don't blame me for bullying me. Want to blame someone? Blame Han Yong. Who asked that guy to like to posture?" Yi Yuan himself also felt baffled. Walking along the streets, he could actually get into such trouble too. However, Zhao Shi's strength, he did not take it seriously yet. If he did not provoke him and bickered a few sentences with Han Yong, then forget it. Yet, he wanted to come to provoke him. Yi Yuan could only sigh in his heart, wouldn't die if didn't court death. Everyone is going to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's examination. We'll all be fellow apprentices in the future, why is there a need to end up like this? Yi Yuan said with a helpless look. Regarding this kind of lame fight, he was indeed disinclined to take part in it. As long as Zhao Shi himself pulled back, he would not stoop to the other party's level too. Zhao Shi laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Fellow apprentices? Ha ha ha, brat, you're thinking too much. With just the likes of your bit of strength, you also want to pass the Shadow Moon sect's examination? You and I are never of the same world. Hence, there's no way we'll be fellow apprentices." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then?" Zhao Shi sneered and said, "Kid, I have to admire your nerves. Now, I'll give you two choices. Number 1, kneel down and yell Thundercloud sect is trash 3 times. Second, I'll cripple your cultivation, break both your legs, and let you crawl to the Shadow Moon sect." Chapter 1782 Understood. 1782 understood this kid is also pitiful, to actually provoke the Zhao three brothers. Isn't that so? The Zhao three brothers are well-known genius disciples in celestial deity level sect. That kid is just a 5th firmament divine lord. Do you guys think that he'll choose to kowtow or choose to have both legs broken? It's definitely to kowtow. Even if he offends the Thundercloud sect, as long as he can stay in the Shadow Moon sect and do chapter ORS, there will always be a possibility of rising again. With a show to watch, quite a few people stopped their footsteps and crowded around to watch. They were currently all guessing which option Yi Yuan would choose. Of course, the majority of the people felt that Yi Yuan would choose the first one. After all, in their eyes, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win against the peak 7th firmament divine Lord Zhao Shi. But Zhao Shi's words made Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turn cold. He and Zhao Shi had no grudges nor enmity. But this guy still transferred his anger to him and wanted to send him to his doom because of Han Yong. If I don't choose any, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Shi smiled and said, you must choose. Because if you don't choose, I'll help you choose the second one. Yi Yuan said, then, I'll choose the third one. Zhao Shi froze and said angrily, I didn't give you a third option. Still not choosing? I'll help you choose. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the third one was added by me. Everybody go to the Shadow Moon sect together and partic. 1P8 in the entrance examination, isn't that good? Zhao Shi's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, you're toying with me? Yi Yuan said coolly, I wanted to save you a bit of face. Looks like your reputation is still considerable. If you were to get beaten by me in front of so many people, how humiliating would that be? The moment Zhao Shi heard this, he could not help letting out a big laugh as he said, you? Beat me? Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke that I've heard. Kid, I changed my mind, now, I'm going to cripple both your hands and legs. Let you unable to even crawl. The surrounding people all used eyes like looking at an idiot to look at Yi Yuan. A fifth firmament divine lord pummeling a seventh firmament divine lord, was he trying to be funny? There was a small stage in between. This kind of fool was actually coming to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination too. What a wonder. Zhao Shi was thoroughly enraged by Yi Yuan. He formed claws with his fingers, the world power of seventh firmament divine lord gushed out frenziedly, directly grabbing towards Yi Yuan's arms. Zhao Shi had an imposing momentum. This grab was determined to succeed. Right at this time, Yi Yuan threw out a palm swift like lightning, inconceivably quick. Crack. Yi Yuan attacked extremely precisely, directly disregarding Zhao Shi's world power, grabbing the webbing between his thumb and index finger and crushed fiercely. His fingers snapped at the sound of it. Arg! A scream came over. Zhao Shu and Zhao Zhao's expressions changed. Zhao Shu was alarmed in his heart. Repelling Han Yong with one move, he glared at Yi Yuan and said, Punk, let him go, otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Everyone all looked at this scene in incredible shock, feeling that it was preposterous to the extreme. Indeed, subduing the enemy in one move. However, it was completely contrary to what they thought. The powerful Zhao Shi was actually restrained in one move. Yi Yuan gave an O. Loosening his 5 fingers, he actually let go of Zhao Shi. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart. Zhao Shi hurt until he broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect to fail miserably in a simple task, the anger in his heart already billowing to the sky. The moment Yi Yuan let go, his left hand grabbed toward Yi Yuan's throat like lightning. He wanted to take Yi Yuan's life. However, he was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. Crack. Another crisp bone-breaking sound. The 5 fingers of Zhao Shi's left hand were also directly broken by Yi Yuan. Arg! Zhao Shi's mouth emitted an even more shrill scream than just now, akin to a pig getting slaughtered. Yi Yuan made his move neat and tidily, without the least bit of sloppiness. Zhao Shu and Zhao Zhao's faces changed again and they said in anger, Kid, do you not understand our words? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I understood. Didn't I already let go? It was he who courted death by wanting to kill me. I only broke his 5 fingers, so it's already considered courteous. Zhao Zhao's face fell and he said in a cold voice, Kid, you're very courageous, to actually dare break my third brother's 10 fingers. If you can leave alive today, my Zhao Zhao 2 words will be written upside down. Bang! His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan raised his feet and directly kicked on Zhao Shi's knee, directly kicking his knee joints to pieces. Another bone-piercing severe pain was transmitted to his brain. Zhao Shi's eyes rolled back and he fainted from the pain. When Yi Yuan heard, he smiled faintly and said, Your meaning is that I can only stand here and let him kill me? Now, what do you still have to say? All around, everyone all drew cold breaths. They were all shocked by Yi Yuan's strength, but they were even more shocked by Yi Yuan's means. He actually crippled Zhao Shi in front of Zhao Zhao. In their view, Zhao Shi underestimated the enemy too much just now. That was why he would be restrained by Yi Yuan. But Zhao Zhao's strength was at the 8th firmament divine lord realm. Yi Yuan's action was undoubtedly seeking death. When Zhao Zhao saw Zhao Shi's miserable appearance, the muscles on his face were twitching. It was just that Yi Yuan's ruthlessness also made him extremely apprehensive. His expression changed several times and he finally said, "Brat, you let go of Zhao Shi, and then I'll let you leave." By the side, Han Yong was long dumbfounded from watching. He thought that Yi Yuan would be dead for sure this time. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so vicious. Not only did he not die, he even returned Zhao Shi's words to him, directly crippling him. Hearing Zhao Zhao's words, Han Yong's expression changed and he said, "Yi Yuan, don't believe him." But Yi Yuan smiled nonchalantly and said, "Everyone will be fellow apprentices in the future. We'll be meeting frequently, falling out too hard isn't good." Finished talking, he directly made his move and threw Zhao Shi over. Zhao Shu's figure moved, hurriedly catching. But at the same time, Zhao Zhao moved. His aura was more than 10 times stronger than Zhao Shi's. Han Yong blocked in front of Yi Yuan with a flash without thinking. Bang! The two people forcefully exchanged a blow. Han Yong retreated several dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stand firm. While Zhao Zhao did not budge an inch. Striking Han Yong back, Zhao Zhao did not stop in the least bit. Russ. Hi plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a youth in white slowly walked out and said to Zhao Zhao, "All right, Zhao Zhao, give me face, let this matter go like this." When Zhao Zhao saw this person, his expression could not help changing, and he said in a solemn voice, "Young fan, this is none of your business. This punk beat my third brother until like this. Could it be that you want me to swallow the insult and endure in silence?" Young fan said coolly, "You also know my relations. Hi+P with Han Yong. If you still don't know what's good for you, then I can only take action." Yi Yuan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He originally wanted to teach Zhao Zhao a lesson. He did not expect that someone threw a wrench in the works. But the aura on this young fan's body was very powerful. He was already not far from becoming a 9th firmament divine lord. Clearly, Zhao Zhao was very wary of him. Zhao Zhao's expression changed several times, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll give you face today. But, when this kid is unable to pass the entrance examination, I'll definitely take his life then." Young fan said coolly, "At that time, it's naturally up to you." Zhao Zhao's face fell and he said to Zhao Shu, "Bring along third brother. Let's go." Chapter 1783 Team Up With Me. 1783 Team Up With Me. Young fan sized Yi Yuan up, revealing a look of curiosity. But Han Yong laughed loudly and said, "Haha, fortunately, old Young you came in the nick of time. Otherwise, the two of us will die here today. Zhao Zhao this damn fellow, there will come a day where I'll make him pay the price." Young fan shot him a glare and said, "You can really cause trouble." Han Yong cried injustice as he said, "This has nothing to do with me. I was just chatting with younger brother Yi and those few fellows suddenly came out. But speaking of which, younger brother Yi is loyal enough. I like that. I can't SHI+ELDU, but old Yang can definitely cover you." Young fan shot him a glare and said, "This matter isn't over yet. Don't you forget, the devil elephant lineage has considerable power and influence in the Shadow Moon sect. Some people, even I can't afford to provoke them either." Han Yong's face changed, revealing a solemn expression. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood in his heart. It seemed like there were many factions in this Shadow Moon sect too. But it was also not surprising, with the Bamboo Groove Void Realm system, quite a few people all come from the same sect. They would naturally help one another. Provoking the Zhao Trio brothers, a single misstep and it was provoking the entire devil elephant lineage's people. Humph. All in all, younger brother Yi will be my brother, Han Yong's brother, in the future. If anyone dares to bully him, they will have to ask me first." Han Yong said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Then I'll have to thank brother Han very much." Han Yong smiled and said, "But speaking of which, younger brother Yi, your strength really makes me view you in a different light. Perhaps you can really pass the examination." In front of the mountain gate, several hundred divine Lord Realm powerhouses were gathered together. At this time, quite a few people's gazes looked in the same direction. That was a woman in a purple dress, skin akin to pale cream color, having arched eyebrows and bright red lips. She could be rated as an unparalleled beauty of a generation. That's the Bailey Qingyang of the Immortal Abode sect. Indeed, ridiculously beautiful. I heard that she's already a peak 9th firmament divine lord at less than 800 years old. This is a true genius. Coming to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination this time, it should be for the sake of the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple slots, right? Yi Yuan was also secretly somewhat surprised. This Bailey Qingyang's talent could virtually be put on par with the Lung Qiuling that he met on the Heavenspan Mountain. Indeed, there were no shortages of geniuses everywhere. But beside Bailey Qingyang, there were still two youths. The auras on their bodies were actually not weaker than Bailey Qingyang. Those two, one is called Duan Qinghong, originating from the Clouds Word sect. The other is called Zhong Hanlin, coming from the Soaring Flower sect. Coupled with Bailey Qingyang's Immortal Abode sect, these three great sects are all the leaders of celestial deity level sect. The three of them joining the Shadow Moon sect at this time, their goal is likely for the sake of the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple spots. Looking is enough, Bailey Qingyang, that kind of beauty, you have no chance. Although you have the appearance of a pretty boy, your strength is too weak. When Han Yong saw Yi Yuan stare at that side, he came up to beat him down without any mercy. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. When was he interested in Bailey Qingyang? Just as they were talking, a disciple dressed in Shadow Moon sect outer sect attire walked over toward Yi Yuan's side. Han Yong's expression could not help change when he saw the person. He then said in a solemn voice, "It's Song Ting. He's the Zhao brothers' senior apprentice brother." Song Ting's gaze was dark as he said, "Brat, heard that you ambushed Zhao Shi and crippled his hands and legs, making him unable to partake. 1p8 in the examination this time?" Yi Yuan attacked him extremely heavily. Even if he swallowed medicinal pills, his injury also could not recover within a short time. With Zhao Shi's situation, he was definitely unable to take part in the test this time. And the ones present currently were only Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu, two people. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Senior apprentice brother misunderstood." Song Ting's face fell and he said, "You dare to quibble?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, "I didn't ambush him, but I crippled him openly and uprightly." Song Ting was taken aback, and then he said in great rage, "Punk, you dare to mess with me?" Yi Yuan said, "I was just saying it directly." "Why? Is senior apprentice brother going to stand up for Zhao Shi?" Yi Yuan knew that they already stepped into the mountain currently. Song Ting did not dare to make a move. "Heh, kid, looks like you feel reassured with someone's backing. But don't you forget, the entrance examination this first round doesn't restrict killing," Song Ting said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu behind Song Ting and said with disdain, "With the likes of these two good-for-nothings?" Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu were greatly enraged the moment they heard and wanted to attack but was stopped by Song Ting. "Punk, you're very gutsy. I heard that you came from a small sect, so you probably don't know how powerful the Devil Elephant lineage is in the Shadow Moon sect yet, right? But you don't have a need to know either, because you can't walk out of the Shadow Moon mountain range," Song Ting said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said speechlessly, "Senior apprentice brother coming to find me is in order to let out harsh words. That's very childish." Song Ting wanted to come and see Yi Yuan wag his tag and beg for mercy. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually ted him until he could not get off the stage. This guy definitely did not know how terrifying the Devil Elephant lineage strength was. That was why he would be like this. However, that was not important anymore. This punk was dead for sure. Song Ting's expression changed and he said in a cold voice, "Good, very good. Punk, you'll feel how terrifying my wrath is." When the others saw this scene, they were shocked until their jaws hit the ground. Apart from the three great sects, the Devil Elephant sect strength was second to none. Their powerhouses in the Shadow Moon sect were plentiful, their power and influence could be said to be immense. But now, Yi Yuan, a fifth firmament divine lord little fellow, actually dared to provoke the Devil Elephant lineage. This guy's guts were also a little too fat, right? Han Yong gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "A fine person, indeed. Younger brother, you're really gutsy." Song Ting is already a half-step celestial deity powerhouse, as well as half a foot already stepped into becoming an inner disciple. However, he'll probably mobilize the devil elephant lineage's connections and make the disciples taking part in the examination this time all target you. Yang Fan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "You, kid, are also a troublemaker. What's the deal with yielding sometimes? Those partic 1p8ing in the examination this time, quite a few people's strengths are all not beneath mine. Furthermore, the soaring flower sect's relations. HI plus P with the devil elephant sect is pretty good. He might have Zhong Hanlin take action to deal with you. At that time, even if it's me, it's hard to resist too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Want to make me yield? No chance. Want to kill me? Come at me with your own capabilities then. The examination this time, Brother Han and Brother Yang form a team, I'll be by myself." The moment Han Yong heard, he said in great rage, "What are you saying? Speaking of which, this matter was still caused by me, how can you abandon you? If you still say this kind of words, don't blame me for falling out." Yi Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice sounded out by his eyes. "Do you have people to form a team? If you don't, why not team up with me?" Yi Yuan turned around to look. Who was it if not Bailey Qingyang? Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Haha, then, following you is too dangerous. I'd better forsake you." Han Yong coughed dryly twice and said with a mysterious smile on his face. Chapter 1784 Bring you to win lying down. Chapter 1784 Bring you to win lying down. Is it for real? Bailey Qingyang actually took the initiative to invite others to form a team? That kid's strength is also too weak, right? Why didn't she find me to form a team? It's killing me with envy. Bailey Qingyang's actions stunned everyone. A heaven's chosen of this generation actually took the initiative to form a team with a fifth firmament divine Lord Rookie. It really made people's jaws drop. Especially Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin, the looks that those two people cast over were virtually going to kill Yi Yuan. Not just them, even Yi Yuan himself also had a befuddled look and did not come back to his senses for a while. But when he came back to his senses, he said something that stunned everyone even more. "Sorry, I plan on entering the mountain alone. Miss Bailey, please seek someone more capable," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Buzz. An uproar burst out all around. Just now, everyone's eyes wished to kill Yi Yuan. But now, everyone used a look of exasperation at his failure to live up to expectations to look at him. Did this guy's brain have an issue? Didn't he see that Bailey Qingyang even rejected Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin? To be able to spend a month's time in the mountain with an unrivaled beauty, that was something that everyone yearned for day and night. Even if they died, that was also worth it. This fool actually refused. With this, it was Bailey Qingyang's turn to have an astounded look. Immediately, a hint of red flashed across her face. He actually refused her. The reason why Bailey Qingyang came to find Yi Yuan was because she was certain that Yi Yuan would not refuse. In fact, she totally never thought that Yi Yuan would refuse. But now, she was so embarrassed. Said. After musing for a moment, Bailey Qingyang said, "Can I have a word with you?" It was hard to get off after riding a tiger's back. Currently, for Bailey Qingyang, this had to work whether it succeeded or failed. Yi Yuan nodded his head and came to a remote place with Bailey Qingyang. "Why did you reject me?" Bailey Qingyang had a baffled look, her words carrying tender bashfulness, full of puzzlement. In her view, no man should be able to refuse her charm. Yi Yuan's mind was like a clear mirror, but he smiled and said, "Miss Bailey, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. You feel that my strength is meager and want to make use of me to shake off those two people's pestering. You feel that I hanker after your beauty and would agree to you without a word, or that I can pass the first round assessment under your protection. But, I have to say, you miscalculated. If it were others, they would definitely agree without hesitation. But what Yi Yuan thought was a lot more than others. Bailey Qingyang's reliance was not worth a single cent in front of him. He did not need beauty, much less the protection of Bailey Qingyang. So, he could be aloof if he had no selfish desires. While Bailey Qingyang was beautiful, what she had in mind did not have much temptation to Yi Yuan. Therefore, she miscalculated. Bailey Qingyang suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's mind was ridiculously clear-headed. She understood that Yi Yuan was negotiating terms with her. With your strength, if Song Ting is bent on dealing with you, there's absolutely no way you'll survive. If you follow me, you can pass the first round assessment very effortlessly. Bailey Qingyang was very puzzled. She felt that Yi Yuan did not have reason to reject her terms at all. Song Ting's threat just now, Bailey Qingyang took it into her sight. She felt that Yi Yuan would definitely need to seek protection under such tremendous pressure. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's strength was meager. If she formed a team with Yi Yuan, anyone would be able to tell that she just wanted to shake off Du and Qinghong, two people. To Yi Yuan, her addition could let Yi Yuan pass through the round even easier. In other words, as long as he followed her, Yi Yuan could win by simply not doing anything. Parsing the first round assessment practically did not have the least bit of suspense. But Yi Yuan refused. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "That's my own business. Moreover, Miss Bailey is too self-confident. Parsing the first round assessment isn't as hard as you imagine." Bailey Qingyang sneered to no end in her heart. The first round was not hard. That was said to her, Bailey Qingyang. Bailey Qingyang was very smart. She understood what Yi Yuan had in mind very quickly. Yi Yuan clearly saw through her thoughts and wanted to coerce with this, negotiating terms with her. Bailey Qingyang drew a deep breath, but her tone turned cold as she said, "I already said it, I can't take it back anymore. Speak, as long as you form a team with me, you can state your terms." Yi Yuan was speechless. Bailey Qingyang's self-importance was too high. He really did not want to team up with her, but Bailey Qingyang thought that Yi Yuan wanted to coerce her with this. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I don't have any conditions. If Miss Bailey insists on forming a team with me, why not play a melody on the zither for me and get rid of the loneliness in the mountains?" To Yi Yuan, with or without Bailey Qingyang's addition, it did not matter at all. But the beauty already stopped so low, he really could not refuse. Hence, that was why he agreed to Bailey Qingyang with such an excuse. Yi Yuan learned from Han Yong that Bailey Qingyang's zither skills were unparalleled. It was just that there were scanty few who could hear her zither sounds. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan said so. Bailey Qingyang was slightly taken aback. The flush on her face grew redder as she said with bashful anger, "You despicable villain." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, "If you can't even satisfy this bit of request, then forget about it." Bailey Qingyang was helpless and said angrily, "Fine. Consider it that I suck. You embed in your hands. This incident today, this Bailey will remember it." Yi Yuan was somewhat perplexed in his heart. Just playing a song on the zither, was there a need? When the two people returned, everyone's eyes concentrated on Yi Yuan. This guy is so shameless, looks like he really said yes. That act just now was probably loosening the line to rein it in better later, right? This guy is really despicable and shameless. Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyang standing together, everyone immediately understood in their hearts. Toward Yi Yuan's impudence and shamelessness, they also had grieving and indignant faces. It was as if a fresh flower was stuck on a cow dung. Even though they all knew that Bailey Qingyang was merely making use of Yi Yuan. Before long, a celestial deity powerhouse stepped out of the sky and said to everyone, "For you all to want to join my Shadow Moon sect, you must pass 2 rounds of examination. This first round is to hunt fierce beasts in the Shadow Moon mountain range. Now, you're free to team up. But each squad mustn't exceed 3 people. Fierce beasts killed in teams are only half of those killed individually. This hunt, killing isn't restricted. As long as you all have the strength, you can snatch fierce beasts from other people's hands. Alright, now, the first round assessment, begin." Following that celestial deity powerhouse's word of command, the martial artists entered the Shadow Moon mountain range in a single file. When everyone saw Yi Yuan together with Bailey Qingyang, they could not help having envious looks. And in the crowd, when Song Ting saw this scene, His gaze was incomparably sinister and ruthless. "Punk, you think that after hiding behind a woman, you can escape the fate of death? Heh, you're thinking too much. Even a genius like Bailey Qingyang also can't stop my devil elephant sect's intention to kill you." Chapter 1785 Beg Me. Chapter 1785 Beg Me. A ray of cold light flashed past. The swift and fierce sword energy directly dismembered a late-stage rank 4 fierce beast. Yi Yuan hugged both arms and was taking it easy with nothing to do by the side. "Go take the heavenly demon crystal." Bailey Qingyan's face was cold as frost as she ordered Yi Yuan. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, she would get angry. Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart. This lane SS was still angry with him. Ever since entering the Shadowmoon mountain range, Bailey Qingyang had never shown Yi Yuan a good attitude. But he did not refuse, walking over and retrieving the heavenly demon crystal neat and tidily. After the demon core within divine rank demonic beasts evolved into heavenly demon crystal, inside the heavenly demon crystal contained the lifetime essence of the fierce beast. Along the way, they already killed 3 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. Seemingly intent on exhibiting her powerful strength, Bailey Qingyang practically killed with one sword when she encountered fierce beasts. She wanted to see shock from Yi Yuan's eyes, but she was disappointed. Yi Yuan's performance was incomparably calm. But this kind of composure became sitting idly and reaping the fruits of others' labor in her eyes, sharing her achievements with no qualms of conscience. This made Bailey Qingyang very unhappy. "Look at you showing off. Do you really think that I can't take care of you?" Bailey Qingyang sneered in her heart. The next day, the two people ran into a late-stage rank 4 fierce beast very luckily once again. Yi Yuan hugged both arms calmly, waiting to watch the show. Bailey Qingyang suddenly said, "I'm tired. I'll leave it to you." This was merely a newly ascended late-stage rank 4 fierce beast, equivalent to a 7th firmament divine lord martial artist. For Bailey Qingyang to want to kill it, it was naturally very easy. But now, she deliberately wanted to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you're tired, rest for a while, I'll be right back." Bailey Qingyang was very disdainful in her heart and said with a cold smile, "Pretend. I'll see when you can pretend until." Although this Zilong Cloud Eye beast has just entered late-stage rank 4, 8th firmament divine lords also have to expend some effort to deal with it. "In a while, I'll watch you beg me to take action." Sobbingly. Swooze. H. Plus sword rose, sword fell. That Zilong Cloud Eye beast was virtually cut down under Yi Yuan's sword without the least bit of strength to resist. When Bailey Qingyang saw this scene, her gaze involuntarily turned sharp, revealing a look of surprise. How can this guy be so strong? If it were Bailey Qingyang herself, she could naturally do it to this extent. But Yi Yuan was just a 5th firmament divine lord. This guy actually had the strength to jump realms and battle. Yi Yuan retrieved the heavenly demon crystal, came in front of Bailey Qingyang, and said with a faint smile, "Miss Bailey, are you rested enough?" Bailey Qingyang's expression was somewhat ugly and she said in a cold voice, "Have you seen before someone rest so fast?" "No." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Like this then let's rest for a while more." As he said, Yi Yuan sat down not far from Bailey Qingyang and sized her up with interest. Bailey Qingyang's brows furrowed slightly and she said with displeasure, "Looking at what? Keep looking and I'll dig your eyeb. ALS out." Actually, Bailey Qingyang normally did not have such a cold personality. On the contrary, she was different from those iceberg beauties. Her temperament was rather warm. It was just that in her warmth, it exuded pride and keeping people 1,000 miles away, making people unable to look directly at her. But now, when she faced Yi Yuan, she was unable to be calm at all, and also could not display that kind of pride at all. Toward Bailey Qingyang's threat, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all, but smiled and said, "Miss Bailey, can I ask? So many examinees, but why did you pick me?" Bailey Qingyang gave a cold snort and said, "I felt that you had quite the backbone, that's why I picked you. I didn't expect that you're a despicable villain who takes advantage of others' perilous state." Yi Yuan immediately understood when he heard that. Looks like when Song Ting threatened him, Bailey Qingyang just happened to see it, that was why it would attract her attention. Taking advantage of others' perilous state, is it? Miss Bailey finding me, isn't it in order to make use of me to shake off those people's horror? Meant. Your action mounted me onto the fire to barbecue and provoked that kind of powerful adversary at the same time. Do you think that it's me who took advantage of someone's perilous state, or was it you who harbored ulterior motives? Or is it that you feel that with your charms, I wouldn't refuse you at all? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed. She did not expect that Yi Yuan saw it so thoroughly. Yes, if it were others, even if they clearly knew that they were being exploited, they would also agree to it willingly. But Yi Yuan would not. That was why there was that scene of rejection. With me around, they naturally don't dare to do anything to you. Bailey Qingyang defended herself through sophistry. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This kind of words, Miss Bailey can use them to bluff a 3-year-old kid. Your 3 major sects are powerful. For the 2 of them to want to kill me, they don't need to personally make a move at all. Moreover, with Miss Bailey's orisons, would you care about the life and death of an insignificant character like me?" Bailey Qingyang looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. She suddenly discovered that this fellow seemed to be quite different from the rest. Although Yi Yuan's age was not old, he was calm when encountering matters, totally different from the average young person. Indeed, she might give a heads-up afterward because of today's matter, but would not really be concerned with Yi Yuan's life and death at all. Du and Qinghong, they all getting Yi Yuan killed afterward was also something within expectations. Heh, looks like this kid still has quite the self-awareness. The 2 people were just talking when suddenly, a cold laugh sounded out. A figure dashed out of the woods. Zhong Hanlin. Bailey Qingyan's dark brows furrowed slightly as she said. This guy appearing, he clearly did not have any good intentions. Zhong Hanlin used a pair of greedy eyes to look at Bailey Qingyang and said with a smile, "Junior sister Qingyang, wait until I kill this toad, then I'll come and catch up with you." Done talking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Punk, you should never have ever formed a team with junior sister Qingyang. That instant when you agreed, you should have known your outcome, right?" When Yi Yuan heard, he was speechless for a while and said, "I rejected her. It was her who insisted on teaming up with me." Zhong Hanlin smiled coldly and said, "That's also one of the reasons you deserve to die. Junior sister Bailey's invitation, you should feel overwhelmed by flattery and honor. But you actually made her unable to step down the stage in front of so many people. You deserve to die 10,000 times over." When Yi Yuan heard, he was amused for a while and said, "Your meaning is that no matter what, I have to die?" Zhong Hanlin smiled slightly as he nodded and said, "Yes. That moment when junior sister Bailey came to find you, you're destined to die. Want to blame? Blame your fate for not being good." Zhong Hanlin had a high and mighty appearance, announcing Yi Yuan's death sentence. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart to no end. In the eyes of this kind of so-called geniuses, life was worthless. As long as they were willing, they could determine other people's life and death as they pleased. Putting it bluntly, he was looking at Yi Yuan's strength being meager and that he was easy to bully. If Du and Qinghong was here, he absolutely would not dare to say so. Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Bailey Qingyang and he said coolly, "You're planning on looking on with folded arms?" Bailey Qingyan's expression alternated between green and red. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's hateful expression, she felt annoyed in her heart. "Beg me. As long as you open your mouth, I'll take action," Bailey Qingyang suddenly said. Chapter 1786 You should thank Miss Bailey. Chapter 1786 You should thank Miss Bailey. Bailey Qingyan's words made Zhong Hanlin had a stunned face. Why did these words sound like coquettishness between lovers? Zhong Hanlin felt jealous and his killing intent towards Yi Yuan immediately strengthened several degrees. Yi Yuan was taken aback and turned to Zhong Hanlin and said, "You get started then." Making him beg Bailey Qingyang, that was impossible. A man must have a backbone. Bailey Qingyang was taken aback and said in exasperation, "You this guy, want to keep up appearances to cover up your predicament. Zhong Hanlin's strength isn't what you can imagine." She felt that she could finally take Yi Yuan down a notch. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would rather be killed than be willing to beg her. This made her feel a loss of face. But Yi Yuan said without a care, "Is that so? Maybe he isn't as strong as imagined. These two people, one chiming in after the other, Zhong Hanlin felt that he was very redundant. And this also made him very enraged. Reckless and blind thing, you can go die already. Zhong Hanlin gave a furious roar, suddenly throwing out a palm. The powerful world power of Ninth Firmament Divine Lord instantly crushed over from all directions towards Yi Yuan. Blazing Sun Astral Palm, bang! The place where Yi Yuan stood was immediately leveled to the ground. Zhong Hanlin revealed a look of disdain and said, "Can't stand up to a single blow." An inexplicable hint of sadness flashed across Bailey Qingyan's eyes. She also did not know why she actually had a feeling of emptiness. "This is your strength. Doesn't seem to be much." Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void and was actually completely unscathed. Zhong Hanlin's face revealed a look of disbelief as he said, "How is this possible?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said before, maybe you're not as strong as imagined." Zhong Hanlin's face fell and he said angrily, "Punk, don't get smug too early. I didn't use my full strength at all just now. Now, I'll let you take a look at my true strength." While talking, Zhong Hanlin brandished his long spear. It was shockingly a celestial deity mystic treasure. His aura surged to the sky, his entire person was like a long spear, the momentum astonis. Hi plus ing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, revealing a rather surprised look. This Zhong Hanlin's strength was indeed formidable. The moment this domineering spear momentum came out, Yi Yuan felt the pressure that came from head-on. With his current strength, he was still not Zhong Hanlin's match. But Yi Yuan was not worried. That evil spirit which Dustless subdued did not even fear First Firmament celestial deity powerhouses, let alone a puny little Zhong Hanlin. He was just about to release the evil spirit but saw Bailey Qingyang move daintily. Soft cloud heavenly sacred spear. Right at this time, Zhong Hanlin's overbearing spear suddenly thrust out. Mist wave traceless sword. Bailey Qingyang's sword energy was overwhelming. Russ. Hi plussing over with a diagonal stab, facing off with Zhong Hanlin's certain kill spear. Bang! Two mighty peerless geniuses exchanged blows at this moment. The intense divine essence undulations obliterated everything in the middle. Zhong Hanlin and Bailey Qingyang each retreated more than 10 steps before barely managing to stand firm. As a bystander, Yi Yuan took the two people's strength into his sights. Even though the two people looked to be evenly matched in strength, Zhong Hanlin fighting to a draw with Bailey Qingyang with his domineering spear already lost by a hair. Zhong Hanlin completely did not think that Bailey Qingyang would actually suddenly rush out. At this time, his expression was livid as he said, "Junior sister Qingyang, you actually attacked me for this good-for-nothing?" Bailey Qingyang said coolly, "You should leave. He's my companion, so I won't let you kill him." Zhong Hanlin's face changed when he heard that and said, "You wouldn't really be interested in this kid, right?" Bailey Qingyang's face turned cold and she said, "That has nothing to do with you. Still not going, don't blame me for not being courteous." Zhong Hanlin was angered until he stomped about in a frenzy. Carrying his long spear, he pointed at the Yi Yuan behind Bailey Qingyang and said, "Kid, if you're a man, step forward and have an open and aboveboard battle with me. What kind of man are you considered, hiding behind a woman?" Yi Yuan had both hands behind his back as he said calmly, "You should be thanking Miss Bailey. Otherwise, you would already be a dead man now." When Bailey Qingyang heard these words, she could not resist rolling her eyes. Why were the words said by this guy so unpleasant? "I saved you currently, all right? It was fine if you were not grateful, you still wanted to posture." Although Yi Yuan dodging Zhong Hanlin's palm just now surprised her a little, she did not think that Yi Yuan had the ability to deal with Zhong Hanlin, let alone talk about killing him. When boasting, at least come up with a draft, okay? Zhong Hanlin sneered and said, "Is that so? I'm standing right here, come kill me if you have the capabilities." "I really want me to kill you." A cold light flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes and he said coldly, "You really want me to kill you?" Bailey Qingyang was speechless. Interrupting Yi Yuan's words, she said, "All right, Zhong Hanlin, you go. He and I are currently teammates. If I can't even bring him out, it will be very bad for my reputation. Whatever grudges you guys have, talk again in the future. But right now, no way." Zhong Hanlin gritted his teeth when he heard that. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said, "Fine then, I'll let this punk live a little longer. A month later, I'll definitely take your life." Finished talking, Zhong Hanlin's figure moved, disappearing. Bailey Qingyang turned around and looked at Yi Yuan crossly as she said, "Will you die if you don't brag? Based on your strength, can you kill him?" Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain much. But this scene was even more of a guilty conscience in Bailey Qingyang's eyes. This guy was clearly hiding behind her, putting up a bold front. There were no words along the way. Bailey Qingyang was very upset with Yi Yuan and naturally could not be bothered to acknowledge him. Yi Yuan naturally would not court a rebuff, so he also did not take the initiative to talk. Even Bailey Qingyang herself could not understand why she would take action to save Yi Yuan that day. On the road after that, when encountering powerful fierce beasts, it was still Bailey Qingyang acting to dispose of them. But Bailey Qingyang was very certain that Yi Yuan indeed had the strength to jump realms and battle. Ordinary newly ascended late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, he could resolve them. And this also surprised her greatly. With Bailey Qingyang's talent, jumping realms and battling was naturally not an issue. But when she was 5th Firmament Divine Lord, dealing with a peak 6th Firmament Divine Lord was already her limit. A 7th Firmament Divine Lord was absolutely impossible for her to defeat. But Yi Yuan clearly had this strength. No wonder this guy was so COC. There's a cave here, perhaps there are fierce beasts inside, Bailey Qingyang said with joy. Along the way, the fierce beasts that they encountered were not considered many. And 2 people forming a team required even more heavenly demon crystals. Hence, that was why Bailey Qingyang would be so excited at finding a place where there might be fierce beasts. Either way, she was bold stemming with superb skills and did not fear fierce beasts either. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Go in and take a look then." The 2 people did not walk for long when 3 brass bell-like eyes appeared in the 2 people's light of sight. Roar. An earth-shaking loud roar echoed out, making the 2 people's hearts shock. Bailey Qingyang's expression changed and she cried out in shock, "This is a 3-eyed jade bristlebeast. Looking at this aura, it's already almost breaking through to rank 5. Quickly run." Finished talking, Bailey Qingyang's figure leaped, speeding hastily toward the cave entrance. Chapter 1787 Who's Saving Whom? 1787 Who's Saving Whom? In the darkness, a black figure dashed over swiftly, catching up to the 2 in a blink of an eye. Bailey Qingyang knew that she could not escape and could only turn around and deal with it. "You quickly run. I'll deal with him." Bailey Qingyang barked charmingly. Yi Yuan did not escape but looked at Bailey Qingyang in surprise. This lane SS was actually going to sacrifice herself to save others? At this time, with Bailey Qingyang's hatred toward him, shouldn't it be leaving him behind to feed the tiger's mouth, and then escape by herself? Bailey Qingyang's strength was powerful. Sword Dao laws crisscrossed wantonly within the cave. But, facing the powerful 3-eyed jade bristlebeast, she was still more than a magnitude weaker. Under the powerful impact of the fierce beast, Bailey Qingyang's orderly style was thrown into chaos very quickly. Suddenly, the 3-eyed jade bristlebeast's 3rd eye suddenly lit up, emitting a ray of terrifying beam. Bailey Qingyang's expression changed, it was already too late to want to avoid it. That guy should have already escaped, right? There must be something wrong with my head, why would I abandon myself to save him? This was the final thought in Bailey Qingyang's mind before becoming unconscious. Bang! That beam of light directly struck Bailey Qingyang. Bailey Qingyang's body flew out backward, falling heavily to the ground, unconscious to the world. Roar! Defeating Bailey Qingyang, the 3-eyed jade bristlebeast emitted a heaven-shaking roar once more. It was as if declaring its might. He walked over toward Yi Yuan step by step. The powerful aura was virtually cruise. Hi+ing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan completely ignored him, slowly walked to Bailey Qingyang's side, picked her up, and walked over toward outside the cave. Roar, roar. The 3-eyed jade bristlebeast was clearly enraged by Yi Yuan. This tiny human actually did not pay attention to him. He raised his giant claw and smacked down toward Yi Yuan. In his view, this claw going down, Yi Yuan would definitely be smacked into a paste. But right at this time, a terrifying aura came out of Yi Yuan's body. This aura, even he felt a chill. Bang! The three-eyed jade bristlebeast was directly blasted flying. Bailey Qingyang slowly opened both eyes, everything in front of her became clear. I'm not dead yet. Bailey Qingyang looked around, there was no one, and also no shadow of the three-eyed jade bristlebeast. Who saved me? Could it be that the Shadow Moon sect's powerhouse just happened to pass us by here? My injuries are all healed. Bailey Qingyang was full of doubts. She clearly remembered that she was severely struck by the three-eyed jade bristlebeast, her injuries very serious. But now, not only was she saved, her injuries even recovered. Of course it was me who saved you. You wouldn't naively think that some savior will appear, right? A voice rang out. Yi Yuan's figure walked out of the cave not far away. Bailey Qingyang was slightly stunned. This guy actually did not run away. Or was it that after running away, he came back again? Of course, regarding Yi Yuan's narrative, she would not believe even if beaten to death. With just you. The three-eyed jade bristlebeast can shred you with one claw, you still want to save me from under his hands? Bailey Qingyang said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, otherwise, who else do you think can save you? Bailey Qingyang smiled coldly and said, of course it's the Shadow Moon sect's powerhouse. You take the credit of others, it's in hopes of moving me, then getting into my good graces, right? You're thinking too much. Yi Yuan was speechless when he heard that. Please, it was you who was thinking too much, okay? But since Bailey Qingyang thought so, he could not be bothered to explain either, and casually threw a few fruits in front of Bailey Qingyang. Bailey Qingyang's expression changed and she said, These are jade citron fruits. Yi Yuan said coolly, to be able to have the three-eyed jade bristlebeast protect it, it's naturally good stuff. We are teammates, these few are yours, don't say that I don't share profits. Bailey Qingyang looked at Yi Yuan and could not help getting a big shock as she said, You broke through? She discovered to her amazement that Yi Yuan's aura became much stronger. He actually broke through to 6th Firmament Divine Lord in one stroke while she was unconscious. Yi Yuan's realm had long already reached peak 5th Firmament Divine Lord. Finding these jade citron fruits at this time, breaking through was naturally something within expectations. It was just that in Bailey Qingyang's view, this breakthrough was also a little too casual. Even if one obtained the jade citron fruit, they also could not immediately turn it into strength. Jade citron fruits contained immense spiritual energy. It was even stronger than the medicinal effects of some medicinal pills. If consumed too many, the martial artist would not be able to digest it at all. Even if one was about to break through, they also had to go into closed seclusion patiently to slowly refine, before it could convert into strength. But it shouldn't have been too long from when she went into a coma until now, right? This broke through like this. How could she know that after Yi Yuan obtained the jade citron fruits, he directly ate them like fruits? With the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's overbearingness, it was naturally all refined, converging into the divine vortex. You refine the jade citron fruits first. This way, you should be able to break through to the peak 9th Firmament Divine Lord realm, Yi Yuan said coolly. Bailey Qingyang felt that it was a little too dramatic. Encountering the three-eyed jade bristlebeast, she even thought that she was dead for sure. Who knew that in a twinkle, not only did she not die, her strength could even go up a level. Bailey Qingyang collected her emotions and started refining the jade citron fruits. After several days, Bailey Qingyang slowly opened both eyes, her gaze revealing excitement. Refining a jade citron fruit, her strength already broke through to peak 9th Firmament Divine Lord. Confronting Zhong Hanlin again at this time, Bailey Qingyang had absolute confidence in defeating the other party. TSK, indeed well deserving of being a proud daughter of heaven. Your effects of refining the jade citron fruit is even better than I imagined, Yi Yuan praised. Bailey Qingyang's talent could virtually rival Lung Qiuling's already. In this void realm, she was absolutely a first-rate genius. Even Zhong Hanlin, they all were unable to be mentioned in the same breath as Bailey Qingyang too. After all, their ages were much older than Bailey Qingyang. Bailey Qingyang had a proud look and said coolly, that's of course. The Bamboo Groove Holy Temple's slot. I must obtain it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then when the time comes, we'll become opponents. Bailey Qingyang looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, you want to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave too? Stop joking, you wouldn't think that you're invincible under the heavens after you broke through becoming a sixth firmament divine lord, right? Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head as he said, are you all, these geniuses, always so condescending? There's still more than 200 years' time away from the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Who will emerge victorious is still unknown, but Bailey Qingyang said very calmly, over 200 years, to people like you can at most promote to become a ninth firmament divine lord. Even if you're exceptionally talented, there's also not a trace of hope of breaking through to half-step celestial deity. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, it's useless to say more for now. Let's wait and see. Bailey Qingyang also considered herself to be important and did not argue. Instead, she asked, there's already not much of the 1 month's time left. The heavenly demon crystals in our hands are not considered many. It's a little troublesome now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you don't need to worry about this. Someone will come and deliver heavenly demon crystals to us. Chapter 1788 Can tea even win a hand? Chapter 1788 Can tea even win a hand? Did you guys hear? That guy who formed a team with Senior Sister Bailey seemed to have been kicked out by Senior Sister Bailey. Of course I heard. So do you want to go and find him too? I heard that people who went to find him were all pilfered until not even pants remain in the end. This guy is also too ferocious. I didn't expect that his strength is so strong. However, he also can't jump around for much longer. I heard that Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin both went to look for him. Bailey Qingyang capitalized on that her strength was powerful. The places she went were all very dangerous. Otherwise, she also would not have run into such a powerful existence like the three-eyed jade bristle beast. That kind of place, the martial artists encountered were naturally few. The moment Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyang separated, it attracted a large group of people to come over and encircle him very quickly. These people all thought that his strength was meager and purely wanted to take a bit of advantage. Who knew that they tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice, and was robbed clean of heavenly demon crystals by Yi Yuan instead. At this time, in an open area, Yi Yuan was blocked by more than a dozen powerhouses. These people's auras were all powerful. They were actually all 7th and 8th firmament divine lord powerhouses. Among these people included Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu. Yi Yuan, I'll see where you're going to run this time. Zhao Shu had an appearance like he had cornered Yi Yuan as he said these words smugly. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, when did I say that I was going to run? I'm here, waiting precisely for you all to deliver yourselves to the doorstep. Zhao Zhao sneered and said, waiting for us to deliver ourselves to the doorstep. A toad yawning, what high-sounding sentiment. You wouldn't say that you're waiting here to SNTCH heavenly demon crystals, right? Yi Yuan nodded his head solemnly and said, looks like you're not too stupid. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, this group of people all revealed amused looks. Did this guy's head have a problem? Zhao Zhao shook his head and laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, breaking through to become a sixth firmament divine lord, is this your reliance? You wouldn't really think that defeating third brother by a fluke, you can similarly defeat me, right? Kid, I have to say that you're very naive. Zhao Shu also laughed loudly and said, truly an ignorant fool, why do you think that Han Yong was so wary of my big brother? My big brother fused water and fire, two kinds of laws, and it's hard to find an opponent in the same rank. Moreover, we have so many people, each one has a higher realm than you. How dumb are you to say words that have such an exaggerated opinion of your abilities? The devil elephant lineage's force in the Shadow Moon sect was very powerful. Furthermore, they themselves had many affiliated sects. These people were all the devil elephant lineage's elites. Among these dozen over people, there were even quite a number of 8th firmament divine lords. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent look, is that so? Then you all attack together, let me witness your strength. I'll only use one hand, hope that you all don't disappoint me too much. Finished talking, Yi Yuan placed his left hand behind him, with a very proud look. The devil elephant lineage's disciples all had stunned faces. This guy was really crazy, one hand dealing with so many people. Even Du and Qinghong, the three of them, also did not dare to be arrogant, right? Ha ha ha, the genius Yi Yuan wants to witness the strength of us rookies. Everyone, don't be polite. Take good care of him. He's so impressive, so we mustn't let him down. All keep your chins up. Zhao Zhao laughed loudly and said. When everyone heard that, they immediately let out a series of loud guffaws. This fellow, his strength isn't strong, but his tone is even bigger than the heavens. This is called as having ambition loftier than the heavens, but life thinner than paper, right? Ha ha. Everyone, go easier, loosen up his bones and joints well for him. If he's beaten to death at once, it won't be fun. Zhao Zhao waved his hand grandly. Those devil elephant lineage disciples all had shocking momentums, each displaying their abilities and Russ. Hi plussing over towards Yi Yuan. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus several figures arrived at the same time. It was all blade lights and sword images all around Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was as steady as Mount Tai. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's right hand shot out like a spirit snake, directly grabbing at that disciple who rushed over from head-on. Crack! That disciple's wrist was directly snapped by Yi Yuan, his weapon falling onto the ground with a clank. While the other people's frantic attacks danced wildly around Yi Yuan, but not one landed on Yi Yuan. Smack! Yi Yuan gave a slap with a backhand, directly flinging it onto another disciple's face, immediately sending him flying out several thousand feet away. The present Yi Yuan already utilized spatial law to a transcendent degree. For ordinary attacks to want to land on him, it was simply even harder than ascending to heaven. Unless their strength was much greater than his, then they could use powerful world power to suppress spatial law. Otherwise, there was only the outcome of being abused. These devil elephant lineage's disciples were mostly seventh firmament divine lord. In terms of realm, they were only that tiny bit stronger than Yi Yuan. But the thickness of Yi Yuan's divine essence was much stronger than even seventh firmament divine lords. Overwhelming laws, overwhelming cultivation realm, this was a totally mismatched battle. It was only to see tragic screams ring out, causing Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu, two people's expressions became livid. Spatial law. It's spatial law. No wonder this guy dares to be so arrogant. It turns out that he actually comprehended spatial law. Zhao Shu cried out in shock. Zhao Zhao's expression was very grim. Yi Yuan's might far exceeded their imagination. Attack together. Zhao Zhao gave a cold cry, figure shooting out explosively. Zhao Shu's expression also changed, and he followed closely behind. Twin dragon spitting pearl. Swift wind sword art. Among these people, it was clearly Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu whose strengths were the strongest. The addition of the two of them made the overall strength go up a large step. However, Yi Yuan laughed coldly, forming a sword with his finger, and suddenly pointed. The two enormous dragons that Zhao Jian condensed with the power of water and fire, two mighty laws, were directly scattered. Following that, he clamped two fingers, and actually directly clamped down on Zhao Shu's sword. Zhao Zhao was akin to being struck by a heavy blow, spewing out a mouthful of blood mist, figure flying out backward. Yi Yuan's two fingers were like iron pliers. Zhao Shu used all of his strength, but could not pull it out at all. This is the strength of your devil elephant lineage? Really disappoints me. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Zhao Shu's face flushed red. No wonder whether it was because he used too much force, or was it because of Yi Yuan. All in all, it was very humiliating. Previously, Song Ting even said that the devil elephant lineage was not to be trifled with. But they sent out more than a dozen people and actually could not even beat one of Yi Yuan's hand. This result truly made people perspire from embarrassment. Humph. Truly a bunch of tras. Plus so many people and you actually can't even deal with a sixth firmament divine lord. At this time, a cold snort sounded out, the words were full of disdain. Heh, that punk comprehended spatial law, no wonder he's so arrogant. With the strength of these trash, Defeat is also within reason, another voice sounded out. Two figures, one north and one south, slowly walked out of the woods. When Zhao Zhao saw these two people, he could not help being overjoyed. Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin. These two people arrived, then Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law, the result was also the same. Having the devil elephant lineage's #1 person around, Yi Yuan was too weak to stand up to compete with them all. Zhong Hanlin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Punk, there was junior sister Bailey protecting you the last time. This time, you won't be so lucky." Chapter 1789 Stop making so much noise, attack together. Chapter 1789 Stop making so much noise, attack together. Duan Qinghong's pupils constricted slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "Zhong Hanlin, what did you say just now?" With the two of their strengths, they naturally disdained to team up with others. Only a proud daughter of heaven like Bailey Qingyang could make them stoop down and take the initiative to form a team. Therefore, Duan Qinghong did not know Zhong Hanlin's encounter at all. Zhong Hanlin gave a cold laugh and recounted the events that happened previously. Duan Qinghong's face gradually turned grim. "You scram to one side. This punk, I want him," Duan Qinghong said in a cold voice. Zhong Hanlin said disdainfully, "It's you who scram to one side. This kid is mine. No body is allowed to snatch him." Duan Qinghong said in a solemn voice, "Why? You want to attack? Attack then, think I'm scared of you." The two people, their ninth firmament divine lord's pressure released, making everyone feel shocked. The two people's auras collided fiercely in the air. Neither could do anything to the other and they were actually evenly matched. These two people did not place Yi Yuan in their sights at all, as if the moment they made a move, Yi Yuan would submit obediently. The devil elephant lineage's disciples all had stunned looks. What was going on? Yi Yuan had not been dealt with yet and these two people were actually going to start fighting first. Weren't they afraid of Yi Yuan running away? But when they heard Zhong Hanlin's words, they similarly felt incredulous. Bailey Qingyang, that kind of goddess actually came to blow for Yi Yuan. This was simply inconceivable. "Stop making so much noise, the two of you attack together." Just as the two people were locked in entanglement, Yi Yuan said with a calm expression. The two people turned their heads at the same time, using a murderous gaze to look at Yi Yuan. "Punk, you're really seeking death, you know that?" Zhong Hanlin said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The self-confidence of you all, these so-called geniuses, are really good. Wonder where your confidence came from, thinking that you can take me down casually." Duan Qinghong gave a cold laugh and said, "You'll know very soon where our confidence comes from. Kid, I changed my mind. I'll going to make you a mute first, then settle scores with Duan Qinghong." Swooze. H. Plus Duan Qinghong was like his namesake, movement technique as relaxed as elegant as a free swan, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. A folding fan carried horrifying power of law and swept toward Yi Yuan's neck. Zhong Hanlin was taken aback, not expecting to have the initiative taken by this guy. However, he just gave a cold snort and did not take action. A person like him was disdainful to bully with numbers. Yi Yuan's bit of strength was not sufficient to have him and Duan Qinghong join forces against the enemy at all. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he exclaimed, "Law's fusion. How is this possible?" Not just him, all of the people looked at Yi Yuan in great shock, with looks of disbelief. Duan Qinghong was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. Yi Yuan's sword was drawn like a rainbow. The incomparably swift and fierce sword forced Duan Qinghong into a fluid US-tur instead. The two people class. HI plussing together, Duan Qinghong was virtually suppressed by Yi Yuan in an instant. How could Duan Qinghong have thought that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, but he also fused spatial law and sword Dao law together? Those rays of sword light were akin to the scythe of the death god, making him palpitate with anxiety and fear. "What are you still in a daze for? Why haven't you hurry up and come and help?" Duan Qinghong was under immense pressure but discovered that Zhong Hanlin was still in a daze, and could not refrain from bellowing loudly. At this time, how was whatever dignity of an expert still needed? As long as they could take down Yi Yuan, this fellow, So what if 2-on-1? Zhong Hanlin felt like he woke up from a dream. Brandies. Plussing his long spear, he charged over toward Yi Yuan. The two people's strengths were extraordinary in the end. Fighting 2-on-1, they actually managed to block Yi Yuan's powerful sword. Zhao Zhao and brother exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of shock from the other person's eyes. Only then did he know how foolish their three brothers were. Yi Yuan's strength was not what they could imagine at all. Back then, Han Yong said that he was covering Yi Yuan, and then they actually ran to threaten Yi Yuan stupidly. It served all third right to have his hands and legs crippled. Looking at it now, it was simply a joke back then. Yi Yuan not leaving, it was not because of Han Yong and Yang Fan, these two supports, but that he did not take the Zhao three brothers seriously at all. Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin, two people, were both middle-stage 9th firmament divine lord. Their law's comprehensions were even more pitilessly powerful. Furthermore, the weapons in the two of their hands were both celestial deity mystic treasures. The power increment was far from what divine lord mystic treasures could compare to. Now, going 2-on-1, they actually only barely managed to fight to a draw with the Yi Yuan wielding a divine lord mystic treasure. Yi Yuan's strength was simply too terrifying. In a blink, the three people fought for more than 1,000 moves. Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. Swiss. Plus suddenly, Yi Yuan glimpsed an opening and stabbed a sword out bizarrely. Duan Qinghong turned pale with fright. It was already too late to want to dodge. But his movement technique was indeed extraordinary, avoiding his vital points. This sword of Yi Yuan's drew a cut on his arm. Arg! Duan Qinghong screamed and fell to one side. However, what everyone did not expect was that he suddenly moved, speeding into the distance. This guy actually made an expeditious retreat and ran. When Zhong Hanlin saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. Facing Yi Yuan alone, he felt tremendous pressure. Duan Qinghong, you coward. You'll die a horrible death. Zhong Hanlin bellowed. But Duan Qinghong already could not hear it anymore at this time. Losing an opponent, Yi Yuan's sword art became even sharper. Zhong Hanlin only had the ability to parry but did not have the strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan integrated the spirit-concealing sword into his sword moves. Even though the move was not as powerful as when it erupted, it came and went like a shadow when facing the enemy, impossible to guard against. Very soon, Yi Yuan found an opening in Zhong Hanlin, with a long sword poking out like a spirit snake, aiming straight for Zhong Hanlin's throat. With this sword landing, Zhong Hanlin would die without a doubt. Toward Zhong Hanlin, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of pity. Zhong Hanlin already had killing intent toward him previously. Even if they entered the sect in the future, he definitely would not let him go either. Therefore, Yi Yuan's original goal was to kill people. The surrounding people were infected by this sword, giving off a series of exclamations. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A terrifying aura rushed out between the two without any warning. Even Yi Yuan was caught off guard as well. But his reaction could be rated as fast. At once, Yi Yuan urged spatial law to the extreme, narrowly avoiding this attack. However, this aura was too powerful and it was also a sneak attack. Yi Yuan still could not avoid it completely in the end. Pew walk. Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, his body falling heavily to the ground, already seriously injured. A youth in blue slowly walked out of the void and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous look. When Zhong Hanlin saw this youth in blue, he was immediately wildly ecstatic. Senior apprentice brother Qian Yi. Qian Yi nodded slowly, but his gaze looked at Yi Yuan as he said coldly, "You must have tremendous bravery, to actually dare kill my soaring flower sex people. Indeed have some capability, but it's just a pity that, in front of a celestial deity realm, no matter how high your law's comprehension, it's also empty talk." Yi Yuan glared at the youth in blue and stood up stubbornly, even though he found it somewhat difficult to even stand currently. Chapter 1791 Be so lucky next time. Chapter 1791 Be so lucky next time. Celestial deity powerhouse. This youth in blue in front of him was a genuine celestial deity powerhouse. He used a gaze that overlooked the ground below from a height, gazing at Yi Yuan apathetically. Yi Yuan's gaze was ice-cold, and he said with a cold smile, "An exalted celestial deity powerhouse actually sneak attacked a sixth firmament divine lord. Your esteemed self is truly awe-inspiring." Chen Yi's ambush could be said to be very shameless. The attack of a celestial deity powerhouse, how powerful was that? Even in a head-on cruise. Hi+ing, divine lord realm powerhouses were completely not a match too. But this Chen Yi actually chose to ambush, and it was even during Yi Yuan and Zhong Hanlin's great battle. Chen Yi said coolly, "Hanlin is my soaring flower sect's genius. His future prospects are limitless. Him entering the sect is already set in stone. You want to kill him, I made a move to stop you. What's the problem?" Yi Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, "Is that so? You didn't just make a move to stop earlier, right?" Chen Yi's brows raised up, and he still said calmly, "A sixth firmament divine lord, if killed, then killed, it's of no importance to the sect." The moment these words came out, the other people all revealed strange expressions. Of no importance. A peerless genius who fused sword Dao laws and spatial law was actually of no importance to the sect. These words were truly shameless. A trash like you can even enter the sect, I can't." Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said sarcastically. Chen Yi's brows furrowed slightly, and he said unhappily, "You said that I'm trash?" Chen Yi was an outstanding person of the young generation and had long promoted to an inner disciple. He was a pillar of the soaring flower lineage. Now, he was actually said to be trash by someone. An exalted celestial deity powerhouse sneak attacked and actually couldn't even kill a sixth firmament divine lord. I say, are you trash or not? What use does the sect want a trash like you for? Yi Yuan's sharp retort rendered Chen Yi speechless. Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law and was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Wanting to sneak attack, one must reduce the undulations of space to freezing point. This was still when Yi Yuan and Zhong Hanlin were currently fighting, the majority of his mind placed on Zhong Hanlin. Otherwise, if he wanted to ambush, it would be totally impossible. But even so, he still failed. Yi Yuan's sensitivity to spatial law exceeded his imagination. Chen Yi's expression was livid as he said in a solemn voice, "Razor-tongued brat, but it doesn't matter, because you won't be able to speak anymore very soon." Finished talking, Chen Yi's celestial deity realm pressure suddenly erupted and was about to take action against Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a graceful figure dashed out swiftly, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Chen Yi's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Bailey Qingyang, you want to get in my way?" Bailey Qingyang's expression was calm as she said, "Before completing the first round assessment, he's my companion. No one is allowed to kill him." Chen Yi's expression changed and he said with a cold snort, "With just you?" From when he saw Yi Yuan fighting Zhong Hanlin and Duan Qinghong alone, he already decided to kill Yi Yuan. Such a monstrous existence would surely break the Shadow Moon sect's current structure. Currently, the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was at hand. He would not allow such a thing to happen. The entrance examination this time, he just so happened to be picked to be in charge of supervising and protecting these disciples. But he did not expect that he encountered such a thing. Hence, he decisively made a move to ambush Yi Yuan. While talking, Chen Yi's aura grew even stronger. Bailey Qingyang's power improved greatly, but it was still too weak in front of Chen Yi. Yi Yuan's face fell, planning on letting Dustless take action. That evil spirit was currently Yi Yuan's trump card. In this foreign sect, Yi Yuan did not wish to expose him prematurely, so he did not take action all along. As long as Dustless made a move, finus. Plussing off Chen Yi was also a cinch. But that way, he would not have a backup plan anymore. The soaring flying lineages and Cloudsword lineage strengths were definitely far beyond this. Once they knew his trump card, it would be much easier for them to want to plot against him. Looking at it now, he had no choice but to take action. Suddenly, his heart stirred and made Dustless withdraw again. "Bailey can't, then what about me?" A woman in a martial arts outfit slowly stepped out of the void, making Chen Yi's expression choke up. That instant when this woman appeared, he knew that he could not kill Yi Yuan today. Her looks could not compare to Bailey Qingyang's, but her disposition was similarly extraordinary. The martial arts outfit added some heroism. She was not the least bit weaker than Qian Yi in terms of imposing momentum. Jiang Shuiyan, I didn't have the intention of touching Bailey Qingyang. You move aside, the person that I want to kill is that kid. Qian Yi pointed at the Yi Yuan behind Bailey Qingyang and said. Jiang Shuiyan sized Yi Yuan up with curiosity and said coolly, the person that Bailey wants to protect is what the person that my immortal abode sect wants to protect. If you want to kill him, par-ss me first. You. Jiang Shuiyan, are you waging war with our soaring flower lineage? Jiang Shuiyan pursed her lips and said with disdain, so what if start a war? You said it as if our immortal abode sect is scared of you. Qian Yi was angered until his expression was livid. This woman was notoriously difficult to deal with, no idea why she showed up here today. But no idea what the hell was wrong with this Bailey Qingyang, to actually want to protect Yi Yuan no matter what. Really depressing. Jiang Shuiyan saw Qian Yi being quiet, and so she said with a cold smile, Qian Yi, don't you forget your ident. 1 Tai. The sect asked you to come to protect these examinees, and not to kill them. I say, if I reported this matter to the sect, would the law enforcement hall come to find trouble with you or not? Qian Yi stared fixedly at Jiang Shuiyan, Nas. Hi plussing his teeth in hatred as he said, consider yourself ruthless. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. The next time, you won't be so lucky. Inside the Shadow Moon sect, the various major factions' strifes were severe. Although Yi Yuan was talented, wanting to kill him was too easy. In short, he would not give Yi Yuan the chance to grow up. Yi Yuan did not give any impression of weakness and said through clenched teeth, you got it the other way around. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Qian Yi was taken aback when he heard and laughed in spite of himself as he said, haha, alright then, I'll wait for next time. Hanlin, let's go. After Qian Yi left, Jiang Shuiyan's face fell and she said in a cold voice, what are you all stoning for? Leave behind the heavenly demon crystals, scram. How could the devil elephant lineage's disciples still dare to stay? Each and every one scrambled away. After everyone left, Bailey Qingyang had a look of joy like a little girl who saw her big sister. Pulling Jiang Shuiyan, she said, senior apprentice sister, you really came to in time. Otherwise, this guy is dead for sure. But Jiang Shuiyan's face turned cold and she said, you lanesses, to actually not even want your life anymore for a man, are you crazy? Bailey Qingyan's pretty face turned red and she refuted, senior apprentice sister, where are you going with this? He's just my companion. Yi Yuan also cupped his fists and said, senior sister Jiang, many thanks for taking action to help. Senior sister is indeed mistaken. Miss Bailey and I are just teaming up in this assessment. There's nothing else. Hearing this, Bailey Qingyan's heart felt very uncomfortable. This guy really did not understand the relations Hi+P between men and women at all. Jiang Shuiyan's pretty face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, best that there isn't. Punk, don't blame me for not warning you. Stay further away from Bailey. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Chapter 1791 Reading out the results. 1791 Reading out the results. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His good impression of this Jiang Shuiyan immediately plummeted heavily. He did not have the intention of pestering Bailey Qingyang, but that Bailey Qingyang insisted on teaming up with him. Yi Yuan believed that with the immortal abode sect strength, it was impossible to not know about this intel. But she still warned him. When Jiang Shuiyan saw Yi Yuan's expression, she said with a cold smile, don't think that you're impressive because your talent is high. Sometimes, talent is also a kind of original sin, regardless of whether it is the Soaring Flower sect, the Cloudsword sect, or our immortal abode sect. Wanting to kill you is as simple as cruise. Hi+ing an ant. Just like earlier, if not for Bailey, if not for me Russ. Hi+ing over, you would already be a dead man now. While you can only hide behind a woman, indignant but powerless. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, that trace of favorable impression towards Jiang Shuiyan also vanished into thin air along with it. These words were rather incisive. Your pride is because you have a powerful faction at the back. Then I have to say, you're very pitiful. Your lame sense of superiority isn't worth mentioning in front of me. Also, what relations? HI plus P Miss Bailey and I have, isn't your turn to care about yet. She only belongs to herself. Yi Yuan said coldly. Except, Jiang Shuyan did not get angry because of Yi Yuan's words, but she sneered and said, "This is that pitiful bit of self-esteem of yours. Relax, very soon, you'll see how cruel reality is. The Shadow Moon sect doesn't lack geniuses. Bailey, let's go." Senior apprentice sister. The assessment hasn't ended yet, but Bailey Qingyang was not willing to go and made an excuse. Jiang Shuyan's face fell and she said, "The heavenly demon crystals in your hands are already sufficient to assess the assessment, there's also no need to stay anymore." Finished talking, Jiang Shuyan gave no chance to explain and forcefully brought Bailey Qingyang away. After everyone left, Yi Yuan spewed out another large mouthful of blood. "Qian Yi, is it? Today's grudge, I've remembered it," Yi Yuan said with a chilly gaze. How powerful was the blow of a first firmament celestial deity? That was only the case for Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would already be dead until not even dregs remained at this time. That instant just now, Yi Yuan employed spatial law, directing the vast majority of the force out. That was how he escaped death by a hair's breadth. The perils involved were hard to describe. Divine Tao realm, each major realm was a layer of firmament. The world power of martial artists went from a quantitative change to qualitative change. From a small world, transforming into a genuine world, evolving myriad life, becoming the sovereign of a world. Celestial deity realm powerhouse was when one started giving birth to myriad life. When the small world truly consolidated, all life was about to form. It was also when one broke through to the true God realm. Hence, the celestial deity realm, even just a first firmament celestial deity, that was also an invincible existence to those in the divine lord realms. For Yi Yuan to be able to avoid this attack, it was truly incredibly dangerous. Alone by himself, Yi Yuan found a secluded place to heal up his injuries. After several days, a month's time was up, Yi Yuan walked out of the Shadow Moon mountain range. Returning to the mountain gate once more, the number of people in the plaza was clearly significantly lesser. This examination did not forbid killing. Quite a number of disciples lost their lives at the maws of fierce beasts or died at other people's hands. Those able to live were all powerhouses. Of course, if not for Qian Yi's forceful intervention, Zhong Hanlin, this so-called genius, would have to remain in the Shadow Moon mountain range forever. That old man in charge of the assessment slowly opened his mouth and said, "Now, hand over all of your heavenly demon crystals." After verifying, this old man will naturally announce the rankings. Bailey Qingyan's and Yi Yuan, two people's heavenly demon crystals, had been under Yi Yuan's custody all this while. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the crowd and handed the storage ring issued by the sect to a miscellaneous affairs disciple. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, soft discussions immediately started in the crowd. It's that guy senior apprentice sister Bailey took the initiative to team up with. He's really lucky, really entered the second round lying down. One-time luck is useless. The second round is the true test. With his strength, it's totally impossible to SS. TSK, spending the night together with senior apprentice sister Bailey in the mountain, make me die and I'd also be willing. The news of Yi Yuan and Duan Qinghong's great battle did not spread. This concerned the Soaring Flower lineage and Cloudsword lineage, two major forces' reputations. How could they dare to simply talk about it? Although the Devil Elephant lineage was strong, compared to the three great factions, it was still much weaker. Moreover, this also concerned the Devil Elephant lineage's own reputation. Such a powerful faction was actually defeated in Yi Yuan's hands alone. How could they have any face? The Devil Elephant lineage already issued a gag order, that everyone was not to mention that events that happened that day. Bailey Qingyang was also in the crowd. Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, her expression was complicated. The gazes of Qian Yi, Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin, and the rest also kept on following Yi Yuan, full of enmity. The moment Yi Yuan took the field, he practically became the center of everyone's attention. That old man looked at Yi Yuan with a curious look on his face. What in the world did this kid do? Why would so many people pay attention to him? Very soon, everyone handed in their storage rings. After a bout of checking, the old man called Qian Yi to his side and said, "Qian Yi, you announce the results." Qian Yi bowed and said, "Yes, Deacon Hong," but, when his gaze landed on the name list, his expression could not help becoming very ugly. The first place was shockingly Bailey Qingyang and Yi Yuan, this combo. This DAMN fellow, how did he get so many heavenly demon crystals? He and Bailey Qingyang teaming up, the heavenly demon crystal quant. One tie that they acquired in the end is actually more than the remaining top 5 added up. Qian Yi was reluctant to accept it in his heart. One had to know, under the situation of teaming up, not only did the number of heavenly demon crystals have to be greatly discounted, one even had to share equally with their teammates. This way, for teams to want to get first place, it was doubly difficult. The normal situation of teams were all those disciples whose strength were not strong, because they had to face uncertain danger. Disciples who truly had strength felt it beneath their dignity to form teams. Why? Could there be a problem? Deacon Hong asked when he saw Qian Yi keeping mum for a long time. Qian Yi's expression changed and he hurriedly said, No problem." He recollected his mind and started reading out the results. First place, Bailey Qingyang, Yi Yuan, Heavenly Demon Crystal Quant. 1 tie, 223 pieces each. Second place, Zhong Hanlin, Heavenly Demon Crystal Quant. 1 tie 83 pieces, Buzz. An uproar burst out below all at once that Deacon Hong also had a stunned face, looking at Qian Yi in disbelief, suspecting whether he read wrongly or not. 223 pieces of heavenly demon crystals. Furthermore, this was teaming up, this number was too much. Furthermore, this quant. 1 tie of heavenly demon crystals was converted into late-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystals. 10 pieces of middle-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystal could exchange for the heavenly demon crystal of a late-stage rank 4. This was also to say that these two people hunted down at least 1,000 rank 4 fierce beast. Doing to this extent in a month's time was simply fantastical. In the past, the first place was merely 80 to 90 pieces of heavenly demon crystals. Bailey Qingyang's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief, with an incredulous expression on her face. Suddenly, her beautiful body shuddered, suddenly thinking of something, her pupils involuntarily constricting. Chapter 1792 Shameless Action. Chapter 1792 Shameless Action. This guy wouldn't have gone to Silk Cloud Canyon, right? Silk Cloud Canyon was a very dangerous place in the Shadow Moon sect. To Divine Lord Realm martial artists, it was equivalent to a forbidden area. That place had tens of thousands of Blackwater salamanders. Those Blackwater salamanders, the weak ones were rank 3, but those of rank 4 were absolutely no less than thousands. What was even more frightening was that there was even a rank 5 existence in there. Bailey Qingyang suddenly remembered that she and Yi Yuan had once gone to the Silk Cloud Canyon's entrance area. Back then, Yi Yuan wanted to go in to take a look but was stopped by Bailey Qingyang. Thinking about it now, it was only there that Yi Yuan could hunt so many heavenly demon crystals. Wanting to obtain so many heavenly demon crystals, one must have encountered a beast horde. Otherwise, even if one hunted day and night, it was also impossible to obtain so many heavenly demon crystals. Except, once one fell into a beast horde, was there still hope of survival? Yi Yuan hunted so many Blackwater salamanders, wouldn't it alarm the rank 5 beast king? For some time, Bailey Qingyang was full of questions. Wait a minute. Deacon Hong's expression suddenly turned dark, and he stopped Qian Yi and said, "How can there possibly be so many? Is there a mistake?" At this time, a miscellaneous affairs disciples who counted the number hurriedly stepped out of the ranks and said in fear and trepidation, replying Deacon Hong, "This disciple absolutely didn't count wrongly. Inside this storage ring, there are a total of 321 pieces of late-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystals, 2,050 pieces of middle-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystal. Converted to late-stage rank 4, it's a total of 526 pieces. Then splitting 50-50 between two people, it's 263 pieces." Deacon Hong received Yi Yuan's storage ring and counted it. Sure enough, there was not a piece more and not a piece less, But this result made him extremely shocked. Such a large quant. 1 tie of heavenly demon crystal, this was unprecedented in the history of the Shadowmoon sect. He could not help looking toward Bailey Qingyang and asked curiously, "Bailey girlie, what's going on here?" Bailey Qingyang was just about to open her mouth when Jiang Shuyan suddenly cut in. "Deacon Hong, Qingyang encountered a beast horse in the mountains. She fought in a bloody battle for as long as half a month by herself before slaying so many fierce beasts. And her cultivation also had a breakthrough in this battle. I believe that not long after, she'll be able to reach half-step celestial deity." The moment these words came out, everyone's eyelids twitched fiercely, including Bailey Qingyang. While in a corner, Yi Yuan was directly overlooked. No one would think that he, a 6th firmament divine lord, could be of any help. However, regarding Jiang Shuyan's shameless action, Yi Yuan did not have much fluctuation. Firstly, Bailey Qingyang blocked in front of him several times, helping him out of his predicament. Although this kind of help did not have much effect on Yi Yuan, it at least protected him from showing his trump card. He, Yi Yuan, made clear distinctions between kindness and hatred. This favor, he accepted it. Secondly, Yi Yuan knew that his words carried little weight. Even if he said it, no one would believe either. Of course, Chen Yi they all might guess some details, but would they help him speak up? Obviously not. As for Jiang Shuyan's goal of doing this, Yi Yuan also knew in his heart. She was simply borrowing this to raise Bailey Qingyang's status and overpower the other 2 lineages, while elevating the immortal abode lineage. Although doing so had no cause for much criticism standing on Jiang Shuyan's viewpoint, it was a little too shameless. This kind of magpie in dove's nest method made Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. However, Bailey Qingyang was very anxious and was just about to speak, but saw Jiang Shuyan turn back with a warning gaze. Bailey Qingyang immediately swallowed the words back. She was very smart, how could she not know Jiang Shuyan's goal? It was just that doing so, she had a guilty conscience. Bailey Qingyang could not help looking over in Yi Yuan's direction but discovered that Yi Yuan was like an old well without ripples, his face not having the least bit of change, as if this had nothing to do with him at all. But she knew that Yi Yuan must be angry. Encountering this sort of thing, who would not be angry? This was not just a matter of reputation, there was also the issue of future benefits. Geniuses would naturally obtain more resources. And losing this chance to rise to prominence, Yi Yuan's road of ascent would undoubtedly be much harder. As for Chen Yi they also could not help having gloating faces when they heard this. Yi Yuan suddenly threw out a heavyweight bombsh. Catching them off guard. If Yi Yuan was paid close attention to by the sect, it would be difficult for them to want to put their hands on Yi Yuan. In contrast, although Bailey Qingyang's talent was monstrous, it was not monstrous to Yi Yuan's extent yet. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed made them feel tremendous pressure. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Jiang Shuyan doing so was exactly what they wanted. Deacon Hong had a look of realization when he heard it and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that Lane SS Bailey's strength was actually so strong. This matter, I have to report it to the sect to know." As expected, Deacon Hong decided to report this matter to the sect. Finished talking, he even looked at Yi Yuan rather disdainfully. This kind of fellow with meager strength actually followed Bailey Qingyang and won lying down, getting the strongest battle achievement of the Shadowmoon sect's entrance examination, really hit the jackpot. "Alright, continue reading out the result," Deacon Hong said coolly. Chen Yi's mood instantly became much better. But his vigilance toward Yi Yuan also grew stronger. 6th firmament divine lord, and he could do it to this step. How dreadful would it be after he grew up in the future? But he believed that Yi Yuan absolutely could not live long. He could tell that Jiang Shuyan was not aware of Yi Yuan's astonis. Plussing achievements beforehand. Her action was equivalent to offending Yi Yuan to the core. With that kid's temperament, he absolutely would not walk closely with the immortal abode lineage. In this case, Yi Yuan had offended all 3 major lineages before even entering the sect. As well as the devil elephant lineage. The devil elephant lineage strength was not weak at all. The results at the back also did not have anything to pay attention to anymore. Everyone was marveling at Bailey Qingyan's strength and lamenting at Yi Yuan's dog shi plus T luck. Alright, everybody, rest for 3 days, and enter the second round assessment, Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. The moment it ended, Bailey Qingyang pulled Jiang Shuiyan to one side and complained, "Senior apprentice sister, how could you do that? You're making me unjust and disloyal like this." Jiang Shuiyan smiled coldly when she heard that and said, "Justice and loyalty. Can justice and loyalty make you become strong? The Bamboo Groove martial conclave is about to arrive. You must let your strength become stronger, and have to suppress your opponents ruthlessly. And this kid's appearance will make the final result very difficult to predict. If he can't break through to the celestial deity realm, it's still alright. But if he really breaks through in the 200+ years? At that time, who can be his match? If not looking on the account of your face, I'd have killed him at the Shadowmoon mountain range." Bailey Qingyang had an indignant look on her face. But when she recalled Master's great trust toward her and thought of the sect's ardent hopes, it was seriously hard to choose. She thought of Yi Yuan again, feeling very depressed in her heart. Why did he have to swallow his pride and endure in silence, and not argue for himself? What in the world was this guy thinking? She desperately wanted to go and apologize to Yi Yuan, but Jiang Shuiyan guarded her without leaving a step, making her unable to leave at all. Chapter 1793 Those who find it hard don't know, those who no one find it hard. Chapter 1793 Those who find it hard don't know, those who no one find it hard. After 3 days of rest and recuperation, the disciples taking part in the examination were all full of high spirits, returning to their peak states once more. Deacon Hong turned in the direction of the sect and directly bowed down. Shadowmoon sect disciple, Hong Xiao, respectfully invites the jade light drum. While talking, Deacon Hong took out a small flag, poured divine essence into it, and directly plugged it into the void. Rumble. The void immediately emitted intense tremors, rumbling sounds lingering on incessantly. Amidst everyone's shock gazes, a huge drum slowly emerged from the void. "Ah, my ears. I can't hear anymore." The humming sounds that the huge drum emitted shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt. Those slightly weaker ones even directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, their internal organs already injured. This is the melody of great Tao. Yi Yuan's brows raised up as he marveled a little. Regarding this kind of mysterious feeling, Yi Yuan was not foreign to it. Back then when he preached on Tao at the Fiend Race, he had once triggered great Tao heavenly melody. The sound that this jade-light drum gave off achieved the same wondrous effect with different means. It was just that the great Tao heavenly melody that Yi Yuan triggered belonged to alchemy Tao, while the jade-light drum's melody of great Tao was extremely aggressive. Clearly, it was a Tao with extremely strong offensive power. Yi Yuan was secretly startled in his heart and said, "Looks like this Shadowmoon sect is indeed extraordinary. This jade-light drum should be a top-level true God mystic treasure, its power unimaginable. Just the slight aftermath of the vibrations of the drum surface have such power." Toward this kind of great Tao melody, Yi Yuan accepted it calmly. But Bailey Qingyang and the rest secretly revolved divine essence, blocking this impact. Gradually, the jade-light drum's vibration noises subsided. Everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Deacon Hong's gaze swept over everyone slightly and said majestically, "The people who vomited blood just now can leave." Those people who vomited blood were all incomparably depressed, but they could only leave helplessly. "I've long heard that the jade-light drum's power is boundless, but I didn't expect that it's actually so terrifying. If it's unleashed, probably even celestial deity powerhouses can be instantly killed too, right?" Regarding the jade-light drum's power, these people were all extremely shocked too. After those people left, Deacon Hong continued slowly, "Now, the second round assessment begins. No matter what method you all use, as long as you can make the jade-light drum sound out, it's considered passing the assessment. People who pass the assessment will become my Shadowmoon sect's inner disciple. People who fail will become miscellaneous affairs disciples. If you aren't willing to become a miscellaneous affairs disciple, you can also leave. However, this old man warns you all first, live within your means. Your attacks, The jade-like drum will return it with several times the force. It might directly collapse your physical bodies. Deacon Hong's words made the group of disciples feel slightly alarmed. This jade-like drum's power was seriously too terrifying. Striking the drum without cultivation attainments was equivalent to seeking death. All right, now, you all cast spells in reverse order according to the results of the first round assessment, Deacon Hone said in a clear voice. The first one to take the field was a very lean guy. Only to see him leap up, arrive in midair, beckon his hand, a metal rod came into his hands. Limitless astral cudgel. The lean man brandished the metal stick and smashed over toward the jade-like drum. Bang! Only to hear a scream. The jade-like drum did not sound out, but his right arm that gripped the stick directly exploded into pieces. When Duan Qinghong saw this scene, he said scornfully, "Heh, really foolies. Plus does he think it's beating an ordinary drum? Choose a metal rod and it can sound out." When Han Yong saw this scene, his expression changed slightly too and said to the Yi Yuan beside him, "Fine lad, that kid just now, his strength wasn't weak. He's actually crippled just like that." Yi Yuan said coolly, "What this jade-like drum tests isn't strength, but comprehension toward Tao. Using brute force will only accomplish the very opposite. The stronger the brute force, the greater the countershock force. He only had one arm crippled, it's considered light already. If you went up, your entire person would probably explode into nothing." Han Yong chuckled and said, "I wouldn't be as stupid as him." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "There's naturally no problem with your passing the test. But, it's impossible for you to want to win Jiao Jiao." Han Yong's expression choked up, involuntarily revealing an aggrieved look. Their Thundercloud sect and the Devil Elephant sect are sworn enemies. Han Yong and Jiao Jiao were also lifetime enemies. It was just that no matter how hard he worked, he kept on being unable to surpass Jiao Jiao. This had always been his heart knot. "Yi Yuan, don't smack the face when hitting people, don't rake up one's shortcomings when picking on people. You being like this, you make me very depressed." Han Yong said gloomily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll teach you a move that can let you overpower Jiao Jiao. What do you think?" Han Yong's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "For real? You don't fool me. Otherwise, we won't be brothers anymore." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Fool you for what? This round is as easy as turning my hand over to me." The moment these words came out, not just Han Yong, even the young fan by the side also revealed skeptical looks. The two of them did not know Yi Yuan's stunning performance in the Shadowmoon mountain range and naturally did not know Yi Yuan's true strength. "Yi Yuan, these words are a bit too conceited, right? Even though you got first place in the first round, this second round's jade-like drum, even to the first place, it's absolutely not easy too." Young Fan said. These words were said veiledly, but actually, it was saying that Yi Yuan actually took advantage of people in the first round, and was not a true winner. How your strength was, did you not have any score in your heart? Blowing your own trumpet here, why didn't you take a PISS and look at your reflection as well? Yi Yuan did not refute, but said to Han Yong with a smile, "If you trust me, I'll teach you. If you don't believe, then forget it, take it as I didn't say anything." Han Yong's expression flickered incessantly. Honestly speaking, he was a little skeptical. But overpowering Jiao Jiao was also his long-cherished wish of many years. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, you say, I believe you." Yi Yuan nodded his head and whispered a few words in Han Yong's ear. When Han Yong heard, his face could not help revealing a dubious look as he said, "So simple? Can it work?" Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Those who find it hard don't know, those who know won't find it hard. This round's assessment isn't as difficult as you imagine." Han Yong's face revealed a strange look and could not quite make up his mind for some time. At this time, the test was also progressing in an orderly manner. But up to this point, not a single person said yet. Some people also did not dare to go all out when they saw those in front getting injured. Slam. Finally, when more than 40 people took the field, someone sounded the jade-like drum for the first time. It was just that this sound was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Whether or not it was counted as sounding, was also hard to say. "Ding Yuan, Tier 0. Par SS the Tess. At this time, Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. Clearly, Deacon Hong could decide the ranks of the people who Par S said the test through that small flag. Tier 0 could virtually be ignored. But being able to do it to this step was also indeed not easy. The people who took part in the test at the back, those who Par S said also gradually increased. But the vast majority were all Tier 0 or Tier 1. All the way until the top 100, only then did a Tier 2 disciple appear. Chapter 1794 Drumming Method that made people know whether to laugh or cry. 1794 Drumming Method that made people know whether to laugh or cry. Jiao Shu, Tier 3. Par S said the A assessment. Jiao Jiao, Tier 4. Par S said the A assessment. The moment Deacon Hong's voice fell, it immediately aroused a wave of exclamations. Jiao Jiao actually reached Tier 4. Him being called the Devil Elephant lineage's #1 person indeed wasn't simply boasted out. In comparison, Thundercloud sect's Han Yong is much worse. The genius that the Thundercloud sect nurtured this time is too weak. The grudges between celestial deity level sects were not some secret here. Everyone all came from celestial deity level sects. Regarding Jiao Jiao and Han Yong's matters, everyone was very clear. Han Yong's expression was very ugly. He thought that Jiao Jiao would at most be peak Tier 3. He did not expect that Jiao Jiao actually reached Tier 4. This way, the pressure he was experiencing was very great. It did not matter if he lost, but people would say that the Thundercloud sect was inferior to the Devil Elephant sect. In reality, the two great sects each had their own merits. It was just that the Devil Elephant sect developed rapidly these few years, and already faintly showed trends of overshadowing the Thundercloud sect. Therefore, Han Yong did not want to lose even more. Jiao Jiao landed from midair and deliberately Par S said by Han Yong and said with a sneer, Han Yong, I've already broken through to Tier 4. I know that you're not convinced, so don't get lower than this. Han Yong's expression changed and opened his mouth, wanting to refute. But he truly did not have any confidence. Putting out the big talk now, if he could not achieve it in a while, that would be even more humiliating. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, you rest assured, when Brother Han goes up in a while, he'll only be higher than you and not lower than you. The Jiao three brothers and Han Yong were implacable enemies. He came down only because he wanted to show off a bit to Han Yong, so he did not notice that Yi Yuan was actually still here. Hearing Yi Yuan speak, Jiao Jiao's expression could not help changing, his eyes revealing a look of fear. Humph. With just the likes of him? Don't I know how capable he is? Jiao Jiao raised his neck and forcefully argued. He was afraid of Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he was scared of Han Yong. After fighting for a little less than half of their lifetimes, could he still not know Han Yong's strength? Yi Yuan said coolly, what this jade light drum is testing is potential and not strength. Your strength is indeed greater than his, but it doesn't mean that your potential is greater than his. The moment Jiao Jiao heard, he said disdainfully, just him? If he can surpass me, I'll pluck my head off for him to kick as a ball. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no need for that. If he can surpass you, yell in front of so many people that the Devil Elephant sect is no good 3 times. Do you dare or not? When Jiao Jiao heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression could not help but become stifled. This was betting with the sect's reputation, it was not up to him to not be cautious. When Yi Yuan saw his appearance, he said coolly, looks like you don't have much confidence in yourself. Therefore, when people haven't appeared on the stage yet, don't posture here. There are plenty of people stronger than you. Seeing Yi Yuan stump Jiao Jiao with a few words, Han Yong could not help being greatly excited. He naturally knew that he could not beat Jiao Jiao. But being able to make him feel deflated, he was also very happy. Jiao Jiao smiled coldly when he heard that and said, you're goading me? Do you think that I'd fall for it so easily? Yi Yuan smiled and said, regardless whether I'm goading or not, you're a gutless loser. You don't dare to bet, isn't it still because you don't have the confidence? You look, I dare to say that if I lose to you, I'll commit suicide in front of the Shadow Moon sect's mountain gates to atone for my crime. But you don't dare. Jiao Jiao's expression became incomparably ugly. Of course you freaking dared to say so. How could a peerless genius who fused spatial law and sword Dao law possibly lose to him? This guy was even stronger than Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin. Ha ha ha. You're indeed a loser, to not even dare to agree to this. If you don't dare to agree, then scram to one side, don't be an eyesore here. Is Tier 4 very impressive? Han Yong also laughed loudly and said. Being looked down upon by Yi Yuan, he felt like he had no temper. But being despised by Han Yong like this, he could not quite endure it anymore. Han Yong, I dare to bet, then do you dare? If you lose, you'll also shout Thundercloud Sect is no good 3 times. Do you have the guts? Zhao Zhao said with a cold smile. Han Yong's expression choked up when he heard this. It was as if he had his throat clutched. When Zhao Zhao saw the situation, he said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, see? It's him who doesn't have the guts, not that I don't have the guts. The moment Han Yong heard this, his head heated up. He said, compete then, who's scared of who? Zhao Zhao was startled inwardly, but he thought about it, it was impossible for him to lose to Han Yong. His face could not help turning dark as he said, okay, I want to see whether or not you can really turn into a phoenix from a hen. I'm going to make your Thundercloud sect lose all of its face in front of everyone. This matter was settled like this. But Han Yong's heart was racing. He truly did not have much confidence in winning Zhao Zhao. Yi Yuan, you went a bit too overboard. If Han Yong loses, he won't be able to even lift his head in the Shadow Moon sect in the future. He'll become a common target for scorn, Yang Fan said in a solemn voice. Clearly, he was enraged. Yang Fan and Han Yong's relations. HI+P was very close. Seeing Yi Yuan incite the wager this time, the fury in his heart blazed. If Han Yong lose, the Thundercloud lineage's people would thoroughly cast him aside, and view him as the sect's traitor. In the future, he'd be alone and helpless in the Shadow Moon sect. This was not as simple as yelling 3 times. The future implications were too great. Saying something unpleasant, this wager might directly ruin Han Yong's future. Furthermore, Yang Fan really could not see any hopes of victory for Han Yong. The method that Yi Yuan said he would teach Han Yong, Yang Fan was very pessimistic about it too. If casually teaching could defy the heavens, then wouldn't the Shadow Moon sect's assessment become a joke? Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, you turn it around and think about it. If Han Yong wins, Zhao Zhao and brothers won't be able to lift their heads in the Shadow Moon sect in the future. Right at this time, a miscellaneous affairs disciple shouted, next one, Han Yong. Han Yong's expression changed, a pair of legs like they grew roots, and actually did not dare to walk out. When Zhao Zhao saw this scene, he was even more certain in his heart that Han Yong could not do it. Originally, Han Yong was already inferior to him. Yi Yuan lightly patted Han Yong's shoulder and said with a smile, remember, use the method that I taught you to drum the drum, you won't lose. Han Yong's heart was somewhat racing as he said, Can this really work? Yi Yuan nodded his head with an indifferent look. Now that it was hard to dismount from a tiger's back, Han Yong was aware that he had no way out already too. Stealing his heart, he leaped and arrived up in the sky. Han Yong suddenly turned around, back facing the jade-light drum, his abdomen ballooning more and more. When everyone saw this scene, their faces became extremely fascinating. Zhao Zhao's complexion flushed even redder as he let out a big laugh and said, ha ha ha, you're really killing me with laughter. This guy wouldn't be thinking of using a fart to sound the jade-light drum, right? Bailey Qingyan's face turned red and she could not help turning away. Below, waves of ridicules also came over. Yang Fan was angered until his expression was livid and he questioned Yi Yuan, this is the idea that you gave him? You want to make him become the laughingstock of the world? Pooh! Yang Fan's voice had yet to face when a loud fart could be heard clearly in the entire plaza. However, everyone's smiles had yet to fade away when an even more resounding drum sound spread out. Dong. Chapter 1795 trampled flat in one day. 1795 trampled flat in one day. Dong. An earth-shaking drum sound spread out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. Everyone who was still laughing before, after hearing the drum sound, their faces all changed drastically. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that this drum sound was the most sonorous one up to this point. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Han Yong's fart actually struck the jade-like drum so resoundingly. Ouch! Han Yong let out a scream and actually could not stand steady, falling down from midair. But he did not feel pain. Scrambling to his feet, his face appeared flushed because of excitement. He ran in front of Yi Yuan and said with an excited face, "It was actually really useful. You didn't bluff me." Yi Yuan scolded laughingly when he heard this, and he said, "Turns out that you felt that I was bluffing you all along." Han Yong choked and said sadly, "I didn't mean that." Suspicion is also normal. After all, this method is rather fantastical, Yi Yuan said with a smile. By the side, Yang Fan was shocked until he did not speak until now. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of incredulity. This guy's pointer was actually really useful. Deacon Hong looked at this scene with a stunned look. This was still his first time seeing someone use this kind of utterly absurd method to pass the assessment. Han Yong, Tier 5. Pass said the test. These words were like a heavy hammer, smars. Plussing onto Zhao Zhao's heart. He gritted his teeth and said in a clear voice, "Deacon Hong, I'm unconvinced. How can he be considered to have said the assessment like this?" Deacon Hong's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Are you questioning this old man?" Zhao Zhao was startled inwardly, but he defended himself strongly through sophistry and said, "Deacon Hong, if letting out a fart can pass the test, then wouldn't our Shadow Moon sect become the laughingstock of the world?" Deacon Hong frowned and said, "Pass said means pass said, the jade light drum won't deceive people. Keep on being long-winded and I'll revoke your qualifications." Zhao Zhao's face changed. How could he still dare to say any more? Han Yong said with a smug look, "Zhao Zhao, weren't you very proud of yourself earlier? Didn't you say that I can't possibly surpass you? Now, admit defeat." Zhao Zhao's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth and said, "You beat the drum with such a ludicrous method, to actually still have the nerve to mention the wager." Han Yong seemed to have long predicted his attitude and said with a sneer, "Something that even Deacon Hong has confirmed isn't up to you to deny. Whether or not I pass the test, that small flag can naturally ascertain it. Hence, are you going to go back on your words now?" Zhao Zhao was pushed to the edge of the cliff all of a sudden. Quite a few people around all cast strange gazes, all looking at Zhao Zhao with disdainful looks. The two of them wagering, that was witnessed by many people. Now, Zhao Zhao was actually going to go back on his word. Zhao Zhao gritted his teeth and said furiously, "I'm reneging, so what can you do to me?" But Han Yong smiled and said, "What can I do to you?" Everyone saw it. The people that come from the Devil Elephant sect don't keep their words. No strength and he still dared to bet with me. He loses and doesn't acknowledge his debt. Such a sect is truly laughable. This Zhao Zhao, I didn't expect that he's so shameless. The Devil Elephant sect's face is utterly lost by him. Lost and doesn't admit it. Who would still dare to walk close with such a person in the future? Han Yong's words immediately aroused a wave of contempt. Zhao Zhao's expression was ugly to the extreme. He currently found it hard to dismount the tiger after getting on its back. Whether or not he admitted it, the sect's reputation was ruined by him. Just as he was at a loss on what to do, a figure suddenly flashed past. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Zhao Zhao's face. Song Ting looked at Zhao Zhao with a grim expression and said furiously, "You fool, are you nuts? To actually dare agree to such a wager." Zhao Zhao was full of grievances in his heart. How could he know that Han Yong actually used a fart and said him? Zhao Zhao was just about to defend himself with sophistry, but heard Song Ting said icily, "You what you? From now on, you're not my Devil Elephant lineage's member anymore." Zhao Zhao's expression changed and he said in a panic, How can this be? Once rejected by the Devil Elephant lineage, he would not be able to get protection within the Shadow Moon sect in the future. Inside this sect where geniuses were abundant like clouds, it was very hard for him to gain a foothold. Song Ting sneered and said, "Otherwise, how do you want to resolve this matter?" Zhao Zhao choked the moment he heard this. It seemed like this was the best way to resolve the problem. Zhao Zhao's expression was ashen. He suddenly discovered that his future became gloomy. And the prime culprit was actually a wager. The wager that was originally in the bag, in the end, he actually lost. Han Yong watched the show by the side, enjoying it thoroughly. For so many years, Zhao Zhao had always suppressed him, making him virtually unable to catch his breath. Did not expect that he only used one opportunity and thoroughly brought this fellow down. Without the devil elephant lineage as the patron, the Zhao three brothers would die very horribly. Just like the words Jiang Shuiyan said when she warned Yi Yuan, even Yi Yuan's talent could not stand firm, let alone a measly little Zhao Zhao. At this time, Han Yong was jubilant in his heart. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was also filled with gratitude. Actually, the thing that Yi Yuan taught him was very simple. It was to let him continuously perform great circulatory cycles within his body with world power, finally sinking it inside the dantian. When it accumulated to the limits of the body, then let it out in one go. Although Han Yong did not understand why, very clearly, he did it. At the thought that he suspected Yi Yuan previously, he would feel very ashamed. Yi Yuan was intentionally helping him get rid of Zhao Zhao here, but he doubted Yi Yuan's intentions. Yang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, I apologize to you." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "You were worried about your bro, that's why you did that. Would I fail to make a distinction between right and wrong? There's no need for this apology." Yang Fan looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, secretly alarmed in his heart. This kid's heart was clear as a mirror. "Yi Yuan, I discovered that when Zhao Zhao was talking to you previously, he seemed to be particularly scared of you." Yang Fan found it weird just now. When Zhao Zhao was facing Yi Yuan, he became like a different person from before, as if Yi Yuan was a dreadful monster. This feeling made him feel very preposterous. Even though Yi Yuan broke through, Zhao Zhao should not reach the extent of being afraid, right? That guy was taught a fierce lesson by me and Bailey Qingyang in the Shadow Moon mountain range, that's why he's like this, Yi Yuan said ambiguously. Yang Fan felt enlightened in his heart. But Yi Yuan's words made him feel even more puzzled. Could it be that there was really some unclear and unknown relations? Hi+P between Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyang? The assessment continued. The people remaining were all strong players. Quite a number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 figures appeared. It was just that there was not even a single Tier 5. Only all the way until Duan Qinghong made a move did he firmly take Tier 5. Zhong Hanlin and Duan Qinghong were almost on par, similarly the standard of Tier 5. This way, Han Yong was actually ranked at third place thus far. This was what everyone never thought of. Next, Yi Yuan. It was Yi Yuan's turn, but he did not move and said to Deacon Hong with clasped hands, "Deacon Hong, can this disciple request to be the last to be tested?" Chapter 1796 Sudden Drumbeer. Chapter 1796 Sudden Drumbeer. Is there a mistake? This kid is also posturing too hard, right? To actually want to contend for the finale with Bailey Qingyang. Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Who does he think he is? Yi Yuan's request immediately caused a series of boos. What the finale represented was strength and status. Yi Yuan was a freeloader in everyone's eyes. What right did he have to be the finale? Jiang Shuiyan's brows furrowed when she heard that and said, "What does this guy want to do? He's using this method in order to fight for vindication? This kid is also too childish, right?" Bailey Qingyang was similarly at a loss, not knowing what Yi Yuan was doing here. Deacon Hong frowned slightly and said, "You and Bailey Lanes are tied for first place. As long as she has no objections, there's no problem." Finished talking, everyone's gazes looked over toward Bailey Qingyang. Jiang Shuiyan was just about to speak when Bailey Qingyang agreed without hesitation, "No problem, I'll go first." Jiang Shuiyan stomped her feet angrily, secretly thinking that this girl was so worrying. Was this the time to yield out of courtesy? Bailey Qingyang took a stop out, arrived high up in the air, akin to a fairy maiden descending upon the mortal world, her beauty transcendent. The disciples below all revealed words. Hi plus ping looks. Bailey Qingyang gave Yi Yuan a glance with a complicated expression but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at her with a smile, involuntarily making her stupefied. What medicine was this fellow selling in his gourd? This scene was another flavor when it landed in everyone's eyes. Bailey Qingyang collected her mind, divine essence surging on her body. Suddenly, she cast out a silk ribbon, which flew over toward the jade-light drum like lightning. Dong. Thus far, the most sonorous drumbeat spread out. The shockwave coming of the jade-light drum rippled out like breaking a dead branch from a tree, leveling the trees in the several-mile radius to the ground. Seeing such a shocking commotion, everyone's countenance also changed visibly. This strength was even above Du and Qinghong, two people. Deacon Hong's face revealed a look of approval as he said with a nod, "Not bad. Not bad. Bailey Qingyang, high-grade tier 6. Par said the test." Jiang Shuiyan's face revealed a relieved smile. With this, their immortal abode sect suppressed the other two lineages until they could not even lift their heads anymore. Furthermore, Bailey Qingyan's performance also provided powerful proof for her breathtaking first round. Now, who would still suspect that was not done by Bailey Qingyang? Most likely, even Du and Qinghong, they all also would not suspect it, right? Her gaze looked over toward Yi Yuan away, and she could not help sneering. Foolish fellow, think that you can snatch away Bailey's limelight like this? Even though you comprehended spatial law, your realm is too low. But the Jade Light Drum's requirement for cultivation realm is very high. Although she witnessed Yi Yuan's powerful strength, Jiang Shuiyan was not optimistic about Yi Yuan. She, as the Shadow Moon sect's disciple, naturally knew the Jade Light Drum's power. The higher the realm, the deeper the comprehensions toward Tao, and the louder the drumming would be too. Although Yi Yuan's attack power was high, his realm was too low. If he used full strength to attack the Jade Light Drum, he would only suffer an even stronger countershock force. Hence, Bailey Qingyan's first place was already locked in. Yi Yuan wanting to be the finale, this action was merely the laughable dignity of a man. Bailey Qingyan's performance made everyone marvel with admiration, and also made Du and Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin feel ashamed of their unworthiness. They had always been pursuing Bailey Qingyang previously, but her potential was more than a level stronger than theirs. Bailey Qingyang said to Deacon Hong with clasped hands, "Thank you, Deacon Hong." Deacon Hong nodded his head as he smiled and said, "Bailey Lane SS is indeed pretty good. High-grade tier 6, among all of the former season's assessments, it also ranks among the best. It's just a pity that it missed by a step and didn't break through to tier 7. Bailey Qingyang said, "Qingyang will cultivate even harder in the future and won't let the sect down." Deacon Hong smiled and said, "Amen, cultivate well. The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time, hope that you can have a place." Bailey Qingyang nodded slightly and floated down. Jiang Shuiyan went up to welcome with a smile and said, "Bailey, you indeed didn't disappoint me." But Bailey Qingyan's attitude was somewhat cold as she said coolly, "Senior apprentice sister, there's still someone who hasn't taken the stage, don't be happy too early." But Jiang Shuiyan said without a care, "Although that kid's talent is high, his realm is too low after all. Even if he's stronger than Du and Qinghong they all, it's also impossible to surpass SSU." Bailey Qingyang shook her head slightly but did not dispute. She kept feeling that Yi Yuan doing this had a deep meaning. Most likely, it would not be that simple. Furthermore, it was clearly impossible for Han Yong to surpass SS Zhao Zhao, but he broke through to tier 5. And Han Yong's relations HI+P with Yi Yuan was very good. Could this just be a coincidence? Last one, Yi Yuan. After repeated calls, it was finally Yi Yuan's turn to appear on the stage. However, he did not come out yet and there was another wave of booing. Clearly, everyone was very disdainful of his finale that overestimated his own ability. This guy is really utterly without shame. This bit of strength also dare to snatch the finale. Miss Bailey is magnanimous and doesn't haggle over it with him. This guy even went from bad to worse. Sixth Firmament Divine Lord, don't even know whether or not he can make it sound and he dares to snatch the position of the finale. Originally, Bailey Qingyang was a genius at the same level as Du and Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin in everyone's eyes. But now, Bailey Qingyan's status in their minds already far surpassed, said those two people. The present Bailey Qingyang outshone the others. Coupled with that kingdom-toppling looks of hers, she already became the goddess in everyone's hearts. A goddess that could not be profaned. But Yi Yuan, this guy actually dared to blaspheme the goddess and snatch her finale position. Towards these questioning voices, Yi Yuan naturally paid no attention to it. He slowly walked out of the crowd but did not fly up high to the sky. Then, he just flicked lightly, carrying a light breeze, blowing towards the jade-light drum. This movement was like plussing off dust, relaxed and natural. It was just that this action made everyone feel very perplexed. Even Deacon Hong's face revealed a very doubtful look. What is this guy doing again? Have to admit, he really knows how to gain notoriety by doing something sensational. What he did just now is already beating the drum. No divine essence undulation at all. This guy knows that he's going to reveal his true colors and gave up. Dong. Just as the ridiculing voices grew higher than the previous wave, an earth-shattering drumbeat sounded out, overshadowing all of the sounds all at once. In the entire world, only the jade-light drum's drumbeat was reverberating. The faces of everyone present all changed visibly. The sound of this drum was actually identical to Bailey Qingyan's. That power flowed once more within the radius of several miles. Everyone all used incomparably horrified gazes to look at Yi Yuan. But even more were confused faces. Was this drumbeat just now really done by Yi Yuan? But how could that kind of casual and light action cause such a big commotion? Chapter 1797 Old Youth. Chapter 1797 Old Youth. The drumbeat gradually subsided, everyone was still immersed in the midst of shock. Because no one could have thought that Yi Yuan could actually accomplish exactly the same as Bailey Qingyang. Among them included Jiang Shuiyan and Duan Qinghong. They all. Deacon Hong's pupils constricted as if understanding something. Yi Yuan, high-grade tier 6. Pares said the test. He looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a gratified look. Deacon Hong thought in his heart, this child is different from the others and already saw through the jade-light drum's reality, simplifying things by cutting out the superfluous, triggering the resonance of the jade-light drum with the power of great Tao. It looked casual, but it's actually no idea how many times more profound than others. Other people saw 100 steps away, but he already saw 1,000 steps away. Except, it looked like he still held back somewhat, but don't know why is that. With Yi Yuan not displaying his full strength, he was unable to judge Yi Yuan's limits. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan was a genius too. At least, he was not beneath Bailey Qingyang. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a supporting character who only worked his way to first place by following Bailey Qingyang. Looking at it now, it was ridiculously wrong. So incredible. Han Yong said in shock. Although after he reached tier 5, he had long changed his views on Yi Yuan. When he saw Yi Yuan reach high-grade tier 6 effortlessly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bailey Qingyang, he was still extremely shocked. Yang Fan had a strange look. He previously still thought that Yi Yuan boasted without coming up with a draft and that his behavior was flashy with substance, and could not get close with. Looking at it now, he was really blind. Yi Yuan saying that it was a breeze for him to pass the assessment, it was really accomplished with the greatest of ease. Too effortless. A casual flick and it was high-grade tier 6, too relaxed and casual. Yi Yuan slowly turned around and looked over in Jiang Shuiyan's direction with a profound meaning. Jiang Shuiyan's entire body turned stiff and was actually floored by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Jiang Shuiyan's face felt fiery hot. Yi Yuan used this light flick and gave her an incomparably resounding slap. Amoran could also tell that Yi Yuan seemed to have plenty left in the tank. But he got a high-grade tier 6. This move of Yi Yuan's had a deep meaning. Firstly, Yi Yuan helped Bailey Qingyang achieve the title of first place, repaying Bailey Qingyang's friends. Hi+P and loyalty. Secondly, Yi Yuan used this flick to tell everyone that he, Yi Yuan, did not rely on Bailey Qingyang to get first place. He was very strong. Thirdly, Yi Yuan was telling her, Jiang Shuiyan, you cannot suppress my edge. As long as I, Yi Yuan, am willing, I can surpass SS everyone at any time. This was a blatant declaration of war. The entrance examination ends here. You all will be my Shadow Moon sect's disciples starting from now. No matter which sect or faction you all belong to in the past, now, you all only have one ident. One tie, that is the Shadow Moon sect's disciples. Entering my sect, everything will be the sect's interests as the top priority. If there's any act of betraying the sect, kill without amnesty. Now, you all ascend from the mountain gate, there will naturally be someone to fetch you all in. Deacon Hong's voice reverberated in front of the mountain gate. The disciples all had fearful expressions, clearly frightened by Deacon Hong's words. Yi Yuan was very indifferent and did not have any surprised look. The Shadow Moon sect seemed to have many factions, the forces intricate and complicated. Actually, that was just tacit allowed by the sect in order to increase the one tie-on between disciples and accelerate their strength increase. But, if someone jeopardized the sect's interests, the sect would definitely annihilate them at all costs. The Shadow Moon sect would not nurture geniuses for other sects. There were 43 inner disciples who par said the examination at the end, and 102 miscellaneous affairs disciples. These people officially entered the sect under Qian Yi's lead. The Shadow Moon sect's main peak towered into the clouds, unable to see any end in sight. Yi Yuan climbed up the steps along with the crowd, as if arriving at a fairyland. And the spiritual energy thickness also became increasingly stronger as the height of the mountain got taller. Just the spiritual energy concentration at the halfway point was already God knows how many times stronger than ordinary high-order imperial cities. The Shadow Moon sect had a main peak and 9 sub-peaks, presenting the appearance of 9 stars twinkling around the moon. All were majestic and grand. Yi Yuan could feel that this place was absolutely a rich land that fostered great talents. The 9 sub-peaks were under the charge of the 9 great skill-imparting elders. Disciples who entered the sect all have to be signed under the name of a skill-imparting elder. Of course, it was just belonging under them. Skill-imparting elders were all true God-level existences, ordinary disciples could not see them at all. However, each skill-imparting elder had a rank 6 cultivation method in their possession. If one could stand out in their performance, they could become the skill-imparting elder's personal disciple. At that time, they would be able to learn a true God-level cultivation method and martial techniques. This was what all of the disciples dreamed of. Of course, in a large true God-level sect, disciples ranging in the tens of missions, wanting to become a personal disciple, that was doubly difficult. This is your ident. 1 tie token. Kid, I have to admire you. Before even entering the sect, you already offended the 3 great factions and our devil elephant lineage. Do you know how many elders and deacons the Shadow Moon sect has that all come from these 3 major factions? Song Ting threw the ident. 1 tie token to Yi Yuan and scoffed with a look of amuse. Ement Yuan received the token and discovered that Tianying 2 words were written on the back. Presumably, he was signed to Tianying Peak. According to Han Yong, Tianying Peak was the weakest sub-peak. The strengths of the disciples were the weakest, resources were the most efficient, and cultivation method and martial techniques were the most scarce. Looks like he was indeed targeted. Shadow Moon's sect did not lack geniuses. His performance was also not stunning enough in order to help Bailey Qingyang achieve her aim and was unable to catch the sect's attention. This was also what Yi Yuan had expected. It was just that being signed to whichever sub-peak did not make much difference to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan put away the token and said coolly, "What has that got to do with me? Only second-rate disciples like you will be interested in this sort of thing, right? Second-rate? Heh, you actually said that the Tianzhu Peak's disciples are second-rate?" Song Ting deliberately said it very loudly. The surroundings immediately cast a series of unfriendly gazes. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "What I said was that you are doing this kind of welcoming new disciples thing. You're definitely a second-rate minor character in the sect. Don't you say so? Senior apprentice brother Song? You're not young anymore as well, but you can't even break through to the celestial deity realm and are still just an outer disciple. I didn't say that Tianzhu Peak is second-rate, I mean that you disgrace Tianzhu Peak." The more Yi Yuan said, the uglier Song Ting's expression became. Those unfriendly gazes also immediately became amused. Calculating it, Song Ting was indeed an old youth already. With his talents, even if he broke through to celestial deity realm, it was very hard to promote to an inner disciple too. Yi Yuan's words poked Song Ting's sore spot. Yi Yuan being signed to Tianying Peak, he originally came deliberately to give Yi Yuan a blow and regain face in the Pares Sing. He did not expect that he suffered a huge loss of face. This kid's mouth was so venomous. Brat, you just be smug. Being remembered by the three great factions at the same time, I hope that you can live for a month. Song Ting gritted his teeth and said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, no need for senior apprentice brother Song to worry. I'll live very well. Chapter 1798 Abode Gone. Chapter 1798 Abode Gone. The main peak was extremely far away from the sub-peaks. Yi Yuan arrived at Tianying Peak through the transmission array and immediately had a feeling of falling to the human world from heaven. Compared to the main peak's splendor, this place was clearly much shabbier. Yi Yuan, I really feel unfair for you. With your talent, you should at least be on the top 3 sub-peaks. That bunch of fellows abuses their power to bully people and actually relegated you to Tianying Peak. Beside Yi Yuan, a short and skinny young man said with an indignant look. This young man was called Sengyu. He came from an unknown small sect. His strength was not bad, peak 7th firmament divine lord. During the second round's assessment, he even reached tier 2. Among the disciples that came out of small sects, he was already a dragon among men. Logically speaking, he should not have been relegated to Tianying Peak, but he became the only inner disciple sent to Tianying Peak. The other 41 people were all relegated to the other 8 sub-peaks. Regarding this kind of unfair treatment, Sengyu was naturally unhappy about it in his heart. However, Sengyu admired Yi Yuan greatly. That simple and casual flick shocked him deeply. Similarly, coming from a small sect, Yi Yuan's potential was clearly much stronger than him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if it's gold, it will SHI plus NE anywhere. I heard that Tianying Peak's skill-imparting elder came from a small sect. But didn't he also enter the ranks of true God realm, becoming the ruler of a region? Sengyu smiled bitterly when he heard it and said, even so, Tianying Peak is still the most run-down sub-peak, ostracized by the other 8 peak. In the Shadow Moon sect, Tianying Peak could be said to be a land of exile. No one was willing to come to this place. Those who came here were mostly not wanted or disciples without factions. And arriving here was also basically equivalent to having one's future cut off. It would be very hard to have great accomplishments again. Yi Yuan patted Sengyu's shoulder and said with a smile, brother, upon entering the Shadow Moon sect, you already forgot who you are. Finished saying, Yi Yuan walked over toward Tianying Hall. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Sengyu's entire body trembled. Yeah, his sect was just an unremarkable divine lord level sect, deficient of resources, and severely lacking cultivation methods. But he relied on his own efforts and walked until today step by step. He thought that entering the Shadow Moon sect, with his talent, he would be able to soar to the heavens in one bound. But the current situation was too far from what he imagined. So he felt indignant, felt wronged, felt that the future was bleak and dark. However, looking back, even if he arrived at Tianying Peak, his current situation was also far better than before. Hence, what was he still not satisfied with? As long as he took out his past efforts, he would be able to stand out among his peers one day, and viciously slap those SNOBs. To martial artists, while resources were important, what was more important was to have an unyielding heart that sought Tao. Losing one's true self, then the future would really be bleak. Rousing the dreamer from his sleep with a word. Yi Yuan, thank you. Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, Sengyu's gaze became determined once more, just as before. Senior apprentice brother, we're new disciples here to receive cultivation abodes. This is my ident. 1 Tai token. Shadow Moon sect was established on a spiritual vein. The sect opened up many abodes on each sub-peak and laid down array formations, providing for disciples to cultivate. The better the apartment attitude of the disciple, the better the cultivation abode they would get, and the faster the cultivation speed will naturally be as well. Tianying Peak was where the spiritual vein was the thinnest among the 9 sub-peaks. The spiritual energy was naturally also the thinnest. That disciple took a look at the 2 people's ident. 1 Tai tokens, his brows involuntarily raising up, and he threw the tokens on the table with a thud as he said lazily, "You're called Sengyu, right? Tianying Peak still has 1 last low-grade level 2 abode. This is the abode's token, go on." Sengyu put away the token and said joyfully, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother." Senior apprentice brother, then what about Yi Yuan? That disciple raised his eyelids and said with a fake smile, "Him? That was Tianying Peak's last abode already. This junior apprentice brother will have to be inconvenienced and go to other stray peaks to open up an abode yourself." As he said, he took out an array flag and placed it in front of Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "This is the Spirit Gathering Formation's array flag, you go to Firecloud Peak right now. As long as you find the eye of the spiritual vein there and open up an abode, then deploy the array flag, it will naturally be able to gather spiritual energy and become your own abode." Sengyu's expression changed when he heard that and said, "How can it be so coincidental? Senior apprentice brother, I heard that opening up an abode is very dangerous. That place is all desolate mountain peaks, fierce beasts everywhere. Quite a few disciples have been buried there." That disciple's gaze turned cold and he said, "Dangerous? Opening up an abode is dangerous. This main peak, 9 sub-peaks, several hundred stray peaks, which one wasn't opened up by Shadow Moon sect disciples? Why is there an exception when it comes to him?" Sengyu had just received Yi Yuan's pointers and was endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. He could not bear to see Yi Yuan take the risk and could not refrain from saying, "Senior apprentice brother, why don't you take a look again? Perhaps there are still vacant abodes on the stray peaks in this vicinity." The moment that disciple heard, he said in a great rage, "Insolence. Ask you to go where, that's where you go, what's with all the crap? I said don't have means don't have, could it be that, you want to replace me on duty?" Sengyu was merely a newcomer, how could he dare to argue? He said with a guilty conscience, "Dare not. Senior apprentice brother, how about this? Give my abode to Yi Yuan, I'll go open up an abode." That disciple's face fell and he was just about to fly off the handle but heard Yi Yuan pick up the array flag and say coolly, "All right, don't need to be long-winded anymore. This guy has clearly been bribed by people already, deliberately making me go to Firecloud Peak to open up an abode, then get killed by fierce beasts. You're just looking for a rebuff by telling him these." Sengyu's face changed, only then, coming to a realization. That disciple's expression similarly changed and he said in a cold voice, "Punk, you dare to talk to your senior brother like this?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance scornfully and said coolly, "You already want to kill me, so could it be that I still have to speak to you politely? Moreover, who the hell do you think you are, to be fit to be called as my senior brother?" That disciple as signing abodes was merely a 9th firmament divine lord, so Yi Yuan did not take him seriously yet. That disciple's expression turned cold and he said with a cold smile, "Very well, looks like it's a very proud newcomer. Then I'll let you take a look at whether I'm fit to be your senior brother or not." Within the radius of Shadow Moon sect's main peak and sub-peaks, it was forbidden for disciples to kill one another. But with a valid reason, taking action against a disciple for a bit was no issue. That disciple saw that Yi Yuan was merely 6th firmament divine lord and actually dared to be insolent in front of him. So he was also genuinely angered. No wonder senior apprentice brother Chen Yi wanted to teach this guy a lesson, looks like this punk was used to being condescending. While talking, that disciple's 9th firmament divine lord aura suddenly released. A slap smacked over toward Yi Yuan's face as quick as lightning. "Yi Yuan, be careful." Sengyu did not think that this guy would attack the moment he said so. It was already too late to want to stop it. The other party was 9th firmament divine lord, his strength was more than a level stronger than him. Slap. An incomparably resounding slap transmitted over. That disciple was directly slapped flying out. Chapter 1799 Obstructed Tillage Spiritual Eye. 1799 Obstructed Tillage Spiritual Eye. Is there a mistake? My eyesight isn't failing, right? A 6th firmament divine lord smacked a 9th firmament divine lord flying with one slap? Even though there were only a few disciples in the hall, this scene still made them extremely shocked. That disciple held his face, his teeth already knocked out. Looking at Yi Yuan, his eyes were full of fear. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with an indifferent look, "Those people got you to do things, didn't they tell you not to provoke me? You're the disciple as signing abodes and have the authority to as sign where disciples go. I originally didn't plan on refusing either, yet, you were looking for a beating yourself. Then I can't be blamed." Done talking, Yi Yuan took the array flag, turned around, and was about to leave. "Wait a minute. Yi Yuan, I'll go together with you," Seng Yu suddenly said. He turned to that disciple and said, "That whatever dog fart abode, I don't want it anymore. You give me an array flag. I'll go to Firecloud Peak too." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and said, "They are making me go to Firecloud Peak because that place is definitely very dangerous. You have no need to take the risk with me." But Seng Yu had a calm look and said smilingly, "My strength is inferior to yours, but it's more or less an assistance. Moreover, opening up an abode, I'll just take it as a trial." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood in his heart. Seng Yu was a smart man too. He gave a pointer or two and he already found his original heart. Cultivating was sailing against the current to begin with. If this Seng Yu thought that he soared to the heavens in one bound after entering the Shadow Moon sect, that would be wasting his talents. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Let's go together then." Looking at the two people's departing back view, that disciple had a venomous look on his face. The Firecloud Peak is a desolate land with countless rank 4 fierce beasts. There are even quite a few rank 5 existents. There are already no fewer than several dozen people among the disciples who wanted to open up an abode. I don't believe that you guys can still return. On Firecloud Peak, it was indeed desolate and bleak, with traces of fierce beasts everywhere. The powerful undulations coming from the surroundings made Seng Yu's complexion somewhat pale. "Yi Yuan, this Firecloud Peak is truly riddled with perils. Those guys really want your life." Seng Yu immediately understood those people's intentions after arriving at Firecloud Peak. He vaguely knew that Yi Yuan had conflicts with the 3 major factions, but he did not expect that those people were actually so vicious. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As long as the ordeals that others give me can't kill me, it will all make me stronger. This will become a nightmare for them." Seng Yu's expression turned austere. He discovered that he was too far apart from Yi Yuan in terms of heart realm. Under Yi Yuan's influence, Seng Yu's mind also gradually settled down. "What should we do now?" Seng Yu asked. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Familiarize ourselves with the environment first. Let's walk toward the place with the richest spiritual energy. Since it's an undeveloped stray peak, then we naturally have to choose the best eye of the spiritual vein." Seng Yu nodded and said, "The spiritual energy in the southwest direction seems to be rather thick. Let's go over and take a look." Yi Yuan nodded his head and headed in the southwest direction together with Seng Yu. Along the way, the astonishment in Seng Yu's heart grew more and more. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made him dare not to look straight at him. Those ordinary rank 4 fierce beasts could not take a single blow at all in front of him. Even the late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts comparable to 8th Firmament Divine Lords were also not enemies that could last one exchange with Yi Yuan. Only those peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts could tussle with Yi Yuan for a while. But in the end, they still could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. After separating from Bailey Qingyang, Yi Yuan tempered himself in the Shadow Moon mountain range. Presently, his realm already thoroughly consolidated, his strength improving further as well. Seng Yu originally thought that Yi Yuan being able to smack a 9th Firmament Divine Lord flying with one slap more or less had some elements of luck involved. Only now did he know that that 9th Firmament Divine Lord was too weak. That 9th Firmament Divine Lord was completely too weak to stand up to compet. One Tyon compared to these peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. And these peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts were similarly finished off in one blow in front of Yi Yuan. With one comparison, the level was immediately established. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Seng Yu's mind. Recalling the scene of the entrance examination, his eyes revealed deep shock. Everyone was mocking Yi Yuan, thinking that Yi Yuan only got first place by being stained with Bailey Qingyan's light. Looking at it now, it was simply Bailey Qingyan getting stained by Yi Yuan's light. Seng Yu naturally knew Bailey Qingyan's prowess. But he believed that no matter how formidable Bailey Qingyan was, it also would not be so effortless when facing peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. During these past few days, he personally saw Yi Yuan slay 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts alone. This kind of combat power already exceeded the scope of a 9th firmament divine lord. It turned out that Yi Yuan was the number 1 person in the entrance examination this time, and this glory was shamelessly usurped by the Immortal Abode sect and Bailey Qingyan. But why didn't Yi Yuan contend? Seng Yu's mind revolved like lightning, thinking of many things in an instant. Hey, the spiritual energy in front seems to be somewhat different, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Seng Yu said in surprise, different? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the spiritual energy here should be the thickest place in the entire Firecloud Peak already. But in that area, spiritual energy is extremely thin. Seng Yu was startled and said, such a great distance, you can feel it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, let's go over and take a look. There might be an unexpected find. The two people gradually approached. Sure enough, Seng Yu discovered that the spiritual energy seemed to have disappeared all at once, suddenly becoming much thinner. What's going on here? Logically speaking, this position should be the eye of the spiritual vein. Why is the spiritual energy so thin? Seng Yu said with a frown. He did not notice that Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became bright. Don't know if it's the Clouds Word lineage or Soaring Flower lineage, they really gave us a big gift. Yi Yuan said in surprise. Seng Yu felt puzzled and said, a big gift? The spiritual energy here is so thin, why would it be a big gift? Yi Yuan smiled and said, have you heard before of obstructed tillage spiritual eye? Seng Yu's entire body trembled when he heard that and said in panic, You're talking about the obstructed tillage spiritual eye whose spiritual energy thickness is even above level 9. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that's right. In a spiritual vein, there were numerous spiritual vein eyes. They were divided into a total of 9 levels according to the concentration of spiritual energy. But above level 9, there were still some extremely hard to come across spiritual vein terrains. Obstructed tillage spiritual eye was one of them. These spiritual vein eyes required an extremely complex environment before it could form. Furthermore, it was very hard to identify. Even if ordinary saw it, they might not be able to recognize it too. Of course, this could not stump Dustless. Obstructed tillage spiritual eye has the spiritual energy's eruption obstructed by a special terrain. In the course of time, it will produce extremely thick spiritual energy. Once opened, the spiritual energy concentration would be far above level 9. Don't you think we picked up a great bargain? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Encountering an obstructed tillage spiritual eye, he was very delighted too. He was currently very eager to increase his strength too. Being able to encounter this kind of obstructed tillage spiritual eye would hasten his cultivation speed 10 times over. His luck was really not the ordinary kind of good. Chapter 1800 Enough to guard the door. Chapter 1800 Enough to guard the door. Bang. When Yi Yuan laid down the last divine essence stone, the originally thin spiritual energy suddenly spewed out frenziedly like a volcanic eruption. That violent spiritual energy was akin to materializing, visible to the naked eye. Seng Yu's face revealed a look of wild elation as he said with a big laugh, ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, this time, it's really all thanks to you. I didn't expect that we actually ran into an obstructed tillage spiritual eye. Under such berserk spiritual energy, me breaking through to become an 8th firmament divine lord is also a matter of within these few days. He originally felt that Yi Yuan coming to open up an abode was too dangerous. That was why he came to help. In the end, he did not help much and got a great bargain for nothing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, with this spiritual energy's concentration, our cultivation shouldn't have any worries within 1,000 years. However, we have to cover up the eruption of spiritual energy here. Otherwise, it will definitely attract the coveting of observant people. Seng Yu deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, what you said is right. But wanting to block such berserk spiritual energy is probably not easy. Yi Yuan smiled and started bustling around again. After several hours, the spiritual energy in this place returned to tranquility. On the surface, it did not look any different from the other places again. But under the tranquility, that turbulent and surging spiritual energy made each of their pores relax and open up. Looking at Yi Yuan's bustling figure, the shock in Seng Yu's heart grew stronger. This guy was simply unfathomable. The two people were currently busying about when Seng Yu suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Several horrifying auras suddenly appeared from all directions. Following that, 3 fierce beasts with different forms slowly walked out of the dense woods from 3 directions. A deer-form fierce beast said in human language, "Heh, didn't expect that there's actually a spiritual eye with such thick spiritual energy on this firecloud peak." Very clearly, these 3 fierce beasts had already unlocked spiritual wisdom. Yi Yuan. This. 3 rank 5 fierce beast. Seng Yu instantly turned deathly pale. The joy of encountering the obstructed tillage spiritual eye immediately evaporated into thin air. Yi Yuan was still busying about with his own things and did not seem to have the intention of paying attention to these 3 fierce beasts at all. A wild boar similarly spoke in the human tongue, "Kid, in order to reward you, your grandpa pig will personally eat you." Another giant bear said, "Dam and fat pig, old dear, this place has nothing to do with you, get further away." Dam and black bear, "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you really think that grandpa pig will be scared of you?" The 3 fierce beasts did not place Yi Yuan and Seng Yu in their sights at all, as if this place was already their territory. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said with a look of relief, "Finally done with it." That giant bear said, "Heh, this kid has some capability to actually completely conceal this spiritual eye. Completely can't see anything strange from the outside. Alright, kid, quickly run. Grandpa Bear gives you 10 breaths of time. If you can escape, that's your life being tenacious." Yi Yuan ignored him and said with Seng Yu with a smile, "The remaining is opening up the abode. Stop stoning, quickly get to work." Seng Yu was about to go crazy. How could this guy's nerves be so thick? "Didn't you see that rank 5 fierce beasts talking to you?" That old deer laughed loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, DM and black bear, you are being ignored by a rank 4 punk, truly disgraceful." The giant bear was angered when he heard that and said, "Brat, Grandpa Bear is talking to you. Did you hear me?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Dam and black bear, you were talking to me?" The giant bear had black lines on its head. This kid completely did not know what being scared was. "Dam and brat, to dare make fun of your Grandpa Bear, be careful that Grandpa Bear smacks you into mush with one smack." The giant bear was greatly enraged and slowly raised its enormous bear claws, summing a posture of smacking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The 3 of you guys took a liking to the obstructed tillage spiritual eye? If you guys want to cultivate here, can as well, but you have to protect the abode well for me. Otherwise, I'll kick you all out." Yi Yuan's words made the 3 fierce beasts thoroughly dumbfounded. Seng Yu listened until his scalp tingled. Yi Yuan was crazy, right? To actually provoke 3 great rank 5 fierce beast. Ha ha ha, this brat actually wants us to guard his door. Looks like he's really a fool. Grandpa Bear will send you on your way. The giant bear laughed loudly, smacking a slap toward Yi Yuan. This slap was truly daunting to the extreme. The might of the celestial deity realm could not be stopped. But right at this time, an incomparably cold aura suddenly appeared. The moment this aura appeared, it was actually even stronger than the giant bear's palm. Bang! The giant bear's large body was directly sent flying out. When the other 2 fierce beasts saw this scene, their eyes were full of astonishment. How could they have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a powerful evil spirit following around him? Seng Yu looked at that evil spirit, a chill running down his spine. He did not think that not only was Yi Yuan's own strength powerful, but there was also actually still such a terrifying evil spirit following by his side. Roar! The giant bear roared and said angrily, "Dam and brat, to actually dare sneak attack me. You're dead for sure. A mere evil spirit, you think that you can rest easy without a care." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Big stupid bear, You alone isn't enough. Get the two of them to attack together. Although the three of you are a bit weak, it's enough to guard my door for me. Yi Yuan's words made the giant bear even more infuriated. Punk, Grandpa Bear will tear you to pieces. While talking, the giant bear waved its terrifying giant paw, class HI plussing together with the evil spirit. This time, he brought out all of his strength. However, the giant bear discovered that he was wrong very quickly. Outrageously wrong. Yi Yuan's words just now were not a false statement. This evil spirit was too strong. In a few rounds, it beat him until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate, crying out strangely. The giant bear shouted, "What are the two of you still stoning for? Don't you guys want to cultivate here anymore?" When the wild boar and old deer heard this, they exchanged a glance and also joined in the fray. With three fierce beasts attacking together, the situation finally took a turn for the better. However, the evil spirit under Dustless's control was seriously too strong. His ghost Dao 100 runes was used at the highest level, forcefully raising the evil spirit's combat power several levels. 3 rank 5 fierce beasts were actually suppressed firmly by an evil spirit. By the side, Seng Yu was long dumbstruck with amazement from watching. This evil spirit's aura was logically speaking not as strong as the 3 fierce beasts, but his combat power was abnormally terrifying. Sure enough, around freaks were all freaks. It was just that he could not figure out, why would a rank 5 evil spirit submit itself to Yi Yuan? 3 beasts and a ghost fought intensely for a full 2 hours, fighting until the entire Firecloud Peak was thrown into chaos. On Firecloud Peak, wails of fierce beasts would transmit over from time to time. The giant bear shouted, "Not fighting anymore. Not fighting anymore. We admit defeat." The 3 powerful fierce beasts had bloody noses and swollen faces at this time, wounds all over their bodies, their auras incomparably disorderly. They were finally beaten into submission by Dustless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How is it? Agree to guard my door for me now?" The 3 fierce beasts exchanged glances and actually could not make up their minds for a moment. They were Firecloud Peak's kings, but guarding the door for a human was too shameful. But they also could not resist the temptation of the obstructed tillage spiritual eye. How frustrating. Chapter 18013 Beasts Showing Off Their Power. Chapter 18013 Beasts Showing Off Their Power. Outside Firecloud Peak, 3 figures stood in the air. The person in front was wearing a blue long robe. His aura was powerful. He was already a celestial deity realm powerhouse. If Yi Yuan were here, he would be able to recognize that this person was precisely Qian Yi. And the 2 people behind him, one was the Zhong Hanlin who had entered the sect not long, while the other was that disciple who arranged for Yi Yuan to enter the Firecloud Peak to open up an abode. Wang Quan, pretty well done this time. From today onward, you're my soaring flower lineage's outer member. This medicinal pill is your reward. Qian Yi casually threw a medicinal pill over, his tone full of arrogance. However, Wang Quan did not mind at all. In fact, he was wildly ecstatic instead. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Qian Yi. In the future, if Senior Apprentice Brother Qian Yi has any instruction that you want to give, Wang Quan offers his service. Feel free to speak up. Wang Quan will definitely brave any danger to perform my duty. Qian Yi nodded his head and said, "You're certain that they entered Firecloud Peak?" Wang Quan hurriedly said, "Senior Apprentice Brother, rest assured. That day, I constantly kept watch on him and saw that the 2 of them indeed entered Firecloud Peak." Qian Yi said coolly, "The spiritual energy on Firecloud Peak is sparse. Furthermore, there are quite a few rank 5 fierce beasts. That punk has high regard for himself, going along with the current, wanting to come here to train. But if he encountered rank 5 fierce beasts, that's certain death. Come, let's go take a look." Qian Yi was very confident in his own strength. Even if he ran into rank 5 fierce beasts, he also had confidence in retreating unscathed. Right at this time, several more figures flew closer from afar. There were 3 groups of people among the arrivals. They seemed to have made an appointment, arriving at this desolate Firecloud Peak at the same time. Qian Yi's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "You guys really know how to pick up a bargain." Beside Duan Qinghong, a youth in white said, "Heh, Qian Yi, don't say that. It's your movement that was too fast." This person's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Qian Yi's, also a celestial deity realm powerhouse. These two people were of the Cloud's Word lineage. There were also two other groups of people. One batch was the Immortal Abode lineage's Jiang Shuiyan. The other batch was the Devil Elephant lineage. Who could it be if not Song Ting? Heh, you can't say that. Screwinga puny little Yi Yuan to death doesn't take much effort. Didn't you take his life by playing a small trick? Jiang Shuiyan said with a smile. Qian Yi pursed his lips and said disdainfully, "When we were at the Shadow Moon mountain range, you insisted on doing something superfluous and stopping me. Now, you're going to kill him." Jiang Shuiyan smiled and said, "Times have changed. You were going to make a move against Bailey at that time." Qian Yi gave a cold snort and said, "Enough crap. Since everybody is here, why not go to Firecloud Peak and take a look? I believe that with the few of our strengths, making a round-trip exploration shouldn't be an issue." The moment these words came out, everyone all nodded. Several mighty celestial deity realm disciples taking action, even if there were rank 5 fierce beasts, they could also deal with it. The party went down to the Firecloud Peak and started searching for Yi Yuan two people's traces. The traces that Yi Yuan left behind were very obvious. There were quite a few places on the mountain that had traces of fighting. They were not hard to find. Qian Yi and the rest did not spend much time and found the corpses of fierce beasts strewn all over the ground. When they saw the corpses of those 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, the expressions on their faces became solemn. This kid's combat power is too strong. Just a 6th firmament divine lord and he can actually kill 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast. Furthermore, it looks like the battle didn't last long, Qian Yi said with a solemn face. But Jiang Shuiyan said coolly, "What's so strange about it? How do you think he got first place in the first round's assessment? Therefore, he must die." Everyone all nodded when they heard it. The appearance of such a genius would break the balance of the 3 major factions. This kind of situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. Yi Yuan being signed to Tianying Peak, the 3 major factions clearly contributed to it. Otherwise, with the talent that Yi Yuan displayed, even if he did not have a powerful faction behind him, it was also absolutely impossible to be signed to Tianying Peak. The Cloud's Word sect's celestial deity realm disciple, Yi Qingxiang, said with a smile that was not a smile, "The spiritual energy ahead is getting richer and richer. Looks like the abode he chose lies not far ahead. But this kind of place is also very close to rank 5 fierce beasts territories already, right?" Hearing Yi Qingxiang's words, everyone also revealed knowing smiles. Even if Yi Yuan had Astonis HI+ing talent, encountering rank 5 fierce beasts were also certain death. Everyone followed Yi Yuan's footprints and gradually closed in on the place where the obstructed tillage spiritual eye was at. This Firecloud Peak is really a remote hinterland. The place with the thickest spiritual energy also can't compare to a level 3 abode. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy, Qian Yi said with a disdainful look. The other people's faces also revealed expressions that deeply felt that way too. The abodes that they cultivated in, those were all very high-grade spiritual eyes. Toward the Firecloud Peak, this sort of place, they naturally looked down on it. Tianying Peak was originally the spiritual vein with the most impoverished spiritual energy, and Firecloud Peak was even a stray peak with very sparse spiritual energy within the radius of Tianying Peak. The spiritual energy here could be imagined. Roar, roar, roar. All of a sudden, a series of beast roars echoed out. Countless powerful auras instantly rang from all directions. When the few people heard, their scalps immediately tingled. The aura of each fierce beast was extremely powerful. Among them, there were several which were clearly rank 5 fierce beasts. Not good. Why would so many fierce beasts suddenly appear? Quickly go. I can't stay in this place. Jiang Shuiyan's expression changed greatly as she said. However, her voice had yet to fade when 3 fierce beasts directly scurried out of the dense woods, surrounding the few people in the center. Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear, Gold Rainbow Skyfiend Deer, Dragon Thunder Mystic Hog. When Qianyi saw these 3 rank 5 fierce beasts, he was frightened out of his wits. Although these 3 fierce beasts were only initial stage rank 5, their strengths were definitely much stronger than them, these first firmament celestial deities. If it was only one, the few of them could still barely manage to deal with it. 3 appearing all at once, this was simply fatal. These 3 fierce beasts were naturally those 3 that Yi Yuan subdued. They were finally still unable to resist the temptation of the obstructed tillage spiritual eye and chose to submit. After all, Fire Cloud Peak's spiritual energy was still relatively speaking a little too impoverished. Reckless and blind things, to actually dare interrupt Grandpa Bear's cultivation, deserve to die. The Dragon Thunder Mystic Hog said, "Dam and Black Bear, talk what nonsense with them. Just directly kill them." The Gold Rainbow Skyfiend Deer also said, "Kill. Grandpa Deer, I still have to cultivate." The 3 people did not take nonsense either, directly charging over towards Qianyi and the rest. In an instant, the few people were forced until they were in a fluid US by 3 incomparably powerful fierce beasts. These few fellows already unlocked spiritual wisdom. "We're not their match. Quickly run," Jiang Shuiyan yelled. How could the few people dare to linger, frantically wanting to break out of the encirclement? However, how could these 3 fierce beasts be easy to get along with? Wanting to run was not that easy too. For some time, Qianyi and the rest fell into a bitter fight. That Wang Quan was only a 9th firmament divine lord. Being hit by a slap from the Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear, he directly died until not even dregs remained. It was a pity that he joined the Soaring Flower lineage for less than a day and ended up Peries. Hi+ing, with his Dao disappearing. The group of people retreated as they fought, wanting to fly out of the boundary of Fire Cloud Peak. At that time, no matter how strong these 3 fierce beasts were, they also did not dare to chase after any more. Chapter 1802A Zither Melody. 1802A Zither Melody. Several figures flew out of Fire Cloud Peak. Each and every one of them was in a hurry. Qianyi, Yi Qingxiang, Jiang Shuiyan, and the rest were all in tattered clothing currently, as if they were beggars. Song Ting, Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin, and the rest, their appearances were even more miserable. They were seriously injured and already on the verge of death. Under the 3 great fierce beasts' encirclement, this group of people narrowly broke out of the heavy encirclement. But the price paid was also extremely heavy. Qianyi's expression was livid as he gritted his teeth and said, "Really dam in it to HLL. Rank 5 fierce beasts are all extremely proud. So how could they possibly join hands with each other?" How did Jiang Shuiyan still have any hint of the appearance of a fairy maiden at this time? She was like a crazy woman instead. Hearing Qianyi's words, she panted and said, "These 3 fierce beasts must be Fire Cloud Peak's Overlord Cla's existences. Why would they appear in the same area at the same time?" Qianyi gave a cold snort and said, "Ignore that. Since even those 3 fierce beasts appeared in the same area, that punk is definitely dead until not even dregs remain already." The rest all nodded their heads in agreement when they heard that. Although very puzzled in their hearts, they did not want to come to this Fire Cloud Peak anymore. Either way, judging from the traces, Yi Yuan definitely entered that area. Then the outcome that awaited him could only be one. Confirming that Yi Yuan was already dead, they naturally did not have the mind to care about whatever oddity in this remote hinterlands anymore. Yi Qingxiang scolded angrily, "If this kid died, then his died. To actually cause us to be injured like this, truly deserve death." Jiang Shuiyan said coldly, "All right, enough crap. If that kid doesn't die, his threat would be immense to us 3 great factions. You guys hurry up and bring those 2 back. Otherwise, they would really die." Qianyi and Yi Qingxiang's faces changed, gave a cold snort, and flew over in the direction of Tianying Peak. After several years, an elegant and ethereal figure arrived at Tianying Peak, immediately attracting a series of sidelong glances. Isn't that the Bailey Qingyang of Canopy Peak? Why would she come to our Tianying Peak? Truly beautiful. What's even more damnable is that her talent is even extremely terrifying. I heard that she just entered the sect for a few years, and she already broke through to half-step celestial deity. Truly monstrous. Right now, the sect is already grooming her with all their power, planning on having her take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time. These few years, Bailey Qingyang could be said to have no equal in the limelight in the Shadow Moon sect. Her talent utterly crushed her peers. Even some veteran genius disciples were also firmly suppressed by her. The requirements of Partic 1P8ing in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was extremely stringent. Skeletal age could not exceed 2,000 years, and one must even be a celestial deity realm powerhouse. In the entire Shadow Moon sect, there were few who satisfied this condition. The likes of Jiang Shuiyan and Qian Yi were all strong contenders for this Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave slots. It was just that their talent compared to Bailey Qingyang was still not enough to look at. Bailey Qingyan's startling performance during the entrance examination, coupled with the Immortal Abode lineage's powerful strength, the sect had large quant.1 ties of resources biased towards her currently. Having talent in addition to resources, Bailey Qingyan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, with a trend of catching up from behind. In just a few years, Bailey Qingyang was already almost breaking through to the celestial deity realm. To ordinary disciples, although this step was not considered a heavenly chasm, it absolutely could not be achieved in such a short time. This junior apprentice brother, I wonder where Yi Yuan is at. Bailey Qingyang stopped a 9th firmament divine lord disciple. That disciple immediately felt light-headed, his chest instantly filled with happiness. Except, about this question, he clearly did not know. Asking several people in a row, no one knew Yi Yuan this person. This made Bailey Qingyang puzzled. Impossible. With his talent, how can he possibly be unknown in Tianying Peak? Carrying this doubt, Bailey Qingyang found the Abode AS signing disciple again. This junior apprentice brother, I'm Canopy Peak's Bailey Qingyang. I want to check Yi Yuan's residence. The present Bailey Qingyang already gradually developed the aura of a sovereign. When talking to ordinary disciples, she was akin to a fairy maiden high above the clouds, making people not dare to look her in the eyes. But only toward Yi Yuan, she could not quite let it go all along. Wang Quan already died, so the disciple here naturally as a different person. But even if Bailey Qingyang did not introduce herself, he also recognized her, and naturally would not refuse. He checked and saw Yi Yuan's name very soon. His expression could not help changing as he said, Junior apprentice brother Yi was sent to Firecloud Peak, most likely. Bailey Qingyang's heart thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition, and she said anxiously, most likely what? That disciple said, Firecloud Peak isn't developed yet. There are fierce beasts everywhere, and also quite a few rank 5 existences. The disciples who went to open up an abode there have never returned alive before. About junior apprentice brother Yi, there have already been no news for several years. Most likely, he's already buried in Firecloud Peak. Bailey Qingyang's face changed and she said in a cold voice, nonsense. With Yi Yuan's strength, how can he possibly die at the hands of fierce beasts? She knew what place Yi Yuan had gone before. How could he possibly have died? That disciple saw Bailey Qingyang fly off the handle and immediately did not even dare to breathe loudly, faltering and unable to speak. At the same time, he was also very curious in his heart. Who in the world was this Yi Yuan, to actually be able to make the goddess so concerned? Seeing that disciple not speak, Bailey Qingyang bit her lips gently, turned around, and left Tianying Peak, going to find Jiang Shuiyan. Senior apprentice sister, was Yi Yuan's matters arranged by you? Bailey Qingyang's face was cold as frost as she questioned. Jiang Shuiyan knew that she could not hide for long and said smilingly, it has nothing to do with me. It was all arranged by Qian Yi. If you want to take revenge, you can go find him. Bailey Qingyang's expression changed and she said in shock, take revenge? Yi Yuan he really died. Jiang Shuiyan recounted the events on that day with a smile. Bailey Qingyang immediately turned ashen pale, a sorrowful emotion welling up in her heart. What's with me? I clearly hate him very much. But why, do I have a feeling of wanting to cry? When Jiang Shuiyan saw this scene, she could not help heaving a sigh as she said, That kid was too arrogant and insolent on the account of his ability. He didn't know how to restrain himself. He'd die sooner or later in the Shadow Moon sect. Now, isn't it great that he's dead? You can focus on cultivating and strive to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible, and then you can prepare for the Bamboo Groove martial conclave. Bailey Qingyang ignored her and left in low spirits. After several days, a Bailey Qingyang in white clothes appeared at the top of Firecloud Peak. The Bailey Qingyang without any makeup, clad in white, seemed like an otherworldly fairy maiden. In front of her, a zither was placed. You frivolous scoundrel. My, Bailey Qingyang's, zither, will only be played for the person I love. But you blackmailed with this and followed me into the Shadow Moon mountain range. I hate you. Now, you and I are separated by death. The promise of that day can no longer be fulfilled. Today, I'll play a melody on my zither. I hope that you can hear my zither sound in the underworld. 10 fingers moving lightly, the sounds of the zither lingered sweetly, spilling throughout the entire Firecloud Peak. 1,000-mile lonely grave, nowhere to speak dreary words. In the zither sound, tenderness and saddened pain exuded everywhere. With the song ending, Bailey Qingyang already had tears covering her face. Turned out that my zither strings have already been stirred by you. Bailey Qingyang choked. Chapter 1803 Rage. 1803 Rage. There were no years inside the abode. Time flew, 200 years said in a flash. On Firecloud Peak, it was still so desolate and barren. But on this day, there were several additional figures on the peak. One of them looked around in a panic and said fearfully, I heard that this Firecloud Peak has quite a few rank 5 fierce beasts. I hope we won't run into them. The person in the lead said, scared of what? Firecloud Peak is so big. There are only that few rank 5 fierce beasts, they will just happen to be encountered by us. As long as we pluck the Crimson Tailgra, we'll be able to complete the sect's mission. Another person complained, really damn it. Why did this Crimson Tailgra have to grow on Firecloud Peak? Firecloud Peak is more dangerous compared to most of the other places in the Shadow Moon mountain range. Suddenly, the eyes of that person leading lit up and he said in great joy, Crimson Tailgra. Everyone looked. There was indeed a small tuft of spirit medicine not far away. The crimson-colored leaves trailed very long, like a tail. The few people were overjoyed and hurriedly dashed over. But right at this time, an aura that almost made them suffocate suddenly appeared. Then, an enormous bear appeared in front of them. Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear. Rank 5 Fierce Beast. Wouldn't it be so coincidental, right? When that person in the lead saw the old bear, his face immediately turned deathly pale, his pair of legs quaking. He was a 9th Firmament Divine Lord powerhouse too, but in front of the old bear, his strength was completely not enough to look at. The desolate Cloud Ancient Bear's eyes revealed a murderous gleam and said angrily, a few DAM and bugs came to interrupt your Grandpa Bear's cultivation again. You guys really deserve to die. As he said, he swung a big slap over. Under this horrifying pressure, those few Shadow Moon sect disciples could not muster up any desire to resist at all, closing their eyes and waiting for death. Old bear, don't harm their lives. Suddenly, a voice came out of the dense woods. The old bear's expressions turned solemn, his aura immediately dissipating with the wind. Those few disciples let out a long sigh in relief, feeling joyful from surviving a disaster. Disciple Lin Fan thanks Senior for your life-saving grace. That disciple in the lead bowed down in the direction of the voice. The others also followed suit one after another. In Lin Fan's view, to be able to stop a rank 5 fierce beast with a word, that must be a deacon-level existence. Otherwise, with the ferocious nature of fierce beasts, how could it possibly listen obediently? The old bear said with a disgruntled look, Ye brat, you finally came out of seclusion. In the dense woods, a youth in white slowly walked out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? When that group of disciples saw Yi Yuan, their ALS almost popped out. They even thought about which senior or expert he was. Messing around for half a day, he was actually the same as them, all Divine Lord Realm martial artist. Except, why would a rank 5 fierce beast be so obedient? Yi Yuan looked at the desolate cloud ancient bear and said with a smile, "Old bear, you don't need to show an appearance like you suffered bitterly and have a deep hatred. In these 200 years, your strength also increased considerably. So shouldn't you thank me?" Yi Yuan's seclusion took 200 years' time. The obstructed tillage spirit eye's abundant energy also made Yi Yuan's realm rise rapidly within the 200 years, breaking through to 9th firmament divine lord in one stroke. The three fierce beasts naturally also had a great increase in strength under such berserk spiritual energy. Presently, their strength was already comparable to a human 2nd firmament celestial deity. Seeing Yi Yuan mention it, the old bear smiled embarrassingly and said, "Heh, isn't it still all thanks to you?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Good that you know." When those few disciples heard Yi Yuan and the desolate cloud ancient bear chatting, each and every one of them was shocked until it could not be greater. When could a human chat so peacefully with fierce beasts? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was just a 9th firmament divine lord. Hearing them talk, Yi Yuan seemed to live in this Firecloud Peak. Wasn't it said that Firecloud Peak was still a barren land? People who opened up abodes all died here? Then, what was going on here? Yi Yuan glanced at the crimson tail grass not far away and said coolly, "You guys are here to look for the crimson tail grass." Lin Fan drew a deep breath and said with clasped hands, "Yes. Junior apprentice brother, could this place be your abode?" Yi Yuan slowly nodded, considered to have tacitly acknowledged it, and responded with a question, "Which sub-peak are you all from?" Lin Fan did not dare to dawdle and answered, "The few of us are from Heavenly Heart Peak. Because we received the sex missions and need to use the Crimson Tail grass, that's why we came to Firecloud Peak. We didn't expect to disturb Junior Apprentice Brother's quiet cultivation." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "It just so happens that I exited seclusion today. Otherwise, Old Bear probably won't let you guys off." His words made everyone's hearts clench, secretly thinking that they got lucky. That slap of Old Bear smacking down earlier, none of them could escape. But what surprised them even more was that this rank 5 fierce beast was actually guarding Yi Yuan's door. Who in the world was this guy? Opening up an abode on Firecloud Peak, this young man should be Tianying Peak's disciple. But when did Tianying Peak produce such a monstrous existence? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Fan, "Oh, right, I have a good brother called Han Yong, also at your Heavenly Heart Peak. Not seeing him for 200 years, I wonder how he's been doing recently." After the entrance examination back then, Yi Yuan, Han Yong, Yang Fan, and the rest were assigned to different subpeaks. Han Yong, Yang Fan, and the rest had their own lineages as backers. The subpeaks that they were assigned to naturally would not be too lousy as well. Heavenly Heart Peak was already considered average level among the 9 peaks, the resources were still rather abundant. Mentioning Han Yong, Lin Fan's face could not help changing. Yi Yuan's heart thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition. His expression turned cold, a terrifying aura crept out from his body. What's wrong with him? Feeling Yi Yuan's powerful aura, Lin Fan felt like he was almost suffocating. That was the aura of death. Only now did he know that similarly 9th firmament divine lords, but Yi Yuan was God knows how many times stronger than him. After Han Yong entered the sect, he improved very quickly and became an outer sect elite very fast. But, in the last 9 peaks compet. One Taion, Han Yong ran into Heavenly Bud Peak's Zhong Hanlin. In the end, he was dealt a deadly blow by Zhong Hanlin on the stage. Now, he's already a cripple, being relegated as a miscellaneous affairs disciple. When Lin Fang said finish, he discovered that a layer of frost already hung on Yi Yuan's face, and his heart could not help pounding. He seemed to have seen a blazing fury on Yi Yuan's body. This was bristling with anger, right? "You guys pick the Crimson Tail grass and leave," Yi Yuan suddenly said. Lin Fan was akin to being granted amnesty, being endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. Only then did he bid farewell and left. After the few people left, Yi Yuan's face was cold as frost as he gritted his teeth and said, "Qianyi, Zhong Hanlin, you guys are really BLC enough." Yi Yuan naturally understood in his heart. Han Yong was remembered by Zhong Hanlin, and hence, He was being implicated by him. His feud with the soaring flower lineage grew deeper and deeper. Han Yong, this person was very crude, but he was very straightforward and also very loyal. He was deserving of being a good brother. Old Bear, you guys help me watch over the abode well. I have some matters and need to go somewhere, Yi Yuan said to the Old Bear. Old Bear nodded and said, relax, with the three of us around, unless it's the Shadow Moon sect's deacon powerhouses that come, otherwise, no one can touch this place. Yi Yuan nodded his head, feet striding out, his figure disappearing from Firecloud Peak. Chapter 1804 Avenging Grievances if there are, taking revenge if there's grudge. 1804 Avenging Grievances if there are, taking revenge if there's grudge. Smack. Made you transport a few pieces of heavy gold stones and you took your own sweet time. You didn't eat rice. I say, you good for nothing, what use do you have? Why don't you go and die? A seventh firmament divine lord supervisor held a whip in his hands, landing it viciously on a burly man. That last H.I. plussing was deep until bone could be seen. Bang! He still did not vent his anger like this and followed up with a kick onto that burly man's body, directly kicking him flying. When the burly man landed on the ground, he immediately vomited out a large mouthful of fresh blood. A dozen over miscellaneous affairs disciples stood in front of that supervisor, each and every one incomparably respectful. No one dared to come forward. The supervisor was wearing the outfit of Heavenly Heart Peak's disciples. He was very eye-catching. Han Yong struggled to stand up, gaze looking at the supervisor coldly, clenching his jaws tightly. Yo, temper isn't small. Still dare to glare at me? I'll make you stare. Smack. Another whip lashed over. The flesh on Han Yong's face was taken out, looking gruesome and savage. That supervisor's technique was clearly extremely accomplished. The divine essence used was just right. This whip landing would not kill people, but it would absolutely flay apart skin and flesh, with the pain penetrating into the marrows. Han Yong had a dark expression as he gritted his teeth and said, Du Zichuan, I went up the mountain to deliver heavy gold stones, but I just happened to run into Li Jinyao. Then he made me go do stuff. You dare say that this wasn't arranged by you? Du Zichuan said angrily when he heard that. Insolent thing, a mere miscellaneous affairs disciple actually dares to slander an outer sect disciple. Have you eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Smack. Finished talking, it was another whipping. Du Zichuan said disdainfully, do you think that you're still that high and mighty genius disciple? You're merely a good-for-nothing now. A complete and utter traz. H. Plus ha ha ha, with Han Yong being seriously injured by Zhong Hanlin that time, even though he went through a period of healing, he was already unable to return to his peak state. The current Han Yong's realm fell drastically and only had third firmament divine lord cultivation. So in front of Du Zichuan, he did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Han Yong had a dark look on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, You lackey, if you have the capabilities, kill me, otherwise, there will come a day where you'll regret it. He had a stubborn temper. Although he was humiliated in all kinds of ways, he never gave in. Du Zichuan laughed loudly and said, Kill you? Why do I have to kill you? I'm currently happy every day, wouldn't killing you miss out on a lot of fun? Moreover, senior apprentice brother Zhong made me entertain you well. But this time, I'm really not happy anymore. So, you suffer my wrath then. Finished talking, Du Zichuan's whip landed on Han Yong's body like a venomous snake's tongue flass. H.I. plussing out. This guy was clearly a master of torturing people. Each lash landing, the flesh and skin on Han Yong's body would be taken out. This was not fatal, but it was even more horrible than death. Han Yong was beaten until he kept rolling on the ground, but refused to make any bit of sound, forcefully enduring it. Smack. The whip sounded out but did not land this time. Du Zichuan's expression changed. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and a person suddenly appeared in front of him. That person grabbed the whip firmly in his hand. No matter how Du Zichuan tried to move his whip, he was unable to pull it out. Du Zichuan's face flushed red from exertion as he said, let go. A cold light glinted in Yi Yuan's eyes, his wrist lightly shaking, and the whip slipped out of his hand. Du Zichuan was startled inwardly and said with a grim expression, Who Who are you, to dare act wildly on my heavenly heart peak? Do you know who I am? Yi Yuan said coolly, I know. You're Zhong Hanlin's lackey. Du Zichuan's face changed. How could he still not know that Yi Yuan was here to find trouble? But he was used to running amok every single day by relying on the fact that he was a member of the soaring flower lineage. Hence, he did not take Yi Yuan seriously. Merely an outer sect disciple that he had not seen before, did he still dare to challenge the soaring flower lineage? I'm warning you. I'm a member of the soaring flower lineage. If you dare to touch me, you won't have a good end. Du Zichuan appeared tough outward but was timid inward as he threatened Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. If you didn't say that you're a member of the soaring flower lineage, I might still pull my punches with you. But now, you'll die very horribly. Yi Yuan and the soaring flower lineage's conflict had a long history. This guy actually used this to threaten him. Truly, the evil that we bring upon ourselves was the hardest to bear. However, Yi Yuan did not immediately do anything to him, but bent over and inspected Han Yong. Han Yong already fainted from the pain. Currently, his body seemed to have blossomed, skin flayed open and flesh torn, not an intact spot on his body from head to tie. The fury in Yi Yuan's heart had long already burst through the fence. Fees. Plussing out a medicinal pill, he stuffed it into Han Yong's mouth and used divine essence to help him process it. When Du Zichuan saw this scene, he took the chance when Yi Yuan was not paying attention, wanting to slip away. However, the moment his figure moved, a force already arrived through the air. Bang! The back of Du Zichuan's legs were struck, causing him to directly kneel down. Yi Yuan grasped it very accurately. Du Zichuan's legs already completely lost feeling now. He was completely unable to run anymore. Don't be in a hurry. It hasn't started yet. Run for what? Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice seemed to have come from the underworld, making him feel a chill run down his spine. He wanted to run, but he could not run. Very soon, Han Yong slowly woke up. The injuries on his body were already recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was all some flesh wound. While it was painful, it was not a big deal. Of course, it was also that Yi Yuan came in the nick of time. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Why Yi Yuan? You actually didn't die. When Han Yong opened his eyes and saw Yi Yuan, he could not help looking shocked. Ever since 200 years ago, with Bailey Qingyang playing a melody on the zither on Firecloud Peak, everyone already knew that Yi Yuan died. But Yi Yuan was actually standing in front of him alive now. No, wait, 200 years' time, breaking through from a 6th firmament divine lord to becoming a 9th firmament divine lord. What was this speed? Yi Yuan smiled and said, some things, talk again later. Right now, we will be avenging grievances if there are, taking revenge if there's grudge. As he said, Yi Yuan Par said the whip to Han Yong. Han Yong was taken aback and immediately understood. These few years, he was tormented by Du Zichuan till the verge of death. Many times, he wished to commit suicide but endured it. He was someone with a very tough and tenacious personality. He still pulled through in the end. Even though he knew that it was difficult to recover to his peak again, he always held on to that glimmer of hope. Han Yong received the whip and said through gnashed teeth, Yi Yuan, thank you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, we're brothers, thanking me for what? This is merely a small fry. So hurry up and finish him off. Do you dare to make a scene with me? Han Yong's expression changed, immediately guessing what Yi Yuan wanted to do. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm already like this, what's not to dare? Even if I can't return to the peak, this grudge, I have to avenge it too. It's just that, it will drag you down like this. Yi Yuan sneered and said, drag me down? Heh, my enmity with the soaring flower lineage has long been irreconcilable hatred already. Han Yong was stunned and suddenly nodded and said, you're not even scared, what am I afraid of? But this Du Zichuan, I must vent this frustration properly today. Finished talking, Han Yong slowly walked over toward Du Zichuan. Du Zichuan's expression changed and he threatened, Han Yong, you good for nothing. Do you dare to hit me? Han Yong smiled coldly and said, are you stupid? Not hitting you these few years was because I couldn't beat you. Otherwise, you'd have long died 10,000 times. Now, my brother is here. So you just savor it well. Chapter 1805 Kowtow and Apologize. 1805 Kowtow and Apologize. Are you all a bunch of pigs? Can't even handle such a small matter. This time, you let Duan Qinghong that damn and thing gets off cheap again. Inside a small room on Heavenly Bud Peak, Zhong Hanlin was currently bellowing at the soaring flower lineage disciples. Clearly, he was very upset. After 200 years of cultivation, Zhong Hanlin, who had talent surpassing others, already broke through to become a half-step celestial deity. Just one more step and he could reach celestial deity realm. And he would also become the soaring flower lineage's outer sect #1 person officially. Duan Qinghong and he were running neck to neck, similarly becoming the Cloudsword lineage's outer sect #1 person. These two people had also been secretly competing all along. Zhong Hanlin scolded the disciples fiercely. Suddenly, someone came to report, saying that someone outside was looking for him. He gave a cold snort and said angrily, "You all just wait, you will all get it." The moment he went out the door, Zhong Hanlin saw Du Zichuan, whose skin was flayed open, his flesh torn. His face fell and he said, "Du Zichuan, who beat you until like this?" Although Du Zichuan's talent wasn't much, he knew how to ingratiate himself to people very well and was also very reliable when doing things. So Zhong Hanlin liked him a lot. One had to look at the master when beating a dog too. This Shadow Moon sect actually still had someone who dared to touch his, Zhong Hanlin's, people. "It's me." Behind Du Zichuan, a figure appeared. Zhong Hanlin was just about to fly off the handle when he suddenly jumped up like he saw a ghost and said stammeringly, "Where were you? Why aren't you dead? You didn't die, how could I dare die?" Smack. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan raised his hand like lightning and gave a slap. Clear and resonant. Caught off guard, Zhong Hanlin was directly slapped by Yi Yuan until he looked for teeth on the ground. Of course, even if he was prepared, it was also impossible to dodge this strike of Yi Yuan's. This scene immediately attracted a large group of disciples to surround and watch. Who is this person? To actually dare hit Zhong Hanlin, he doesn't want to live anymore. Never seen before. When did such a powerful existence appear among the outer sect disciples? Just now was just a sneak attack, right? With Zhong Hanlin's strength, it's impossible for him, a 9th firmament divine lord, to be Zhong Hanlin's match. Zhong Hanlin crawled to his feet and only felt the world spinning around, unable to find his bearing at all. Only after swaying for a long time did he vaguely see Yi Yuan's figure. He roared angrily, You actually dare to hit me? I'll tell you very clearly, you'll die very miserably." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "These words, regardless whether it's you, or Qianyi, or Jiang Xuan, you've said it many times already. But I'm still perfectly fine right now." Zhong Hanlin's expression changed, his eyes swiveling around. He knew that he was definitely not Yi Yuan's match, so he could not muster up the thought to resist at all. Back then when Yi Yuan was 6th firmament divine lord, he, a 9th firmament divine lord, was already not a match. The current Yi Yuan already skyrocketed, directly breaking through to become a 9th firmament divine lord. He, this half-step celestial deity, was not totally not enough to look at. This bit, Zhong Hanlin was aware in his heart. What he had to do right now was inform Chen Yi. At this time, the soaring flower lineage disciples also all came out. He secretly made a hand gesture to one of his confidants. That disciple understood and turned around and left. How could this scene escape Yi Yuan's eyes? However, he did not stop him but allowed him to leave. Today, Yi Yuan was bent on blowing the matter up. "Go, kowtow and apologize to my brother," Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhong Hanlin was taken aback. Looking over in the direction Yi Yuan pointed, his expression could not help changing. "Han Yong, you want me to kowtow and apologize to this trash? No way in hell. If you have the capabilities, kill me." Zhong Hanlin stuck his neck out, revealing an appearance of the situation being so bad that making it worse made no real difference. Except, his words made everyone's jaws hit the ground. People around them were all outer sect disciples, They naturally knew Zhong Hanlin's might and also knew that he normally acted like a tyrant. Today, being given a slap by someone, he actually did not even dare to resist. Everyone used extremely shocked gazes to look at Yi Yuan. What kind of god was this unknown guy? Smack. Another slap. The last time, it was the left side of the face. This time, it was the right side of the face. 2 slaps smacked out half of Zhong Hanlin's teeth. On his face, 10 fingerprints could be seen clearly. Not going, slap until you go, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhong Hanlin gritted his teeth and said, I'm not going. King HELL, do you really think that I am scared of you? Yi Yuan looked at Zhong Hanlin and smiled until his hair stood on ends, and he said, if you feel that you can dodge, feel free and try. Finished talking, his hand raised up unhurriedly, Zhong Hanlin immediately went on full alert. Then, Yi Yuan's hand took his time to slap over. Zhong Hanlin wanted to dodge, his movement technique swift as lightning. At this moment, his half-step celestial deity strength was displayed in its entirety. However, smack. Another incomparably clear slapping sound sounded out. Zhong Hanlin was smacked until he flew out horizontally. Going or not? Yi Yuan asked again. Not far away, Han Yong's entire person was dumbfounded from watching. Only all the way until today did he know how powerful Yi Yuan's strength was. In front of him, the Zhong Hanlin who was as powerful as a heavenly god actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate under Yi Yuan's hands. He could not even dodge a slap from Yi Yuan. These two people were not on the same order of magnitude at all. That was a half-step celestial deity. Even though half-step celestial deities were not as good as real celestial deity powerhouses, compared to ninth firmament divine lords, they were powerhouses from a totally different world. But he was still like a fragile paper in front of Yi Yuan. Not talking, then I'll take it as you're not going, Yi Yuan said coolly and slapped again fiercely. Zhong Hanlin was slapped until he saw stars, his entire head giddy. Yi Yuan did not speak either, just smacking slap after slap like this. Finally, Zhong Hanlin could not take it anymore. He could not distinguish north, south, east, west at the moment. He quickly shouted, "Go! I'll go." Zhong Hanlin knew that he could not hold out until Qian Yi arrived at all. Now, there was only buying time. When Qian Yi arrived, he would return it to Yi Yuan 1,000 times over. Being slapped 4 times in a row by Yi Yuan, Zhong Hanlin's face swelled, turning into a pig's head. Only to see him stall for time step by step, practically SHI plus Fting in front of Han Yong. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp as he said in a cold voice, "Kneel down." Zhong Hanlin was beaten silly by Yi Yuan. Hearing these words, he could not hold on anymore and kneeled down with a thud. "What you should do, don't need me to teach you, right?" Yi Yuan said coldly. Zhong Hanlin hurriedly said, "No need, no need. Han Yong, I'm sorry." As he said, Zhong Hanlin apologized as he kowtowed. Yi Yuan said coldly, "If I don't make you stop, you're not allowed to stop. Kowtow all the way until my brother is satisfied." How could Zhong Hanlin dare to stop? He kept on kowtowing just like that and kept apologizing. When everyone saw this scene, all of them opened their mouths wide, eyes full of disbelief. Since Zhong Hanlin entered the sect for over 200 years, it had always been him screwing with people. When was it other people's turn to humiliate him like this? But they also secretly broke into a sweat with fright for Yi Yuan. This was offending the soaring flower lineage's people to the core. Chapter 1806 Not Giving Face to Anybody. Chapter 1806 Not Giving Face to Anybody. On Heavenly Bud Peak, the people surrounding and watching got more and more. Sweat gradually seeped out on Han Yong's forehead. This commotion was a little too big. Carry on stirring up trouble like this, it would alarm the sect. The matters between disciples, as long as it did not get too overboard and did not violate the sect's rules, the sect would not care too much. But this incident today was blown out a little too big. Yi Yuan, it's really heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. HLL has no gate yet you want to barge inside. The person had yet to arrive and the voice arrived first. Clearly, it was Qian Yi who came. The moment Zhong Hanlin heard this voice, he was immediately overjoyed. Scrambling to his feet, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you're dead for sure this time. To dare offend my soaring flower lineage, you're really tired of living." Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool and directly kicked a foot over. Zhong Hanlin wanted to dodge, but how could he dodge? He took a hit solidly and could not get up for quite a while. "All right, now that my brother's scores are squared, we should settle ours." Yi Yuan stomped on his chest and said coldly. Chen Yi rushed over and just happened to see this scene, and immediately burned with fury. "Yi Yuan, let Zhong Hanlin go. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly," Chen Yi said in a great rage. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are your soaring flower lineage all idiots? You're already making me die very horribly, why would I still let him go?" When everyone heard Yi Yuan's arrogant words, they all had shocked faces. That was Chen Yi. This guy actually dared to speak to Chen Yi like this. He really did not know how the word death was written. As he said, Yi Yuan even stomped on Zhong Hanlin's chest viciously. Zhong Hanlin vomited out a large mouthful of blood with a cough. Zhong Hanlin went utterly mad. Holding blood in his mouth, he laughed angrily and said, "Yi Yuan, you just hit. The harder you hit, the more terrifying senior apprentice brother Chen Yi's revenge. Could you even dare to kill me? Bring it on. Kill me. Cha-ha-ha." Chen Yi had a dark look as he closed in on Yi Yuan step by step, aura growing stronger and stronger. "What Hanlin said is right, even if lend you a few galls, do you dare to kill him? Using a person you don't dare to kill to come and threaten me, how foolish are you?" Each step he took, Chen Yi's aura climbed up a great deal. The pressure of celestial deity realm forced everyone to fall back repeatedly, while Yi Yuan was bearing the brunt of it. He wanted to use his aura to make Yi Yuan submit. Crack. Right at this time, the sound of bone breaking sounded out. Zhong Hanlin spewed out another large mouthful of blood, his injuries already extremely severe. Yi Yuan stomped down without the least bit of mercy. He looked at Chen Yi and said with a faint smile, "You said that. I don't dare to kill him. You try saying it one more time." The force under Yi Yuan's foot grew heavier and heavier. Zhong Hanlin's eyes rolled back, the blood in his mouth dribbling out. It was evident he could not survive anymore. When Chen Yi saw this scene, his eyes could not help turning intent, the imposing momentum on his body immediately dissipating into thin air. He thought that with his imposing momentum coupled with the sect's rules, he could break Yi Yuan's will. But who knew that Yi Yuan was not moved at all? "Yi Yuan, you're mad. You dare to kill your fellow apprentice within the sect?" Chen Yi's voice was grim to the extreme. "Fellow apprentice? Heh, these two words coming out of your mouth is really satire. During the entrance examination, Zhong Hanlin already wanted to kill me, but his strength was lacking. When it was evident that he was going to be killed by me, you ambushed me with celestial deity realm cultivation. Later, I entered the sect. You used despicable means to make me go to Firecloud Peak to open up an abode. You dare say that you didn't do it in order to kill me? If it's merely these, forget it too. Han Yong had no grudge nor enmity with you guys. But just because of our relations. Hi+P, Zhong Hanlin crippled his cultivation and even had his subordinates humiliate him. Today, you guys must die. Yi Yuan's words were cast loudly, making everyone get a big shock. They had never heard before that among the disciples who entered the sect this season, there was actually still such a monstrous existence. The key point was that Chen Yi went to ambush Yi Yuan with first firmament celestial deity strength and Yi Yuan actually survived safe and sound. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Chen Yi's methods also indeed made people feel contempt. Entrance examination, to actually deal a deadly blow toward a disciple who had not officially entered the sect, too shameless. Chen Yi looked at the Zhong Hanlin spasming on the ground and said in a solemn voice, "You quickly let him go. If Zhong Hanlin dies, you have to die too." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? That doesn't need you to worry about it." Chen Yi's expression was gloomy, his gaze also flickering waveringly. Suddenly, several figures flew over from the horizon. Chen Yi's eyes lit up, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became gloating. "Impudent thing, to actually dare harm your fellow apprentice in broad daylight. How do you plead? A middle-aged man landed from the sky. His aura was extraordinary. He was clearly a high-level celestial deity realm. Looking at the Zhong Hanlin, who was already heavily injured on the verge of death under Yi Yuan's foot, the middle-aged man was greatly enraged. Qian Yi cupped his fists and said, "Deacon Zhang, this boy is very cruel and savage. He beat Zhong Hanlin until like this without a word after coming up Heavenly Bud Peak. Not eliminating this fiend, our Shadow Moon sect disciples will be bitterly disappointed." Deacon Zhang glared at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "This seat is the Law Enforcement Hall's Deacon Zhang Yunjia. Now, I order you to let Zhong Hanlin go and surrender without resisting, and accept the sect's punishment." Yi Yuan looked at Deacon Zhang and suddenly grinned and said, "Deacon Zhang, if I didn't guess wrongly, you're also a member of the Soaring Flower lineage, right?" Deacon Zhang's face changed and he said in a cold voice, "Insolence. Upon entering the sect, all of us are Shadow Moon sect's disciples. Little animal, still not letting him go, don't blame me for not being courteous anymore." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Come on, I want to see how you won't be courteous." As he said, the force under his foot grew a little heavier again. The pitiful Zhong Hanlin was already only breathing in and not breathing out anymore. This guy wanted to kill him time and again, how could Yi Yuan possibly let him off? When Deacon Zheng saw this scene, his face turned grim to the extreme. This Yi Yuan did not give any face to him at all. Zhong Hanlin was a cornerstone talent of the Soaring Flower lineage. Even though he could not compare to Bailey Qingyang, his position was also irreplaceable. Therefore, he could not die. It was also precisely because of this that Deacon Zheng and Qian Yi would hold back from taking action for fear of repercussions. Just as both parties were at a standoff, more and more people swarmed over. The news spread throughout the entire Shadow Moon sect very quickly. On Canopy Peak, when Bailey Qingyang heard this news, her lovely body could not help trembling, and she disappeared from where she stood with a flash. On Tianying Peak, a woodcutter who was currently chopping firewood suddenly had his thoughts stir and he said with a smile, "Heh, this kid indeed didn't disappoint this old man. It's just that, this old man wants to know how you're planning on clearing this hurdle." Done talking, his body gradually dissipated in place, finally turning into nothing. While at this time, an old man slowly walked out, arrived in front of Yi Yuan, and said in a solemn voice, "I'm Heavenly Bud Peak's Ante-Hall head elder. Young man, show mercy whenever possible. Give this old man some face and let Zhong Hanlin go." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Sorry about it, today, I'm not giving anybody face. He must die." Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly stomped down. Zhong Hanlin's chest was directly caved in. Chapter 1807. You are afraid. 1807. You are afraid. You, actually, really killed him? Qian Yi looked at the Zhong Hanlin who was already thoroughly dead. His eyes was full of disbelief. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yi Yuan actually really killed a person. That Heavenly Bud Peak's Ante-Hall head elder's expression was even ugly to the extreme. He thought that his prestige was big enough, his status high enough, but Yi Yuan completely ignored him. It was still fine if he did not say. The moment he said, Yi Yuan directly trampled Zhong Hanlin to death. This poked a big hole in the basket. Is this guy crazy? There has never been anyone who dared to kill people within the boundaries of subpeaks. This guy is seeking death. He might be thinking of mutual destruction. After all, the Soaring Flower lineage is too much. Regarding this kind of suicide-style murder, everyone was full of puzzlement too. It could only be thought that Yi Yuan lost his mind in his hatred and wanted to perish together with Zhong Hanlin. Deacon Zheng's expression was sullen to the extreme and he roared furiously, "What audacity! Take him down for me." Behind him, two celestial deity realm powerhouses had long accumulated their power, awaiting release. Under the word of command, they sped towards Yi Yuan like lightning. "Stop!" A delicate voice came over. Bailey Qingyan's figure appeared in the nick of time, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. This sudden change made Yi Yuan rather surprised. Bailey Qingyang turned around and glanced at Yi Yuan, her eyes full of complicatedness, seeming to have thousands of words that she wanted to say. However, now was clearly not the time to speak. Bailey Qingyan's sudden appearance caught everyone by surprise. "Deacon Zheng, Although Yi Yuan violated the sect rules, this matter was incited by Qian Yi and Zhong Hanlin to begin with. They wanted to kill Yi Yuan time and again. I saw it with my own eyes. The present Bailey Qingyang was different from when she just entered the sect. The person she was back then still appeared somewhat inexperienced, being impeded by Jiang Shuiyan in all respects like a little sister. But now, her aura was already totally different. When she spoke, she radiated or without being angry, with the dignified manner of a sovereign. With over 200 years par s said, Bailey Qingyang had long broken through to the celestial deity realm already. Her current aura was not the slightest bit weaker compared to Qian Yi as well. Prodigies were prodigies, their rising trend was not what anyone could stop. The moment she spoke, the weight was different. Even Deacon Zheng also did not dare to casually say to take him down. At this time, that ante-hall head elder snorted coldly and said in anger, "Humph, Bailey Lane SS, this kid is too overweening to actually kill my heavenly Bud Peak's disciple with the most potential in front of this elder. If I don't kill him today, how will I still be this ante-hall head elder in the future?" Here, his strength was the greatest, his position also the highest. But Yi Yuan did not give any face at all. Now, he could not quite maintain his dignity anymore. Bailey Qingyang said to him with clasped hands, "Elder Dao, Yi Yuan was indeed improper in doing this, but is in the heat of anger right now. Doing unwise actions is also within reason. Bailey Qingyang apologizes to you on his behalf. But this matter, Bailey will bring Yi Yuan up to the law enforcement hall and confront with Qian Yi. Yi Yuan, his crime doesn't deserve death." Qian Yi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "So many years have passed said, you're still so useless. You can forever only hide behind a woman's back." Bailey Qingyan's expression turned cold and she said in a cold voice, "Qian Yi, you shut up for me." Qian Yi laughed loudly and said, "Why, could it be that I said wrongly?" Bailey Qingyang was just about to say something, but Yi Yuan walked in front of her and said coolly, "Qian Yi, you self-righteous fool. This time, you won't have such good luck anymore. Today, our score should be settled properly." The moment these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Yuan like looking at an idiot. "Bro, you can hardly fend for yourself right now, alright? Posturing can change time and venue. To also be able to utter this kind of big talk, really don't know what you're talking about." Sure enough, Qian Yi burst out laughing when he heard it and said, "I won't be so lucky. Punk, you're soft in the head, right? What's the situation currently, can't you see clearly yet?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came today to take Zhong Hanlin's life and yours. Now, he has already gone first. Very soon, I'll send you to go see him." Qian Yi sneered when he heard that and said, "With just you?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "With just me. Do you dare to have a fight with me?" Bailey Qingyan's pupils constricted and she cried out in shock, "Yi Yuan, are you mad? He's a celestial deity realm powerhouse." Qian Yi laughed wildly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, you, a ninth firmament divine lord, want to challenge me? What qualifications do you have?" Yi Yuan looked at Qian Yi with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You are scared." Qian Yi smiled coldly and said, "I'm scared. Heh, brat, goading techniques are useless. You, a measly outer sect disciple. What qualifications do you have to challenge me?" What Yi Yuan said was right. Qian Yi was really a little lacking in self-confidence. It was not that he was scared of Yi Yuan, but it was just that he felt that Yi Yuan's unpredictability was too great. When Yi Yuan was at second firmament divine lord, he could cross 3 minor realms to battle. Furthermore, it was even 1 versus 2. Furthermore, it was even with Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin, this kind of elite. Not seeing for 200 years how Yi Yuan's combat strength was, Qian Yi really could not be sure. Right now, Yi Yuan was in a certain death situation. He had no need to fight to the bitter end with Yi Yuan. Win, he had no benefits at all. Lose, he would not be able to raise his head in the future. Although Qian Yi was very confident, Bailey Qingyang still perceived a trace of Qian Yi's lack of confidence. The shock in her heart could not be described with words. These 200 years' time, she obtained the sect's heavy grooming. Her strength had long soared to the sky in 1 bound already, leaving her peers behind. Could it be that Yi Yuan's present strength was actually not worse than hers? Was this possible? The present Yi Yuan was merely ninth firmament divine lord. Humph. Does this brat want to fish in troubled waters? A ninth firmament divine lord challenging a celestial deity realm? Overestimating his own ability. In my view, there's no need to compete. What Qian Yi said was right. You're a criminal and have no right to compete. Bailey Lane SS, move aside. Elder Dao said with a cold snort. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed and she said, not moving. Even if Yi Yuan made a mistake, it also needs to be up to the law enforcement hall to punish. H. Plus Yi Yuan, follow me to the law enforcement hall. Bailey Qingyang pulled Yi Yuan and was about to leave. Everyone's faces changed. With Bailey Qingyan's present ident. One tie, no one really dared to do anything to her. Yi Yuan's protective talisman was very emboldened. Bailey Lane SS, do you want to rebel? With Elder Dao having his face rebuffed time and again, he was already almost losing himself in rage. Right at this time, a horrifying aura descended from the sky. A figure slowly walked out of the void. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt his heart palpitate. He felt like the whole world was about to collapse. In an instant, his whole body was drenched in sweat. At this moment, it was like someone used their hand to clutch his heart, making him unable to even breathe. True God realm powerhouse. This was the first thought that flashed through Yi Yuan's mind. That person's gaze was like lightning. Staring at Yi Yuan coldly, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Sect decree, those who kill fellow apprentices, kill without amnesty. Now, you can go and die. Done talking, that person did not give Yi Yuan the slightest chance to argue too, pointing a finger out casually. Chapter 1808 Not one who appreciate goods. 1808 Not one who appreciate goods. The finger of a true God realm, even a casual finger, was also extremely horrifying. Yi Yuan just felt that the surrounding space was completely locked down. He was unable to mobilize spatial law at all. True God realm powerhouses, even if they did not know spatial law, their application of spatial law already reached a level where it makes one's hair stand on end too. This was completely the cruise. Hi plusing of realm. And this finger directly ignored the Bailey Qingyang in front of Yi Yuan, falling straight onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. When Bailey Qingyang saw this scene, she could not help turning pale with fright. When she learned the news that Yi Yuan was not dead, she had no idea how happy in her heart. But now, they had just reunited and were going to become separated by death. She was unwilling. Qian Yi and the rest all had gloating faces. This damn guy was finally going to die this time, right? But right then, a layer of ripples suddenly emerged in the space in front of Yi Yuan. A rusty axe poked out of the void. That finger dissipated into thin air. That true God realm powerhouse's gaze turned sullen, and he said in a cold voice, Lumberjack, you're not chopping wood on your Tianying Peak. What did you run to my heavenly bud peak for? While talking, a woodcutter in shabby clothes walked out of the void and said with a chuckle, this place isn't Tianying Peak, but Yi Yuan is my Tianying Peak's member. Jiang Hong, you want to kill my Tianying Peak's people. How can I take it as I didn't see it? Jiang Hong's face fell and he said, he violated the sect rules and deserves to be executed. That woodcutter rolled his sleeves up and also rolled his trousers up. Hemp garment and sackcloths, he did not look like an expert at all. But that attack earlier, it was still vivid in everyone's mind. This person was absolutely a powerhouse on the same level as Jiang Hong. Hearing Jiang Hong's words, the woodcutter chortled and said, Sect rules? Who are my Shadow Moon sect's rules to let disciples with talent die with hatred? Jiang Hong's face fell and he said, Lumberjack, what's your ident? One Tai, pay attention to your word. But the woodcutter was indifferent. Waving his hand grandly, he said, don't talk about whatever ident. One Tai with this father of yours. I am a woodcutter. If you want to kill my Tianying Peak's people, ask the axe in my hand first. Jiang Hong snorted coldly and said, boorish people can't be reasoned with. No matter what, that kid must die today. Otherwise, where will my heavenly bud peak's face go? The woodcutter completely ignored Jiang Hong's threat and said with a laugh, "Didn't Yi Yuan look for that kid called Chen Yi to cross swords? Young people's matter, let them settle it themselves. Us old fellows shouldn't get involved." The woodcutter's words made everyone's faces change. Was this coming to save Yi Yuan or coming to make Yi Yuan seek his doom? Having Yi Yuan face off with a celestial deity realm powerhouse, wasn't this courting death? Jiang Hong snorted coldly and said, "Since you want to make him seek his doom, I'm naturally not stopping it. Chen Yi, I'll leave him to you." Chen Yi's expression flickered waveringly and he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, Elder Jiang Hong." Jiang Hong gave Chen Yi a glance rather surprisedly and started becoming uncertain in his heart. This Chen Yi seemed to be somewhat lacking in confidence against Yi Yuan. Could it be that there was really something plussing about this Yi Yuan? But he did not say much either. Questioning Chen Yi at this time was clearly not some wise action. At this point, everyone naturally had some surmises about these two mighty true God powerhouses. 1 ties. 9 great sub-peak skill-imparting elders normally came and went like shadows. But the matter today was stirred up so big, it clearly alarmed these 2 great skill-imparting elders. This Tianying Peak skill-imparting elder of the 9 great sub-peaks was the most mysterious. Because, concerning Tianying Peak's matters, he had never cared about it before. No one could have thought that today, for Yi Yuan, he actually revealed his true self. Everyone similarly also did not expect that Tianying Peak's skill-imparting elder was actually a woodcutter. Even Jiang Hong clearly looked down on this woodcutter, feeling that he was too boorish. In reality, if not for neutralizing Jiang Hong's skill previously, no one could think that this woodcutter in front of them was actually a true God realm powerhouse. This guy was too ordinary. Ordinary until when dropped into a pile of people, it was impossible for anyone to recognize him. But Yi Yuan saw power from this woodcutter. That Jiang Hong was clearly very wary toward the woodcutter. At this time, the woodcutter suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Yuan cheerfully. There was completely no difference from those lumberjacks chopping wood in the mountains. This kind of woodcutter gave people an extremely absurd misconception, making people truly unable to regard him as an expert. Yi Yuan looked at the woodcutter, incomparably shocked in his heart. This kind of feeling was absolutely not because the woodcutter was too ordinary, but because he was too unordinary. This was a boundary of returning to one's original simplicity, a realm that most people could not imagine. Heh, kid, don't lose face for our Tianying Peak. Pummel him fiercely for me, the woodcutter said to Yi Yuan gaily. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, many thanks to Elder for taking action. Yi Yuan won't bring shame upon you. The woodcutter patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile, from that moment you, kid, stepped onto Tianying Peak, I already noticed you. That bunch of fools only know how to form factions, not one who appreciates goods. Powerhouses ultimately need themselves to be powerful. No matter how strong one's faction is, that's also not theirs. Exhibit your talent and let those fools regret away. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. He did not expect that the woodcutter had actually paid attention to him so long ago. It seemed like he was well aware of each and every one of Yi Yuan's actions. Hence, that was why he would be so confident in him. Furthermore, the words that the woodcutter said happened to coincide with Yi Yuan's views. A faction being powerful indeed had many conveniences but also had many shortcomings. To really talk about who was better and who was worse off, it was hard to say. But there was one thing, martial artists ultimately still had to rely on themselves. There would always come a day when others could not be trusted. Stepping into the ring, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving like a pine tree. Chen Yi smiled coldly and said, "Foolish fellow, you think that by breaking through to become 9th Firmament Divine Lord, you can deal with celestial deity realm powerhouses? I'll tell you today, how great the disparity between the Divine Lord realm and the celestial deity realms are." The present Chen Yi was already not that Chen Yi back then. Although he did not break through to become a 2nd Firmament celestial deity, his strength was much stronger compared to 200 years ago. Even though Chen Yi's talent could not compare to Bailey Qingyang, this kind of freak, but it was also absolutely not what any random Tom, Dick, and Harry could compare to. In reality, this generation's representative figure of heavenly bud peak was him. Hence, Yi Yuan's behavior was undoubtedly like a moth flying into the fire in everyone's view. Even if the woodcutter seemed to feel very optimistic about Yi Yuan. The difference between the celestial deity realm and the divine lord realm was known to everyone. Even for a genius like Bailey Qingyang, it was also impossible to jump realms and battle. Forget about a ninth firmament divine lord, even if Bailey Qingyang was a half-step celestial deity, she could not do it too. Celestial deity realm powerhouses, their inner worlds already started to give birth to myriad life. Their world power was more than 100 times of divine lord realm powerhouses. Coupled with the horrifying divine essence reserves, even if it was a casual strike, it was also not what divine lord realm martial artists could resist. On what basis could Yi Yuan win? Chapter 1809 Battling Qian Yi. Chapter 1809 Battling Qian Yi. The gap between celestial deity realm and divine lord realm. I don't need you to remind me. I'm very clear about what I'm doing. The more you talk, the more it displays the hesitation in your heart. Yi Yuan looked at Qian Yi and said coolly. Qian Yi's faltering confidence, Yi Yuan naturally saw through it with one glance. Divine Lord realm challenging celestial deity realm, this kind of courting death action. If Qian Yi was brother Iming with confidence, he would not have the least bit of hesitation. However, he hesitated. This showed that the strength he exhibited previously already left behind an indelible impression in Qian Yi's heart. Following the increase in his realm, the uncertainty in Qian Yi's heart grew even greater. Hence, that was why he did not dare to answer the challenge. Because punis. Plussing Yi Yuan through the sect rules was much safer. Qian Yi smiled coldly and said, with just the likes of you. I'm just disdainful to take action. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'll personally avenge Hanlin and redress his hatred. Yi Yuan smiled scornfully and said, really so much crap. Something that can be settled with a slap, what are you hesitating for? Jiang Hong's brows furrowed and he could not help scrutinizing Yi Yuan anew. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Qian Yi was really faltering. Although the two people's realms were far apart, from start to end, it was all Yi Yuan grasping the initiative. If it was an opponent of similar strength, this bit of flaw was enough to be fatal. Did Yi Yuan really have this strength, or was he making an empty show of strength? Woodcutter, you're so optimistic about this brat. Jiang Hong could not resist asking. The woodcutter smiled simply and said, I know what you want to ask, but I don't know. Maybe, the one who loses is Yi Yuan. But I know that even if Yi Yuan can't win, it absolutely won't be easy for Qian Yi to want to take him down too. A hint of strange expression revealed on Jiang Hong's face, thinking to himself that this guy did not even have confidence himself and yet let that kid take the field. This guy was indeed a lunatic that cannot be explained by reason. Junyi's sword entering the hand, Yi Yuan said coolly, since you're not making a move, then I'll make a move. Finished talking, Yi Yuan raised his long sword and stepped forward. The swift and fierce sword energy made everyone's faces change. Sword Dao rank 5, this is his reliance. Foolies. Plus when Elder Dao saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly. But his words were full of contempt. Divine Lord Realm comprehending Sword Dao rank 5, this was absolutely a genius among geniuses. Except, dealing with Celestial Deity Realm with this was clearly still not enough. But Qian Yi behaved akin to facing a great enemy and gritted his teeth and said, who cares about your laws? I'll just use Realm to crush you. Done talking, Qian Yi's aura climbed frenziedly, the ring teemed with his world power. At this moment, the entire arena seemed to have become Qian Yi's world. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and had a direct understanding of the might of Celestial Deity Realm. If the world power of the Divine Lord Realm was just a trickle, then the world power of the Celestial Deity Realm was a great river. World power was the martial artist's control of a region of the world. Celestial Deity Realms already reached a subtle and meticulous degree regarding this control of a region of the world. Those able to contend with Celestial Deity Realms were only Celestial Deity Realms. Of course, Yi Yuan was not subjected to the rules. His figure started becoming erratic, The SPSCE around also emitted strange undulations. If Qian Yi's world power was an impervious SHI plus ELD, then Yi Yuan was a sharp blade. This was the showdown between the spear and the SHI plus ELD. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Yi Yuan broke through the heavy barrier of world power and rushed in front of Qian Yi. When Qian Yi saw this scene, his pupils constricted. A divine lord could actually break through the world power of the celestial deity realm? One had to know, the world power of a celestial deity was more than 100 times stronger than a divine lord. This guy's spatial law also became much stronger. Like this, how could Qian Yi still dare to be careless? He immediately went up to receive it and clashed together with Yi Yuan. Saber lights and sword shadows, the two people's moves were inconceivably swift and were actually hard evenly matched. The surrounding audience, each and every one of them felt a chill, being dumbfounded with amazement by this scene in front of them. Jiang Hong opened his mouth wide and had disbelief written all over his face as he muttered, Rank 5 Sword Dao Law fused with Rank 3 Spatial Law. How in the world this did Brat achieve it? At this moment, he finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Such monstrous talent entered the sect for more than 200 years, he was actually unknown to the public. This was simply a joke. In front of Yi Yuan, Bailey Qingyang was merely thus as well. Such a prodigy was actually relegated to Tianying Peak. Which pig did it? Jiang Hong's inner heart was practically roaring. These skill-imparting elders, did not belong to any faction. If even this position was monopolized by the respective factions, then the Shadow Moon sect would also not be far from decline. Hence, when he saw Yi Yuan's terrifying strength, Jiang Hong's first thought was to curse and swear. Looking at it now, Yi Yuan was hated by others for being more talented and deliberately ostracized to Tianying Peak. No wonder Yi Yuan had such great resentment. Anyone would also not be reconciled to it. These 200 years, Yi Yuan did not only break through realm. He also constantly fought with himself in the death cultivation SPACE. His sword Dao Law already broke through to rank 5. Spatial Law also broke through to the level of Grand Completion rank 3. The two fusing together, Yi Yuan's combat power was no idea how many times stronger than before closed seclusion. While celestial deity realms were strong, Yi Yuan's cultivation method was powerful. Similarly, Ninth Firmament Divine Lord, he was much stronger than those in the same rank. Powerful cultivation method coupled with powerful laws fusion, the disparity between Yi Yuan and a First Firmament celestial deity was not as great as others imagined. Of course, it was also absolutely not that easy. Qian Yi was not an ordinary First Firmament celestial deity. His law comprehension was likewise very high. In addition, his ubiquitous world power formed an absolute suppress against Yi Yuan. Except, this did not impede the people's surprise at Yi Yuan's strength. Ha ha ha, so what even if you can jump realms to battle? Aren't you still suppressed firmly by me? Foolish thing, do you really think that you can defy the heavens? Not wasting time with you anymore. Now, I'll let you take a look at my true strength and send you on your way. Qian Yi's long spear moved, the terrifying aura locked Yi Yuan down firmly. Heavenly Dragon Howling Fang's spear. The berserk world power rushed to the tip of the spear frenziedly. It was as if that in this entire world, there was only this spear left. At this moment, the people felt Qian Yi smite. That spear seemingly transformed into an enormous dragon, exhaling a breath that made people shudder. Not good, this spear is too powerful, Yi Yuan is in danger. When Bailey Qingyang saw this spear, her beautiful face could not refrain from turning pale with fright. But the woodcutter chuckled and said, Don't need to worry. Qian Yi has an ultimate move, but Yi Yuan's ultimate move isn't out yet. Sure enough, his voice had yet to fade and the aura on Yi Yuan's body became stronger. The surging chaos power poured out without any reservations. The swift and fierce sword energy surged to the sky. At the same time, the surrounding SPACE also became illusory. Spirit Concealing Sword. Two pitilessly powerful auras collided together violently. At this moment, the void shattered, divine essence surging wildly. Everyone's countenance changed visibly. Crack. Suddenly, The Junyi sword in Yi Yuan's hand could not withstand that terrifying pressure and actually fell apart. Chapter 18:10 Big Dipper 7 Stars Drum. Chapter 18:10 Big Dipper 7 Stars Drum. Not good. Yi Yuan's weapon is at too much of a disadvantage. Celestial deity martial technique versus divine lord martial technique. Furthermore, the two people's martial techniques are both too strong. Yi Yuan's weapon can't withstand it anymore. Junyi sword's collapse made everyone worry about Yi Yuan. Especially Bailey Qingyang, her pretty face was already ashen pale. Ha ha ha, see if you still don't die. When Qian Yi saw this scene, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Raising his long spear, his strength increased a bit more. For some time, the long spear's momentum was akin to a startled flock of ducks, thoroughly overwhelming Yi Yuan. That violent spear momentum already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan withstood the tremendous pressure, his expression very ugly. But he gave a cold snort and said, "You're happy too early." As he said, a sword intent that was faintly discernible spread out from Yi Yuan's body. In virtually an instant, those shattered Junyi sword fragments seemed to have been activated. In midair, the pieces of fragments seemed to be stars that filled the sky, incomparably dazzling. Sword intent akin to silk. Jiang Hong and the woodcutter both blurted out, extremely surprised. Clearly, this scene exceeded their expectations. Kill. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, those countless stars turned into flowing streams of light. Russ. Hi plussing over toward Qian Yi. Qian Yi's expression suddenly changed. His world power could not stop the assault of those fragments at all. For a moment, Qian Yi felt as if there were tens of millions of swords Russ. Hi plussing over towards him from all directions. Although his long spear was sharp, its momentum was already formed and could not be withdrawn at all anymore. Qian Yi clenched his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Want to kill me? You have to die too." Arg. This sudden change exceeded everyone's expectations. It naturally also included Qian Yi. He was aware that he could not withstand it and planned to perish together with Yi Yuan. Bang! Kai! 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 Qian Yi's long spear shook, shocking away countless fragments. But there were still many fragments and punctured right into his body, turning his entire person into a sieve. However, Yi Yuan was not any better either. This spear was too domineering. Yi Yuan still could not block it completely in the end. Golden light flickered on Yi Yuan's body, blue patterns swimming, but he flew out backward under the tremendous impact. After the intense showdown, both people fell to the ground, life and death unknown. Sword intent akin to silk, this kid actually reached such a realm. Jiang Hong looked at the Yi Yuan on the ground, eyes full of shock. Sword intent akin to silk was not some specially designated realm, but it was a sublimation of sword intent application. After sword door law reached a transcendent realm, it did not reach the end. When a martial artist's application of sword intent was sublimated once more, it could reach the realm of sword intent akin to silk. Legends had it that when sword Dao law was cultivated to the extreme, SS and vegetation could be used as swords, one did not need any mystic treasure at all. With a wave of a hand, it was all sword intent. Yi Yuan reaching the realm of sword intent akin to silk was already taking a solid step towards the great Tao of sword. The woodcutter's shock was no less than Jiang Hong's. He also did not think that not seeing for 200 years, Yi Yuan's strength was actually already so daunting. This kind of talent was truly rare in the world. On the stage, Qian Yi's entire person was convulsing. His body was already riddled full of holes. But with the might of celestial deity realms, it was naturally not so easy to die. While at this time, Yi Yuan's finger moved and he actually slowly got up and walked over toward Qian Yi. Jiang Hong's expression changed. Yi Yuan was going to kill people. Jiang Hong's figure moved, blocked in front of Yi Yuan, and said in a solemn voice, "Enough, you've already enjoyed all the limelight today. Leave it at that. The crime of you killing Zhong Hanlin, I'll ask the sect for leniency. I believe that with your talent, the sect won't do anything to you." Qian Yi was Heavenly Bud Peak's top genius, an existence who even had hopes of breaking through to the true God realm. He could not allow Qian Yi to be killed. A Zhong Hanlin already died today. If Qian Yi died too, Heavenly Bud Peak's young generation would surely have a missing generation. Although Yi Yuan's talent made Jiang Hong covet endlessly, Jiang Hong also understood that wanting to let Yi Yuan belong under Heavenly Bud Peak was already impossible. If Yi Yuan was really willing to come, forget about 1 Qian Yi, even 10 Qian Yi, he would not bat an eyelid too. Yi Yuan was full of injuries all over his body. Even lifting his arm was difficult. But he stood stubbornly and said coldly, "I said before, he must die today." Jiang Hong's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "Kid, don't go too far. This seat's patience has a limit." Yi Yuan did not show any weakness. Looking straight into Jiang Hong's eyes, he said with a cold smile, "Elder Jiang is a skill-imparting elder. Then pray tell, what kind of crime is it to do harm to fellow disciples during the entrance examination? Also, sending me to Fire Cloud Peak to die with despicable means, what crime is that?" Jiang Hong's expression could not help choking and he said with a frown, "But you're still standing here perfectly fine now. Furthermore, Zhong Hanlin was already killed by you. This matter can stop here already." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Zhong Hanlin was merely a clown jumping around. If not for Qian Yi stopping me, I'd have killed him at Shadowmoon Mountain Range. The real culprit is Qian Yi." Jiang Hong felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat pestering unreasonably already and said angrily, "Enough. This seat is here today. Could it be that you still want to kill people with the likes of you?" Yi Yuan smiled miserably and said, "If I hadn't exhibited my strength, it serves me right to be toyed to death by Qian Yi, is that it? Their lives are more valuable than others." Jiang Hong said coolly, "Otherwise? This is a world where the strong reigns supreme. Without strength, you can only be eliminated. Withdraw, it's impossible for you to kill him today." The woodcutter gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a sigh, "Yi Yuan, forget it. Qian Yi is Heavenly Bud Peak's lifeblood, Jiang Hong won't let you kill him." The woodcutter could naturally tell that Jiang Hong was unshakable in his resolve to protect Qian Yi. Even if he acted, it would not work too. Moreover, even if this matter was escalated up the sect, it was also Yi Yuan's fault. Yi Yuan killing a Zhong Hanlin was already unjustifiable. Killing another Qian Yi would be too much. Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Hong and suddenly smiled. When Jiang Hong saw Yi Yuan smile, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent as he said, I, Yi Yuan, will definitely carry out what I said. If I want him to die, he must die." Jiang Hong's brows furrowed, feeling that Yi Yuan was rather unreasonable. He flicked his sleeves grandly. Qian Yi's body flew towards Elder Dao involuntarily, who said lightly, "Bring him to go treat his wound." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan, revealing rather reluctant looks. He had done so much, but in the end, he still could not kill Qian Yi. It can't be helped. There was a true God powerhouse taking action. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also unable to change the outcome. Jiang Hong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Killing Qian Yi, you can give up on this. Just for your attitude, if Woodcutter wasn't here today, no matter how great your talent is, this seat will also kill you." Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly became sharp and he said coldly, "I heard that as long as someone sounds the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, they can request the sect to do one thing. Elder Jiang, I wonder if it can make the sect kill him like this." Chapter 18:11 9 Great Skill Imparting Elders. Chapter 18:11 9 Great Skill Imparting Elders. Yi Yuan's words stunned everyone. Jiang Hong reacted very quickly and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Big Dipper 7 stars drum? Heh, do you think that the Big Dipper 7 stars drum is the same as the Jadelight drum you sounded during the entrance examination? Let me tell you, that Jadelight drum only had restrictions added. That's why you all could sound it. Otherwise, you all, these people who entered the sect, none of you can think about sounding it." Yi Yuan heard after entering the sect that the Big Dipper 7 stars drum was the Shadowmoon sect's ultimate treasure. 7 drums emerging together could practically exterminate Empyrean-level powerhouses. This treasure was not a true God mystic treasure, but a genuine Empyrean spirit treasure. These 7 drums, each article was a peak true God mystic treasure. But combined together, it would become a genuine Empyrean spirit treasure. Of course, the prerequisite was that someone could sound all of them. The Big Dipper 7 Stars drum was left behind by the Shadow Moon sect's founding ancestor who set a rule: anyone who could sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum, the entire sect had to do their sect to help him fulfill one wish. But, ever since the founding father, no one had accomplished it before for millions of years. Now, Yi Yuan actually shot his mouth off, saying that he was going to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. Wasn't this turning himself into a laughingstock? This guy prides himself on having astonis. Hi-plussing talent, truly overestimating his ability too much. Since time immemorial, how many overwhelmingly talented people wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum? But no one could do it. What right does he have? Ignorant fool, doesn't know what kind of existence the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum is at all, and he dares to talk wildly. The moment Yi Yuan's words came out of his mouth, it immediately attracted a series of ridicules. The Big Dipper 7 Stars drum was the Shadow Moon sect's holy artifact. In the course of time, no one wanted to overestimate their ability to go and beat it already. But now, there was actually a guy who talked wildly, saying that he was going to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. The woodcutter leaped and arrived on the ring, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Kid, stop messing around. The Big Dipper 7 Stars drum, even sect master can't sound it too. It's impossible for you to sound it. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. This enmity, let's avenge it again in the future." Bailey Qingyang also went up to the stage and urged, "Yeah, Yi Yuan. You've displayed your talent now. The sect will definitely view you in a different light. With your talent, taking revenge won't need very long. Moreover, sounding to Big Dipper 7 Stars drum to kill him is really using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." Even he also thought that Yi Yuan saying this was merely words said in anger. Once the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum sounded, that was to have the power of the entire sect from top to bottom help him fulfill one wish. Such a massive favor, using it to kill Qian Yi was simply using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. This was wasting fine material for petty use. Who knew that? Yi Yuan said sternly, "I'm not messing around. I said that I'm going to kill him, it means that I must kill. Benevolence toward enemies is cruelty to yourself. This drum, I'm definitely sounding it." Everyone did not think that Yi Yuan's attitude was actually so resolute. 7 Stars Valley, the Shadow Moon sect's forbidden land, also the place holding the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. At this time, the 9 great skill-imparting elders were gathered in one hall. Quite a few people used unfriendly gazes to look at that figure in front of them. Humph! Nonsensical brat, to actually want to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. Heavenly Heart Peak's skill-imparting elder said unhappily. A brat still wet behind his ears is actually going to trouble us 9 great skill-imparting elders to gather together. What haughty airs. Heavenly Rush Peak's skill-imparting elder similarly said unhappily. Woodcutter, you're sure that you want to accompany this kid and go nuts? If this kid can't even sound 3 times, not only will he have to be exiled to Remorse Cliff, you'll also have to suffer heavy punishment. Tianzhu Peak's skill-imparting elder looked at the woodcutter deeply and said, "Opening up the 7 Stars Valley required 9 great skill-imparting elders to gather. They each controlled a part of the spell. Only 9 stars gathering together could open the 7 Stars Valley. Being so troublesome was naturally in order to prevent outsiders from intruding. But, in order to prevent disciples from having malicious fun, the sect naturally set strict rules too. If the disciple beating the drum was unable to sound it 3 times, not only did they have to be punished severely, even their peak skill-imparting elder would also have to suffer heavy punishment. Hence, before disciples entered the 7 Stars Valley, they must get their own peak skill-imparting elder's approval. Yi Yuan's talent naturally went without saying. The woodcutter had long approved of him already. It was just that these 3 drumbeats were also not that easy to achieve. The woodcutter said coolly, "Don't you worry. With Yi Yuan's talent, even if he can't sound 7 drumbeats, 3 drumbeats are absolutely not a problem." Tianzhu Peak's skill-imparting elder laughed mockingly and said, "You're also too confident in this brat. For so many years, not one disciple could sound 3 drumbeat." The woodcutter chuckled and said, "Yi Yuan is different from them. Enough nonsense, open up the 7 Stars Valley." The moment 9 great true God powerhouses released their auras, just that pressure made Yi Yuan's complexion turn pale. True God realm was too powerful. 9 beams of light rose from the ground up and shot straight into 9 points. Rumble. The 7 Stars Valley's restrictions slowly opened under these 9 beams of light. Yi Yuan looked at the woodcutter's figure, eyes full of gratitude. The incident this time somewhat deviated from his expectations. If not for the woodcutter's words, he would really die very horribly this time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and slowly walked into the 7 Stars Valley. The 9 great skill-imparting elders also followed closely behind. Upon entering the 7 Stars Valley, a piercing cold gale blew over. Yi Yuan was caught by surprise and was nearly blown away. This scene landing in the eyes of several skill-imparting elders, they naturally felt even more disdain. An outer sect disciple beating the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum, it's really the first time in the sect's history. To talk about overestimating one's own ability, this seat will yield to this brat. Jiang Hong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan's goal was drumming the drum. It was in order to kill Qian Yi. Among these 9 great skill-imparting elders, the sight of Yi Yuan naturally turned him off the most. While Yi Yuan's talent was astonished. Hi+ing, he could not wait for Yi Yuan to be shocked to death by the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum right now. The woodcutter said coolly, Jiang Hong, I know that you're very covetous of Yi Yuan right now. You all, these guys who came from large sects, all look down on those who came from small sects, all look down on my Tianying peak. But you all don't know, true geniuses tend to come out of small sect. Just like myself. Back then, I chopped those so-called proud children of heaven dazed and confused with an axe. That's how I have today. While today, Yi Yuan similarly used his strength to make you all regret your actions back then. Woodcutter's words made the other 8 great skill-imparting elders' faces turn black. The woodcutter back then was indeed a legend of the Shadow Moon sect. He came out of an unknown small sect, carried an axe, and swept across the so-called proud children of heaven back then. Later, the woodcutter was the same as Yi Yuan, being squeezed out to Tianying Peak. But he did not grumble about anything, carrying an axe and chopped wood every single day. Chopping day in and day out, chopping year in and year out. He was laughed at by God knows how many people, spurned by no idea how many. All the way until one day, a powerful aura burst through the horizon. He, the woodcutter, broke through to true God. Chapter 18:12-5 Drumbeats. Chapter 18:12-5 Drumbeats. High up in the sky, 7 enormous drums spanned above the clouds, faintly discernible. Auspicious clouds intertwined between the drums, portraying an enormous ladle shape. It was precisely the shape of the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. 7 huge drums combined together, the might of that aura made Yi Yuan shudder with fear. The jade light drum that was drummed when entering the sect compared to now simply paled in comparison. Yi Yuan had a feeling that if one's prowess was up to par, the power of the 7 drums sounding together could probably level a sub-peak to the ground. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing an attack-type Empyrean spirit treasure. The power of the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum also made him secretly astonished. Regardless of whether it was the world-suppressing Steely or the soul-suppressing Pearl, they were both very gentle. But this Big Dipper 7 Stars drum was filled with an offensive aura, making people palpitate with anxiety and fear. Scared silly, right, kid? However, the 7 Stars Valley has already opened. You already have no regret medicine that you can eat, Tianzhu Peak's skill-imparting elder said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, there has never been the word regret in my dictionary. Yi Yuan leaped and flew toward the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. Arriving in front of it, Yi Yuan felt as if he arrived inside a vortex of laws. The power of laws from all directions were all sailing him. For a moment, Yi Yuan seemed to have walked into a turbulent flow and could not even stabilize his figure, teetering on his feet. Haha, that kid doesn't know anything and he dares to challenge the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. Woodcutter, I think that you probably suffered a big loss this time, said an elder with a big laugh when he saw Yi Yuan's distressed state. The woodcutter gave a cold snort but did not refute. If Yi Yuan was in this state, It was likely really hard to complete 3 drum beats. He was also faintly worried. But right at this time, a profound aura on Yi Yuan's body gradually spread. The moment this aura emerged, those violent turbulent flows immediately calmed down. Yi Yuan's figure also immediately stabilized. When the group of elders saw this scene, all of them had strange expressions, clearly being quite surprised. No matter how high one's talent was, without corresponding strength, it was also pointless. For example, a Heaven Glimpse realm martial artist was incredibly talented and even had the possibility of reaching the true God realm in the future. But without the support of strength, when facing the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, it was very dangerous. These skill-imparting elders had all before drummed the Big Dipper 7 stars drum and were deeply aware of its might. They clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan could get acclimatized to it so quickly. However, Yi Yuan's next move gave them an even bigger scare that they turned pale. It was only to see Yi Yuan form his fingers as a sword and directly pointed toward the jade light drum. Dong! The jade light drum was sounded without any hindrance. The drumbeat shook the heavens, instantly sweeping throughout the entire 7 Stars Valley. However, Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. He pointed a finger out again. Dong! The second sun opening drum was also sounded. Dong! Yi Yuan pointed a third finger out. The jade scale drum was sounded. 3 drumbeats in a row made all of the skill-imparting elders' faces change. How did this kid do it? Even if it's me, it's also impossible to do it as effortlessly as him. This old man sounded 3 drumbeats back then, but I only barely managed to do it after failing several dozen times. He did it on the first try. When the woodcutter saw everyone's astonished expressions, he could not resist laughing loudly and said, "Your father said that Yi Yuan is different from the others. How is it? Are you surprised?" Ha. The woodcutter had always been a maverick and did not get along with the other skill-imparting elders. Now, seeing them get deflated, he could not help feeling immensely pleased. Right at this time, Yi Yuan pointed a 4th finger out. But this time, he did not succeed. It was only to see his mouth spray blood wildly, figure flying out backward, already injured by the heavenly authority drum. The woodcutter's face changed, directly firing out a stream of world power, catching Yi Yuan. When the other elders saw this scene, each and every one of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, Yi Yuan amazed the world with a single brilliant feat really gave them a big scare. The main reason was that Yi Yuan beat the drums too casually. It was as if these drums were like Yi Yuan's toys. There was that instant where they virtually thought that Yi Yuan could really sound the 7 drums. Only all the way until Yi Yuan was injured did they suddenly realize that beating the drums was not that easy for Yi Yuan. Although these skill-imparting elders were high above the Ma. S says, their strength no idea how many times stronger than Yi Yuan, they still did not escape the boundary of humans and still had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They were all once peerless geniuses, presently top experts. Everyone was all unable to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. They were all very at peace in their hearts. But now, someone wanted to break this balance and ride above them. They could not quite accept it in the depths of their hearts. The woodcutter asked rather worriedly, "Are you all right, Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Looks like I underestimated the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Heh, indeed well deserving of being an Empyrean spirit treasure, strong enough." Yi Yuan discovered that these 7 drums were completely not independent ent. One ties, being able to sound one means being able to sound the next. When Yi Yuan sounded the sun opening drum, he discovered that the great Tao aura coming from it grew more than 10 times stronger than before, while the jade scale drum was also more than 10 times stronger than the sun opening drum. This was also to say that when Yi Yuan sounded the jade scale drum, the countershock force was already 100 times stronger than the jade light drum. That 4th heavenly authority drum was 1,000 times. Moreover, the power of this jade light drum was completely overwhelming. This terrifying increment was not what ordinary people could withstand at all. The woodcutter urged and said, "Looks like you felt it too. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum is a whole. The more you drum, the stronger it gets, and the greater the amplitude too. Reaching the last heavenly pivot drum, that backlash force is not what the average person can imagine at all. Yi Yuan, don't push it." You've already proven your talent now. Even if you withdraw, no one will look down on you too. He was optimistic about Yi Yuan's future but did not look well on Yi Yuan being able to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. This kind of thing was not what human strength could accomplish at all. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really do it in the future, but right now, he definitely could not. Yi Yuan struggled to get up and shook his head as he said, "No matter how difficult this drum is to sound, I'll also sound it today." Finished talking, he leaped and arrived high up in the sky once more. After preparing for a while, Yi Yuan attacked once more. Dong, dong, dong. After 3 drums, Yi Yuan was knocked flying again. But he was not discouraged. After a period of adjustment, he made his move once more. Attempting, failed. Trying again, failed again, rinse and repeat. Yi Yuan's stubbornness did not cause the elders to be moved. On the contrary, they mocked Yi Yuan's overestimation of his ability even more. This brat's physical body is also strong. If it were others, they would have long died several times over. Heh, some things can't be done by relying on effort. Reckless and blind fool, really wasting time. Best that it shocks him to death. This kid only has the strength of 3 drums, still not conceding to it is also a waste of time. Dong, 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 dong. That elder's voice had just faded when the 4th and 5 drumbeats sounded in a row after several dozen attempts. Chapter 1813 Enlightening the Benighted. Chapter 1813 Enlightening the Benighted. On the couch, Qian Yi opened his eyes with difficulty. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. I didn't die. Ha ha ha, I didn't die. The feeling of those countless fragments piercing into the body was still vivid in his mind until now. At that moment, he thought that he was dead for sure. Except, he did not expect that he was actually saved. By the side, Elder Dao said in a solemn voice, "Relax, Elder Jiang Hong personally moving out this time, no one can kill you." A hint of surprise flashed in Qian Yi's eyes. For his sake, and skill-imparting elder actually personally took action. This showed that his standing in the skill-imparting elder's eyes and heart was still very high. Skill-imparting elders normally came and went like shadows. They all, these disciples, could not get in contact with them at all and also did not know what the main peak's intentions were. The matters normally were all handled by Elder Dao, this ante-hall elder. There's actually such a thing. When this matter's limelight blows over, I want to thank Elder Jiang Hong. I wonder if I'll have the luck, Qian Yi said excitedly. Elder Dao's expression was slightly grim as he said, "You'd better not be happy too early." Today, our heavenly bud peak's face was utterly lost. It was all caused by the soaring flower lineage. Elder Jiang Hong taking action to save you was merely being forced against his will. In the future, you have to cultivate hard and earn back our heavenly bud peak's face. His elderly self will naturally be happy. The moment Qian Yi heard, the excitement from earlier immediately dissipated into thin air. "Yi Yuan, that punk, didn't he die?" Qian Yi said with a baleful look. "Die? Heh. Your business isn't over yet." Elder Dao laughed as he said with a sardonic face. Qian Yi was taken aback when he heard that and said, "Not over yet." Elder Yarrow recounted the matter of Yi Yuan beating the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Qian Yi could not help bursting into laughter when he heard it. Haha, this kid is also really a genius, to actually think of using this method to make me die. I admit that his talent is very high, but no matter how high, he's also merely a divine lord realm, he can sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. When Qian Yi heard Yi Yuan's foolish actions, disdain was written all over his face. How could someone possibly accomplish this kind of thing? Elder Dao chuckled and said, "This kid is also a stubborn mule who can't be pulled back by 8 horses. You don't know, but everyone's gazes when looking at him back then was like looking at a fool." Elder Dao also disliked Yi Yuan, this incredibly stubborn fellow, very much. He and Qian Yi exchanged a glance and both started laughing loudly. Dong. All of a sudden, a drumbeat that reverberated throughout the clouds shot up to the sky. Elder Dao and Qian Yi were currently laughing away. When they heard this drumbeat, their faces suddenly changed. Especially Qian Yi, the panic in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. "Elder Dao, what What drumbeat is this? In Qian Yi's voice was a tremor that could not be concealed. Elder Dao's expression was also very ugly. His gaze revealed a look of shock and he said, "No idea how many people have sounded the drums in Shadowmoon Sect, but I've heard of someone who could transmit the drumbeat out of the Seven Stars Valley." Qian Yi's experience and knowledge were inferior to Elder Dao's after all. Hearing Elder Dao's words, he immediately turned ashen pale. Then he wouldn't. Qian Yi felt his mouth and throat turn parch. That smug appearance just now could not be found at all. Dong. His voice had yet to fade when another earth-shaking drumbeat sounded out. This sound was even louder than the one before. At the same time, the entire Shadowmoon Sect was shocked. It was still their first time hearing such a terrifying drum sound outside of the Seven Stars Valley. This drum sound was like the fled thunder in the sky, as if it was heaven's furious roar. The sound of it could be heard clearly in every corner of the Shadowmoon Sect. Everyone at the main peak, the 9 great sub-peaks, the several hundred stray peaks, including every inch of Shadowmoon Mountain Range's earth, could hear this drumbeat. People slowly walked out of the halls, walked out of the abodes, gazes looking over in the direction of the Seven Stars Valley. As Shadowmoon Sect disciples, they naturally knew what this drumbeat signified. They were only concerned just how many times this drumbeat could sound out. At this moment, each of their divine essence was seething, becoming incessantly surging along with this drumbeat. This drumbeat seemed to have activated their bloodlines. Quite a number of people actually started breaking through in the midst of this drumbeat. Dong. The third drumbeat sounded out. The expression on Bailey Qingyan's face could not hide the pleasant surprise and idolization. "Senior apprentice sister, I've long told you that his edge can't be stopped. Yet you didn't believe it." Bailey Qingyang did not turn around. She knew that Jiang Shuiyan already arrived behind her. Jiang Shuiyan's gaze revealed an extremely complicated look. Finally, she let out a sigh and said, "Silly Lane SS, if he goes to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, he'll be your #1 enemy." Bailey Qingyan's face revealed an extremely relieved look as she smiled and said, "So what? In this life, my zither strings are stirred by him." Jiang Shuiyan's gaze flickered incessantly. Finally, she still turned around and left. Walking a few steps, she said softly, "Silly girl, can your affection really be rewarded?" Finished talking, she turned around and left. Dong. The fourth drumbeat sounded out without a surprise. Inside an area of void at the main peak, an old man slowly opened both eyes, his gaze incomparably deep. "I didn't expect that in this world, there's actually really someone who can sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum." Dong. Dong. The fifth and sixth drumbeats sounded out. Inside the Seven Stars Valley, the 9 great skill-imparting elders looked at this scene incomparably shocked, their surging emotions unable to calm down for a long time. They were the closest to the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. The shock of these drumbeats, they felt it the strongest. That wave after wave of great Tao aura made them feel as if heavenly Tao descended. That shock simply could not use words to describe. This is the true power of the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. I really can't imagine just how terrifying the attack power will be once a true God realm sounds this drumbeat. How on earth did this kid do it? He released all of the great Tao power inside the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. That's how it triggered the entire Shadowmoon Sect's resonance. After going out this time, this old man will be going into seclusion. This drumbeat enlightens the benighted. This drumbeat seemed to have magical power, making their entire person have a feeling of being reborn anew. The woodcutter's shock was not the slightest bit less than the rest. He looked at Yi Yuan's back view, feeling that it was infinitely tall and big. He knew that Yi Yuan's talent was extremely strong, with his potential being immense. But he did not think that Yi Yuan was actually strong to this extent. Strong to the point where it made him somewhat afraid. The Big Dipper 7 Stars drum that had never sounded in the Shadowmoon Sect echoed above the Shadowmoon Sect at this moment. The first drumbeat dissipated after the drumbeats at the back appeared. The second was similarly like so. At this moment, 6 drumbeats could be heard clearly and distinguished clearly. Dong. Finally, the last drumbeat fell. The entire Shadowmoon Sect started trembling. 7 drumbeats like 7 thunderclaps, They reverberated in the sky above the Shadow Moon sect continuously. Not only were there no signs of dissipating, but there was also a trend of becoming louder and louder instead. Everyone was listening attentively, everyone was using their hearts to feel, and everyone was devoting their full attention to understanding it. This drumbeat was extraordinary. Chapter 1814 Entire Sect Gaining Enlightenment on Tao. Chapter 1814 Entire Sect Gaining Enlightenment on Tao. Qianyi's complexion was deathly pale, whole body lying limp there. His gaze revealed a look of despair. This drumbeat to others was endless benefits. But to him, it was the final death knell. Elder Dao, save me. Qianyi pulled Elder Dao's arm with a look of despair. Just now, everyone was still waiting to see Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. No one would take Yi Yuan's obsession seriously. Who knew that in a twinkle, the Big Dipper 7 stars drumbeat echoed in the sky above the Shadow Moon sect. Elder Dao was still in the midst of shock currently and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Qianyi shook repeatedly before he suddenly snapped back to reality. What did you say? Elder Dao asked like he woke up from a dream. Qianyi directly knelt in front of Elder Dao and cried, save me, Elder Dao, I don't want to die. When the 7th drumbeat sounded out, his entire person broke down. There was only a thought in his mind right now, that was to keep living. Elder Dao's face suddenly fell and he kicked Qianyi to the ground and said in a cold voice, You fool, what kind of existence did you provoke? Qianyi had tears strewn all over his face as he said weepingly, How could I have known that he could actually sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum? Currently, he regretted it until his intestines turned green. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not go and rear his head even if beaten to death back then. The ones who fell out with Yi Yuan were not just him, Qianyi, there was also the Cloud's Word lineage and Immortal Abode lineage. But, only he was the bird who took the lead, wanting to kill Yi Yuan several times. Especially the first ambush, it nearly almost killed Yi Yuan. And this also thoroughly enraged Yi Yuan. Qianyi naturally did not think that Yi Yuan could do anything to him. Just a mere 6th firmament divine lord, even if a genius, who knew how long it would take to grow up too. But how could he have thought that Yi Yuan only used 200 years and possessed the strength to kill him? What was even more damning was that after Jiang Hong made a move, Yi Yuan still stubbornly wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. As a result, he succeeded. He actually succeeded. How did the current Elder Dao still have that doting look? Rage was all over his face. He pointed at Qianyi's nose and cursed, You pig. You provoked a colossal leviathan for the entire soaring flower lineage. Do you know what this Big Dipper 7 stars drum being sounded signifies? It means that he's the Shadow Moon sect's #1 genius since ancient times. It signifies that he'll surmount everyone in the future. Wanting to kill you is merely a matter of casually saying a word. At this time, who would dare protect you? Amen. Who dares to protect you? Elder Dao's current mentality was already totally different from before. Previously, he only took Yi Yuan's stubbornness as a joke and waited to watch the show. But now, Yi Yuan proved his terrifying talent. This was equivalent to provoking an incredibly powerful foe for the soaring flower lineage. The soaring flower lineage might very likely be suppressed in the sect because of this in the future. The situation of 3 lineages in a tripart. 1T balance of forces will be broken very soon. Originally, a Bailey Qingyang emerging from the Immortal Abode lineage already put a lot of pressure on the soaring flower lineage. Now, things were good, one disaster piled on after another. Qianyi collapsed to the ground with a thud, his entire person seemed to have been drained. Elder Dao gave him a pitiful glance. Suddenly, his tone eased up and he said coolly, Relax, the temptation of sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum is too great. That's the entire sect from top to bottom owing him a favor. Using such great favor to kill people, I believe that kid won't be so foolish. After 7 drumbeats, it did not dissipate right away. The sound reverberated above the sky of the Shadow Moon sect, lingering on. The Shadow Moon sect disciples practically all entered cultivation states under this drumbeat. The great Tao this drum sound contained complemented that cultivation method and was greatly beneficial to them. One had to know, The Shadow Moon sect had already established the sect for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. This was the first time the Big Dipper 7 stars drum was sounded. Pa said this village and there would be no such shop anymore. Even the 9 great skill-imparting elders also all entered a state of comprehension at this time. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum was an Empyrean spirit treasure. The great Tao contained inside could be said to be a supreme treasure to them. Rather, Yi Yuan seemed a little bored at this time. His entire body was already drenched in sweat. Beating the drums was not so easy. Empyrean spirit treasure, even a true God powerhouse could not beat it. If not for Yi Yuan being in possession of the lesser Heavenspan mountain, he absolutely could not sound it too. Even so, Yi Yuan also expended tremendous effort before sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. After recovering for a while, Yi Yuan felt a little bored. He reckoned that right now, the entire Shadow Moon sect was in the midst of comprehension. It was impossible for anyone to come and acknowledge him. As for Qian Yi, he was not worried. He knew that under this situation currently, no matter how foolish the Soaring Flower lineage's people were, they also did not dare to let Qian Yi go anymore. Hence, he simply started cultivating on the spot. This drumbeat reverberated for an entire month's time. During this 1 month's time, the Shadow Moon sect was in great jubilation from top to bottom. Quite a few people directly broke through realms after hearing the drumbeat. Finally, the drumbeat gradually dissipated. The skill-imparting elders also woke up from meditation. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was already totally different. They knew that the entire Shadow Moon sect from top to bottom owed Yi Yuan Amar's civ favor. This favor was because of the ancestors' ancestral teachings. The significance of this drumbeat to the Shadow Moon sect was too great. Jiang Hong's gaze suddenly turned intent, and he cried out in shock, "Woodcutter, you gained enlightenment again?" When everyone heard this, they all looked over toward the woodcutter, each and every one of them turning pale with fright. The woodcutter's aura was much stronger than it was a month ago. Clearly, the benefits that he obtained from this drum sound was much more than the others. One had to know, reaching their boundary, even a tiny bit of improvement was extremely hard to come by. The woodcutter chuckled and said, "Such a great opportunity, how can your father let it go easily? Comparing talent, your father isn't as talented as Yi Yuan. But compared to the few of you, it's still more than sufficient." When the other few people heard the woodcutter's arrogant words, each and every one of their faces became black like the bottom of a pot. Right at this time, a middle-aged man in azure Dao robes slowly walked out of the void. Seeing the arrival, the 9 great skill-imparting elders immediately adjusted their clothing and went forward to welcome. Paying respects to sect master, the 9 people said in unison. The middle-aged man slowly nodded and said, "Amen, the few of you have worked hard." The 9 people hurriedly said, "Dare not." The middle-aged man's gaze went past the 9 people and looked at the Yi Yuan in the distance. Yi Yuan also bowed and said respectfully, "Yi Yuan pays respect to sect master." Yi Yuan could feel that this middle-aged man's aura was even more unfathomable than the 9 great skill-imparting elders. It seemed like this Shadow Moon sect's foundation was really deep. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Since my Shadow Moon sect was established, I can't tell how many people wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, but no one has ever succeeded before. I really didn't expect that it was actually sounded by a Divine Lord Realm youngster. Yi Yuan, the ancestors' last order, we dare not defy. Now, you can say out your wish. Of course, if you haven't thought of it yet, you can say again later." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need, I've thought about it long ago." Yi Yuan has no other request and only wants to kill Qian Yi.